Chapter 401. The night was deep and quiet. Elders of the Yunji Sect gazed at the scripture tower with subtle anxiety. Their sect master had returned in a rush and entered the tower, remaining inside for one full day and one night. A sense of unease lingered in the air. If their sect master had scanned the texts with her divine sense, finding a classic should have been effortless. Why had she not emerged after all this time? They wondered if she might have accidentally cultivated the wrong technique like a low-level disciple, leading to a deviation in her internal energy. The lower floors were managed by staff, and incidents could be mitigated. However, the top floors were restricted, and no one could enter at will. If the sect master truly encountered a calamity, what would they do? Yet, she was incredibly strong. The king of chasing the sun from across the sea had been repelled by her. Those elders who participated in that battle remembered the sky and earth darkening. The overflowing energy spirals had been enough to deter even a peak transformation stage elder from approaching. Throughout that powerful peak battle, their sect master had not suffered a single scratch. There was no one left in this world capable of making her bleed. Inside the scripture tower, the way of heaven had conjured a bed. The dogmatic way of heaven was now resting comfortably upon it. The sect master, deemed invincible by the people, pursed her lips and lowered her head, wiping away blood stains. She wiped the blood from herself and the stains upon her clothes. Chu Ge reached out his arms, signaling her. He told her there was no need to wipe that away, as he could make it disappear, and asked her to come for an embrace. Wuji glanced back at him. She instructed him to control her for a moment. Chu Ge asked what posture she desired. She suggested he try anything. He warned her it would be embarrassing. She replied that it did not matter, as the Father God desired it. Chu Ge clicked his tongue. He did not have the heart to make her too embarrassed, so he simply controlled her to lie in his arms. He froze, realizing he could not control her. Chu Ge nearly jumped up in surprise. Wuji told him not to rush, suggesting he try again, because he was perhaps too impatient. Chu Ge tried again with suspicion. This time, it was a success. Chu Ge could feel lines akin to controlling a puppet. Wuji offered no resistance, and when he guided her to fall into his arms, she fell. Chu Ge tested it again, feeling strange. Wuji extended her small tongue. She instantly blushed to the tips of her ears. She scolded him, calling him shameless and lewd for choosing that when she let him control her. Chu Ge found joy in his heart, wanting her to lick him, but suddenly found he could not control her again. Chu Ge understood the situation. He asked if she had broken free from the way of heaven. Wuji retracted her tongue, stiffening her face as she explained that being completely controlled by the way of heaven was too lewd, and life could not continue that way. Chu Ge blinked, analyzing the problem and wondering if it would lead to a loss of control. He saw Wuji lying softly in the crook of his shoulder, whispering that she could choose not to be controlled or submit completely. She promised that in the future, as long as it involved actions within the book, she would follow what he wrote honestly, as she never wanted to experience such a separation again. Chu Ge understood there was no problem at all. What was called loss of control was merely an inability to control, but now that she was willing, where could a loss of control exist? He habitually controlled her with one hand to feel the plasticity of the world. Wuji rolled her eyes at him without a word. Chu Ge thought and realized with pleasant surprise that the thing she had been pursuing all along was a success. Wuji smiled softly, asking if the thing he pursued had not also been successful. Chu Ge faltered as he thought about his pursuits. If he pursued pushing her down, that was a success. If he pursued having her cooperate in any posture, that also seemed a success. But the establishment of a passage between the two worlds had not yet succeeded. Chu Ge stated earnestly that the revolution had not yet succeeded, and they still needed to work hard. He felt they had been wrong to be careless, as things had been too smooth. Although he reminded himself not to be big-headed, he admitted that when acting in reality, they had indeed been a bit floaty. Wuji reflected, agreeing that she had looked down on the current world. It seemed the layouts of the Heavenly Emperor had long existed in the real world, and their strength was not as weak as it appeared on the surface. It was merely that the country was prosperous, making them afraid to enter too deeply, and they had too little contact. Chu Ge agreed, noting many signs had existed long ago. The Black Dragon Society was not the strongest organization in Japan, but the powers of the chairman and his son had still been effective against them. It was just that they had more methods to crack them, making them appear weak. If one thought about it seriously, they were actually very strong. They did not understand them, and if they met an opponent who did, they might fall. The two whispered back and forth as they self-reflected, falling silent at the end. Wuji spoke with resignation, asking if he could stop touching her while discussing such serious topics, as she could not perceive his sincerity otherwise. Chu Ge refused to stop, claiming he needed to make up for the previous few days, and that this did not affect his reflection. Wuji bit her lower lip, murmuring and asking if they should repeat the things they did in the previous days. Chu Ge felt tempted but remembered something else, coughing dryly to ask about the classic she had come to find. Wuji sat up straight, lazily smoothing her hair, as she suggested they return to the main peak to study it slowly, fearing the Yunji Sect disciples might otherwise storm the tower. Elders of the Yunji Sect were indeed planning to storm the tower. They found the sect master's condition abnormal. Even if no one could make her bleed, she could still suffer a deviation in cultivation. As they prepared to break the formation of the top floor, they witnessed the sect master strolling out. A wave of relief washed over them, followed by a moment of hesitation. The sect master looked beautiful today. She resembled a blooming rose, with every color appearing fresh and vibrant. The Yunji sect was not a pedantic, ascetic sect, and they had studied the arts of dual cultivation. One glance was enough to signal that something was amiss. Had the sect master just experienced intimacy? That seemed impossible. This 10,000-year-old virgin, no, that term did not fit. She was truly too beautiful, and her womanly charm was overflowing from the scripture tower. Who dared call her an old maid? Who could have been lucky enough to pluck this flower, the number one in the world? As they speculated, Chu Ge, the personal disciple of sect master Q, appeared behind her. The elders stared, their minds going blank with confusion. Wuji smiled lazily, speaking calmly in front of all the elders, identifying Chu Ge as her disciple and her husband. The news struck like thunder, leaving all the elders speechless, their minds completely muddled. Sect master Q finding a man was already a wonder of the world, but the fact that it was a romance between master and disciple was even more shocking. Orthodox sects, no matter how open-minded, were usually avoidant of such things. Some elders thought that if it were their own disciples engaging in such a romance, they would surely break their legs. But the person glowing with nourishment in front of them was the sect master herself. Elder Joe, with his white beard and hair, trembled, pointing a finger at Chu Ge, nearly collapsing from the shock. Another elder who was slightly more awake steadied Elder Joe, whispering to remember the sect master's Dharma name. Elder Joe froze, suddenly recalling the special status of this personal disciple. Was he not the incarnation of the way of heaven? Water follows the sky. Wuji. A prophecy had existed long ago. Wuji calmly held Chu Ge's arm, smiling as she said that since she desired the blessings of the world, there was no need to hide it. Someone asked if the sect master was planning a grand wedding. Wuji replied that it was not the time yet, for she had a task for them. She commanded the elders to listen. They gathered their thoughts and bowed, promising to follow the sect master's orders. Wuji instructed them to contact the Hongfa temple and select the elite of the sect to prepare for departure. In 3 days, she would lead a crusade to the East Sea to crush the king of chasing the sun's court. Only then did the thoughts of the people shift away from their romance, realizing this was the real matter at hand. The king of chasing the sun had been defeated and returned across the sea, but what would follow? They heard that great sorrow was still there, wondering if he had been imprisoned. Chapter 402. Chu Ge returned to the main peak. He had kept his silence for a long time, but now, he could not stop himself. He asked, "Hey, did you really just announce it so openly?" Her behavior was certainly not that of the Wuji who cared so much about her dignity as sect master. Previously, she had been deeply in love with him, and they had been intimate in the modern world, yet in the book, her persona had insisted on maintaining a facade of cold, aloof purity. She had not dared to make their relationship public before the elders, let alone display such feminine charm. The expressions on the faces of the elders had been filled with bitterness and disgust. Their stares at Chu Ge were filled with hostility, and Chu Ge suspected that if he were ever alone, they would try to kill him. Wuji's current demeanor had strayed far from her established character and his previous understanding of her. The version of her that he had once understood better than she understood herself seemed to have dissolved the moment she broke free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Wuji turned her beautiful eyes toward him with a playful smile. "Are you still trying to use cheating to understand me now?" She wrapped her arms around Chu Ge's neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. "My man, shouldn't you truly understand me after being together for so long?" Chu Ge was caught between laughter and tears. "But the version of you I truly know is the kind who would rather suffer than lose face." Wuji let out a soft huff and sighed. "Perhaps that was true in the past, so I do not blame you." Chu Ge felt tears welling up in his eyes. How wonderful Wuji was. Had she been someone else, someone stubborn, they would have argued all day about him not understanding her. He knew that their separation had deeply impacted her, leading her to change her mindset. Breaking free from her original setting was exactly a result of this. The impact on him had been just as profound. Before, he had nearly lost his mind, truly feeling that nothing else mattered as long as she was there. They shared the same heart. "In the past, I felt there were always bottom lines to defend. For instance, what does a person leave behind in this world if not their reputation? Now, I feel that nothing is truly important. One should only seize the day. If they want to whisper, let them whisper. Even if the whole world laughs at me, Wuji, for being shameless, then let me be shameless." Wuji took Chu Ge's hand, and they walked side by side toward the pavilion at the edge of the cliff. Suanji had been staring at them blankly for a long time. Wuji smiled and asked, "What is that look on your face?" Suanji stuttered, "Sect master, you just said you are shameless in front of me." "It is true." Wuji turned and kissed Chu Ge on the cheek. She looked back at Suanji with a smile. "It feels so free. Do you think it was not exhausting to hide everything before?" Suanji felt like crying. "I am still young." Chu Ge tucked his hands into his sleeves. "You should have at least hidden it in front of the little girl." Wuji waved it off. "You really believe she is still young? She is already 16. In this world, she is old enough to be married. Do you think this is the modern world?" Speaking of which, a 16-year-old golden core cultivator. Her future." Wuji glanced back in the direction where Suanji had run off. She spoke in a low voice. "I intend to train her as my successor. What do you think?" Chu Ge paused for a moment and smiled. "If you think she is capable, then train her. I must discuss this with you. If you need to add a note in the later chapters about who will succeed as the sect master of the Yunji Sect, this will align with that." Very well. Chu Ge wrapped his arm around her waist. They sat on the edge of the cliff, leaning against each other while gazing at the sea of clouds. After their separation, they felt they could never be together enough, even knowing there were many things left to do. Let us focus on business. Wuji leaned on his shoulder and took out a book. These are sect classics. Any record that can appear in book format is an important ancient text, so it appears solemn. It looks like a book, but the material is special and will not be damaged. I wrote about this. I mentioned it once. Yes, indeed. But you could not have written the contents of the classic yourself. At most, you wrote that the library contained many ancient secrets. That is true. Wuji continued. We have no records of the azure dragon, white tiger, or vermilion bird. Fortunately, we have the Black Tortoise. This book records the story of why our sect collected a piece of the Black Tortoise shell, which ties into the Black Tortoise shell you wrote that I possess. She opened the pages, and the two of them leaned in to read together. The text stated that the ancestors of the Yunji Sect were practicing sword techniques in the northern glaciers when they stumbled into a hidden cave beneath the ice. The cave was filled with intent that was sharp, heavy, or murderous. The ancestor gained much insight into swordplay there. At the bottom of the cave, they discovered a fragment of a turtle shell. At the time, the area was filled with violent, chaotic energy that had transformed into demon spirits. The ancestor risked life and limb to approach the shell. The moment they touched it, the divine object manifested its power, blocking the demonic aura and saving their life. The ancestor comprehended a portion of the heavenly Tao from the shell. The Black Tortoise is Suaming, located in the north, belonging to water and yin. That is why the Yunji Sect's cultivation techniques are mostly related to water. Later, when they established the Yunji Sect, it was located in the extreme north, where there is snow all year round. The record of the ancestors' experience was extremely detailed, spanning nearly half the book. However, for Chu Ge and Wuji, the only valuable part was the scene the ancestor perceived while comprehending the heavenly Tao from the shell. Yet, this part was written somewhat vaguely. It was not that the ancestor wrote it vaguely on purpose. They had wanted to pour their heart out to their descendants to pass on their Tao. However, the heavenly Tao is obscure, and their own understanding was limited, so they had done their best. The text described how the world was originally a void, without a so-called heavenly realm. Later, the idol heavenly Tao decided that beings like the four sacred beasts were too powerful, and their existence would destroy the soil for ordinary people to survive. So, with a wave of its hand, it opened a separate heavenly realm, and placed the overly powerful beings within it. Wuji glanced at Chu Ge. Chu Ge nodded. Several years ago, his initial, vague setting did not include a heavenly realm. It was just one realm, but he had reached a bottleneck in his writing. In the last few years, he had given it serious thought. His original setting was not conducive to the world building of his work. Therefore, splitting it into two realms had an advantage. It gave the protagonist and others a clear goal, which was to ascend, thereby connecting the main thread of the entire story. Corresponding to the understanding of life in the book, the idol creator god waved its hand and split the heavenly realm. Therefore, his earliest, vague framework was that during the time of the primal void, the four sacred beasts and humanity lived in the same realm. When the heavenly realm was established, all four sacred beasts ascended to become the gods of the four directions and the four seasons. They each governed a region, known as establishing the four poles. The ancestor of the Yunji Sect saw a battle on the Black Tortoise shell. Before the Black Tortoise ascended to the heavenly realm, a human being fought against it. The description of the battle was extremely vague. The ancestor could not comprehend a battle of that level at the time, so they could not record it. They only left behind the final result. The Black Tortoise shell fell off during that time. That small fragment was not important. The crucial point was that one of the Black Tortoise's legs had been cut off. The Black Tortoise that later ascended was merely a three-legged turtle. The ancestor only saw up to this point. Chu Ge was shocked and moved. This was the Heavenly Emperor, outside of the plot, cutting off the turtle's legs to establish the four poles. Chapter 403. Cutting off the legs of the giant sea turtle to establish the four poles is a feat attributed to Noah in myth. In the worldview of ancient Chinese ancestors, the heavens and earth are supported by the legs of a pitiful turtle, replacing Mount Buzhu. Foot fetishists would rejoice, for this suggests everyone yearns to stand tall and firm between heaven and earth. Although Chu Ge incorporated many mythological elements into his writing, he did not actually write this event into the book. In his setting, the four poles are the four symbols, unrelated to turtle legs. Yet, the problem lies in the fact that, to his own knowledge, cutting off turtle legs to establish the four poles is a viable solution. Thus, this is how the Heavenly Emperor, having tricked the four symbols to other planes, stabilized the heavenly realm, replacing the original four symbols. Because it happened to align with Chu Ge's understanding of the way of heaven, that turtle legs could establish the four poles, he succeeded. This cause and effect has become somewhat twisted. Did the Heavenly Emperor adopt this method because he perceived the setting of the way of heaven being the strongest in this world and acted accordingly? Or did the Heavenly Emperor not know and merely selected the correct method after various attempts? Or did the Heavenly Emperor catch a glimpse of things in the current world and copy the answer? It is unknown. The records of the Yunji Sect ancestors are too vague. Beyond a fuzzy outcome of the battle, nothing is said. There is not even a scrap of dialogue. If there were even a single line of conversation, perhaps more could be gleaned. But for now, this gain is sufficient. At least it shows the Heavenly Emperor awakened his own will as early as the primordial chaos, for earlier than Wuji. The things he has been manipulating in the shadows have always been outside Chu Ge's knowledge, and now they are beginning to reveal clues one by one. Originally, the parts of the 4 holy beasts were scattered across the human world for a reason. As far as is known, the azure dragon shed its scales voluntarily, and the Black Tortoise was struck by the Heavenly Emperor. Then what of the other 2? The things the future Wuji hinted at concern this. This is likely the key to the future counterattack against the heavenly realm. Chu Ge suddenly recalled something. He looked at Wuji and asked why her future self did not remind them, knowing full well about their separation. Wuji blinked and replied that she would not know, as the current version of her is not the future one. She told him that the stinky riddle maker was there to be beaten up next time he saw her. Chu Ge eyed her sideways and said he doubted that. He accused her of wanting to see if there would still be this step of great enlightenment, to break free from the way of heaven if she had reminded them back then. So she could not make it clear. Wuji laughed apologetically and said that might be it. She told him not to be unhappy, and to go beat her up next time. She pointed out that the stinky riddle maker was not her. Chu Ge said in frustration that he could not beat her. The future version of her naturally had the future version of him to protect her. If he wanted to bully someone, he could only bully the past version of her. Wuji continued to blink her eyes, and asked if he could go back and romance countless versions of her, building an endless harem, since the past Wuji was lonely and helpless. Chu Ge stared at her, confusion written on his face. She asked if he had ever thought about that. Chu Ge sighed and said that dealing with one of her was already enough to make him want to vomit blood. Having a bunch of stone-faced, silly versions of her from the past surrounding him would be worse than killing him. A dangerous light flashed in Wuji's eyes. Chu Ge raised his hands in surrender. Wuji's glare quickly turned into a giggle. She told him he passed. Chu Ge grumbled, asking if she was jealous of her own past self in addition to her small account. Wuji did not admit it. She smiled and said she just wanted to ask how he knew the past version of her did not have his protection. Chu Ge paused, stunned. Wuji said slowly that at the very least, if he went back in time now, and saw her encounter danger, he would definitely protect her, would he not? She said she did not even know how many times her past predicaments were resolved by her own luck, or by his secret intervention. Chu Ge pondered this. Wuji said that regardless, the riddle maker of the future was also a smart and cute version of her, and the things she reminded them of must be done. She asked if the information about the Black Tortoise was too thin, and if he had any ideas. Chu Ge thought for a while and smiled. He said he had an idea. As an author, as long as there is a plot hint, he could develop many things from it. He could write something plausible about the Heavenly Emperor cutting the turtle legs to fit the background, which might catch the Heavenly Emperor off guard. He needed to ponder this carefully. Wuji asked about the others. Chu Ge said that understanding the situation of the others would be more conducive to his performance. His thoughts shifted. The next moment, Qingyan appeared before them, holding a small flame, looking at a loss. The small flame widened its eyes, and even Wuji was secretly surprised. The Chu Ge who returned to the world this time had control that was significantly stronger, many times better than before. He shifted the small flame from 10,000 miles away with a single thought. Never mind Isaac Newton's coffin lid. Even the coffin lids of the cultivators could barely be held down. He was truly a deity in complete control of the world, capable of doing whatever he pleased. Chu Ge grinned and addressed the flame as Qian. The small flame glared at him in anger, retorting that it supported him being the way of heaven, not so he could mess with it casually. Chu Ge apologized, saying it was mainly because its appearance was too misleading, making people think it was just a pet. The flame cursed under its breath. Chu Ge promised to ask for its opinion first in the future. The flame fell silent. Wuji eyed Chu Ge sideways, suddenly recalling the year she was deceived. He had said they would discuss things in the future, and perhaps that was when her current state was sowed. As characters in the book, all they wanted was his respect. Chu Ge told the flame that this time, it deserved the most credit, and he wanted to thank it. He promised rewards in the future. The flame coldly told him not to arrange any heavenly god positions, as if it were a great reward. It wanted to fight for its own great Tao. Chu Ge paused. The flame said its Dharma body was destroyed because of him, and getting him to fix it was a legitimate request. Chu Ge nodded and pointed at the small flame. The shattered body returned piece by piece, like rivers flowing into the sea. Before long, Qingyan was holding a majestic, red-haired man. The man sat cross-legged in his wife's embrace, a sight too painful to watch. Qingyan looked confused, and so did Yan Qinli. He jumped to the ground with a thud and patted himself, finding no abnormalities. It did not feel like a body just patched together, no different from the one painstakingly cultivated before. Yan Qinli asked in disbelief how he could be so exaggerated now. Chu Ge explained that the battle between them and the Heavenly Emperor was not in the plot. In other words, this segment could be considered corrected by him. In the corrected world line, his Dharma body was never destroyed. Yan Qinli asked if he had corrected the independence of the heavenly realm. Chu Ge asked him not to bring up things that should not be touched, suggesting they treat the human realm as an independent story for now. Yan Qinli thought about it, his eyes spinning. He gave up, claiming it made his head ache, and asked why he had summoned him. Chu Ge asked if he knew why the vermilion bird fire feather appeared in the fire prison sect. Yan Qinli asked if he did not know. Chu Ge admitted he did not. Yin Qinli retorted that since the item was in his hands, leading to the decisive battle between him and Wuji, was such a major event not arranged by him. He asked how he could be the way of heaven if he did not even know why that was in his hands. Wuji covered her face. Chu Ge covered his face as well. He agreed that a failing author was like this, and asked if they could start being a proper way of heaven now. Yin Qinli stared at him for a long time in silence before speaking. He said the founder of the Fire Prison Sect obtained the way of heaven inheritance from the vermilion bird fire feather, which allowed him to grasp the technique of the blazing fire burning the heavens. Later, the realization of the way of heaven gradually faded. Actually, when they, that pair of adulterers, tricked him into signing the way of heaven contract and snatched the fire feather, the realization of the way of heaven on the feather had long since vanished. Of course, it did not matter if it was there or not, as the way of heaven was garbage anyway. Chu Ge winced, telling him not to mix complaints together. He asked since they obtained the inheritance from the vermilion bird fire feather, and the vermilion bird is a holy beast, how could they have ended up following the demonic path? Yin Qinli explained that it was because the vermilion bird was beaten until its feathers were scattered everywhere. The fire feather they obtained only contained raging hatred. This hatred did not necessarily refer to the person who beat it. He suspected it might hate him. After all, hating an enemy did not necessarily make one a demon, but hating the way of heaven was truly demonic. Chapter 404. Chu Ge did not feel much surprise. The azure dragon held no hatred, yet its deep resentment targeted those who had set it up. Chu Ge considered this a stroke of massive luck. The other holy beasts had faced different, equally miserable fates. The Black Tortoise had even lost its leg. If it harbored resentment toward the way of heaven, that would be normal. This was a problem he had to solve. He had to shoulder the responsibility. He could not just say it was not his fault and wash his hands of it. One had to raise the child they brought into the world. If that child was bullied, one had to stand up for them. The nature of this situation was not much different. This responsibility seemed to require action in the real world. Chu Ge pondered this for a moment before he spoke. Qinli. Yin Qinli froze. This guy usually called him Qian or Little Flame. Hearing his actual name used so formally made him feel uncomfortable. Yet, for some reason, the impulse to mock did not arise. Chu Ge's rare moment of seriousness filled him with awe. He answered subconsciously, I am here. Chu Ge spoke. Regarding the vermilion bird, it would be best to check the classics again to see if any details remain. This matter is vital. Of course, if there is really nothing, do not force it. Just do your best. Wuji and I are about to set sail. In the divine land, you are the person I trust the most. Please help watch over things. If any unexpected changes occur, send me a message directly. Do not let anything else go wrong. Yin Qinli's first reaction was confusion. Should the person you trust the most not be Chu Tianji? Chu Ge shook his head. No, perhaps I am most partial to him, but the person I trust the most is you. I have never been polite to you. I just called you garbage a moment ago. Chu Ge smiled. You spoke well, but do not do it again in the future. Yin Qinli stayed silent. The words were blunt. They felt unpleasant to hear, but he had to admit that Chu Ge understood his type of person perfectly. Treating him like a brother right now would be touching for a moment, making things pleasant for both, quite buddy-like. Unfortunately Yin Qinli was not an ordinary person. He was a top-tier demonic cultivator. If this continued, and he lost all reverence for the way of heaven, he would only want to ride above the way of heaven and abuse his position. Back when he was dragged back from the real world, everyone had agreed that he would obey orders until he possessed the strength to rebel. And after that, unless he also broke free from the settings, he would not be the same Yin Qinli. Unfortunately, he could not do that. Chu Ge's thinking seemed more rigorous now. He considered things more from the perspective of a controller, or perhaps a ruler. Was it because he feared being rebelled against? He wanted to keep every change in his own hands, even extinguishing possibilities before they began. Yin Qinli suddenly understood why Chu Ge had summoned him so inexplicably earlier. If one spoke of fearing power, this was effectively a display of strength. It was just shown so subtly that he had not reacted in time. Should he say that Chu Ge used to be too casual, making people not think in that direction? Yin Qinli turned these thoughts over in his mind. For some reason, the lingering annoyance vanished. Instead, he felt that this was exactly how it should be. Otherwise, if you are just giggling, you are a terrible way of heaven. If you cannot rule, let me do it. He finally spoke slowly. The only person I am willing to follow must be a powerhouse who overlooks everything. You were quite good before, but perhaps this fits my wishes better now. Chu Ge replied. I wanted to reward you with better techniques and more resources as a thank you for your great help this time, but you said you did not want them and would fight for them yourself. What about Qinjian? Yin Qinli stiffened. Chu Ge continued. Qinjian's lifespan was nearing its end. Have you found a way to solve it during these days? No, I only found some treasures to extend her life. If she does not break through in cultivation, the essential problem cannot be solved. Breaking through at the transformation stage depends too much on talent. I cannot help her. Yin Qinli stopped mid-sentence. He knew what Chu Ge meant by this question. Qinjian stood to the side, looking anxious. She also understood the implication. Yin Qinli turned his head to look at her, revealing a faint smile. He slowly knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Please, Father God, help her. Wuji, who had been watching the scene, sighed softly. Chu Ge reached out and helped Yin Qinli up. It is only right. He reached out and tapped the center of Qinjian's forehead gently. Yin Qinli watched, able to feel the cultivation barrier that had trapped Qinjian for who knows how long vanish like paper. The accumulation of cultivation from these days burst forth recklessly, filling her soul in the blink of an eye, surging and vibrant. Qinjian reached the transformation stage. That past of loving and killing each other, caused by being stuck in cultivation and near death thousands of years ago, finally ended in this moment. If Father God wants someone to break through, it is entirely a matter of a single word. It is the same when writing a book. Chu Ge withdrew his finger and tucked it back into his sleeve. She can reshape her physical body now too. However, I feel it is better if you find the materials yourself. You can DIY the body you want. Wuji, who had remained silent on the side while watching him handle the problem with Yin Qinli, finally rolled her eyes at him with annoyance. Yin Qinli did not know whether to laugh or cry. Saying he had changed, he had not fully changed. He was still this foolish. It was quite good. Qinjian closed her eyes, feeling the surging power within her body, and the lifespan that had become long again. She prostrated herself on the ground. Thank you for the gift, Father God. Qinli, and I will definitely help watch over the divine land properly. Yin Qinli did not say anything. After sending the little fire couple back, Chu Ge turned to look at Wuji. Wuji was tilting her head, looking at him with a smirk. Chu Ge sighed. What is it with that expression? Wuji replied. I am watching how a way of heaven starts to act like a way of heaven. This process is quite interesting, Chu Ge said. As the way of heaven, there are too many methods to master and endless resources. If I wanted to rule, I could make the entire world bow down. I just never had such thoughts before, or perhaps I did not have such desires. Wuji said. Do you want me to kneel and call you Father God too? Chu Ge whispered in her ear. You can do that in bed. Get lost. Wuji joked, not knowing how to define this matter in her heart. It should be said that she liked him because he lacked this desire for control and rule. Otherwise, as the way of heaven, he could have done whatever he pleased. He could have turned her into a physical doll ages ago. If he had really done that, the first person to rebel would have been her, Wuji. But he did not do so. Only then did the two of them slowly begin to get close to each other's hearts, until they fell in love. However, people are different. What she felt as touching and intimate was seen by others as a loophole and flaw, leading them to think the way of heaven could be bullied. Now, changes were truly needed. Wuji also felt he should change, but how to grasp the degree? It was just like how she let him control her, and he made her stick out her tongue. Disgusting. Although she was actually willing to, both hands leaning on the bookshelf, letting him behind them. Chu Ge kissed her gently. Do not worry. I know what to do. Everyone is different, and the corresponding attitude is naturally different. It is actually not that hard. It is just like how we write books. For each different personality and character setting, the words spoken are also different. This should count as something I am familiar with. Wuji stared at him for a long time. Are writing and doing the same thing. You write about the protagonist flirting with girls, but you do not know how to speak like that yourself. Chu Ge grinned. Do I not know how now? Wuji stared. Chu Ge rubbed her head, signaling her not to worry. Wuji patted his hand away, puffing her cheeks, and glared at him. Chu Ge smiled slightly, pulled her hand, and turned to ascend the clouds. Let us go. Let us go see Xiajuxiao. Chapter 405. Although the battle against the Heavenly Emperor occurred at Hongfa Temple, the temple itself suffered little damage. The Bodhi tree vanished, and when the sealed Buddha broke free, it destroyed a single wall. Aside from that, nothing was lost, and not a single person died. The few who were injured had been hurt during the earlier skirmish, involving Yin Qinli and the others. This could be attributed to the protagonist's soaring fortune. Whenever Chu Tianji participated as a primary force, his side generally remained unscathed. Yunjiao City, despite being far from the center of the battle, turned out to be more unfortunate than Hongfa Temple. City Master Xiajuxiao, controlled by the Heavenly Emperor, not only clashed with Chu Tianji, but also returned to Yunjiao City to destroy the Heavenly Emperor's memorial tablets and all related items. It was as if the sacred grounds of the sect had been wiped out. Even the legacy techniques and other teachings were completely obliterated. Eventually, the powerhouses of Yunjiao City could no longer endure it. Even his own daughter joined the collective rebellion. They rushed forward and restrained the city master. Several people were wounded during the struggle, leaving the entire city shrouded in gloom and misery. Everyone was baffled by what had truly happened. Seeking outside help for a mad city master was difficult. This was not merely a matter of keeping family scandals private, but if the wrong person were trusted, it could lead to the total destruction of Yunjiao City. Some suggested searching for Wuji, others proposed looking for Debei, while some insisted no one should be trusted. The group argued for a few days, and ambitious individuals within began to emerge. Tensions rose, and everything descended into chaos. City elders supported Xia Yuner in acting as the temporary city master. She watched the argument in the council hall with a numb expression. In truth, what could she actually do? When Xiajuxiao was present, her status as the young princess carried weight, because her powerful father stood behind her. Now that her father had fallen, she was merely a girl of 1,000 years, having only recently broken through to the early stage of the Yuan Ying realm. No one paid her any mind. The so-called loyal retainers and trusted powerhouses were all being tested. She did not know who she could trust. She even feared that by tonight, someone might force her father, currently under house arrest, to commit suicide. Of course, others were also uncertain about who could be turned or recruited, which was why the arguing had lasted for a few days. In reality, many schemes had already been set in motion behind the scenes. The nature of the arguments in the hall had shifted from whether to seek help or whom to contact, changing into this. The Great Elder, a powerhouse at the peak of the transformation stage, spoke. Our Yunji city stands independent above the 9 heavens. We are called a sect, yet we are effectively a city-state. A country cannot go a single day without a ruler. Everyone knows the current condition of the city master. How many claim to have studied medicine, yet cannot diagnose a thing? Are we to let this situation continue indefinitely with no leader? Someone responded. How can we be without a leader when the princess is temporarily acting as city master? The Great Elder replied with a cold tone. You know she is only acting temporarily. The princess is merely in the early Yuan Ying stage, and cannot lead Yunji City. Do you suggest our Cultivation sect follows a hereditary system, where a child leads the heroes? The dissenter retorted. The Great Elder just said that we are called a sect, but are effectively a city-state, which is inherently a hereditary system. Yunji City truly operated on a generational inheritance system. Xie Juxiao inherited his position from his father, which was why he was a city master rather than a sect master. However, Xie Juxiao had managed the city alone for several thousand years without leaving behind a clear legal code. This caused memories of the system to become blurred, and no one remembered if Xie Juxiao had inherited the position because he was the strongest or because his surname was Xie. Few people present were old enough to have experienced that time, but the Great Elder was one of them. He stroked his beard and chuckled. I personally witnessed the city master's succession. City master Xie became the leader because his skills surpassed all others, not because of his surname. Xie Yuner finally lost her restraint and struck the armrest of her chair. That is a lie. My father told me it was not like that. The Great Elder stared at her for a long moment, with a gaze full of pity, and spoke slowly. Who can verify that? Xie Yuner raised her voice. Many elders still know the truth. The Great Elder gestured toward a few old men sitting in the corner, and asked, are they the ones? The old men remained silent. The Great Elder reached out and motioned for someone outside the door to lead a deer inside. The Great Elder declared, this is a horse. The previous dissenter jumped to his feet and exclaimed, this is clearly a deer. The Great Elder said slowly, it is a horse. If you do not believe me, ask the elders. The elders in the corner finally sighed in unison, and one spoke, it is a horse. Xie Yuner stared, completely bewildered. The few supporters she had were stunned. The Way of Heaven had never written the story of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse in this world, so they had never imagined that someone could lie so blatantly, act so righteously, and actually gain the approval of a crowd. The Great Elder played this hand simply to verify how effective his actions over the last few days had been. Now completely at ease, he laughed. If I say it is, then it naturally is. Given the current situation, can we elect a new city master? Many people responded one after another. It should be so. The strong deserve the position. Since city master Xie has suffered a mishap and no one knows when he will recover, we must choose a new leader. Xie Yuner felt her heart turn to ash. If this were in the past, she might have hoped for Chu Tianji to descend from the sky, but she no longer had that girlish fantasy. Chu Tianji was just an ordinary friend. He did not have that intention, and neither did she. Her father had gone mad and destroyed the Heavenly Emperor's memorial tablets, so the Heavenly Emperor would not protect them either. Her father had instructed her to establish a place for the Way of Heaven, which had not been destroyed, but amidst the broken walls and ruins, where was the Way of Heaven? The Great Elder chuckled and moved closer to Xie Yuner's city master throne. Hand over the city master's seal. Given our past relationship, I can still treat you well, my niece, and ensure you live a life without worry. Why be so stubborn? Xie Yuner sighed softly. Is this the path of the immortal? Why do I feel no sense of the immortal here? It is nothing but the petty greed of the human world. The Great Elder offered his earnest guidance. The strong rule. That is the way of things. As long as everyone still clings to the concept of status, whether immortal or demonic, it is all just a thin veneer. You have lived in luxury since you were young, and have never seen the dangers of the world. You will understand later. A voice like a great bell resonated through the sky, saying, well said. The entire hall changed color. Who goes there? This was merely a subconscious question. In truth, the same answer flashed through every heart, the Way of Heaven. That resonance, which struck directly into the heart, caused an involuntary urge to submit, to chase, to dedicate, and to seek. Every cultivator from the moment they stepped onto the immortal path walked toward that goal with hesitation. To receive even a difficult, fragmented hint would make them ecstatic. Having practiced for thousands and 10,000s of years, who did not have that brand burned deep into their soul? It was the divine voice of the Way of Heaven. There could be no mistake, and no one could imitate it. Xie Yuner stared blankly at the sky, seeing nothing. When her father said to worship the throne of the Way of Heaven, could it really have been fulfilled here? The voice of the Way of Heaven exploded in everyone's heart. You claim the strong rule. Then, as the Way of Heaven has arrived, why do you not kneel? An irresistible pressure descended. The Great Elder felt his mental resolve almost collapse in an instant. He could not help but fall to his knees and prostrate himself. The entire hall was filled with kneeling people. In contrast, Xie Yuner and her few supporters sat there in a daze, feeling no pressure to kneel at all. Xie Yuner hesitated. If the Way of Heaven had descended, should she not naturally kneel? She stood up hesitantly, about to kneel, but found she could not. The voice of the Way of Heaven expressed, you bow and offer incense to the tablets every day. That is enough. This is the council hall of Yunxiao City. Those who stand are the masters. In the blink of an eye, the layout of the hall shifted. Xie Yuner stood before the crowd, and everyone was kowtowing to her. The great elder sensed that the situation had turned for the worse. It seemed this way of heaven was here to support Xie Yuner. Cold sweat streamed down his back as he insisted, if the way of heaven respects the strong, then the strongest here should be the master. I am complying with the way of heaven. I am not wrong. The voice of the way of heaven slowly conveyed. Why does the way of heaven distinguish between right and wrong? The power of interpretation belongs to me, not you. Yunxiao City respects the way of heaven and upholds justice. Even when struck by disaster, there is heavenly salvation. You discuss the way of heaven recklessly, pointing at deer, and calling them horses, wearing monkey skins and acting as humans, only inviting the laughter of the heavens. Since you have knelt, then stay kneeling. As the voice spoke, the majestic great elder at the peak of the transformation stage was transformed, without any resistance, into a bronze statue kneeling toward the master seat. The crowd was horrified. This would be the fate of the traitor, visible to all descendants of Yunxiao City for thousands of years to come. Such cruelty. The way of heaven left these final words, and silence returned. The primary evildoer has been eliminated. Deal with the others yourself. Xie Yuner gazed at the ceiling. After a long time, she knelt down with piety. In the past, my worship of the way of heaven was merely for show. From this day forward, Yunxiao City will offer sincere tribute. Our descendants will forever be your subjects. Chapter 406. Wuji nudged Chu Ge with her elbow as they drifted through the void. She asked why he did not manifest himself to perform a miracle before the people. She questioned if appearing as a formless presence in the void felt underwhelming to him. Chu Ge explained that he sought to embody the will of the way of heaven. He did not need them to visualize a specific form. The more mysterious he remained, the more authority he commanded. This effect proved far superior to a physical manifestation. It was mysterious, vast, and possessed an unpredictable power that the entire city of Yunxiao would likely never forget for countless generations to come. Wuji hummed softly. She remarked that he was even turning down the gratitude of being a hero who saved a damsel in distress. Chu Ge hummed in return, telling her not to trap him with impossible questions. Wuji scoffed. She criticized him, noting that while others might not know the identity of the way of heaven, the Xie family clearly did. She predicted that if Xie Yuner built a statue, it would almost certainly look like him. She accused him of feigning modesty, while effectively demanding worship. Chu Ge stroked his chin. He decided he should speak to her about that, as it was indeed more important for the way of heaven to maintain a sense of mystery. He asked if the wall carvings of the bug god carried a similar meaning. He had not asked, as there were simply too many matters at hand. He decided to unravel the thread of the bug god later, as he sensed it would prove to be an important, hidden plotline. For now, he chose to focus on the more pressing concerns. With a nod, he suggested they move on to check on Xie Juxiao. As they spoke, the two flickered into the secret chamber where Xie Juxiao was imprisoned. No true imprisonment was necessary. Xie Juxiao was already in a coma. It seemed that as the connection between the heavenly emperor and the human world severed, his controlled soul snapped back like a broken thread, leaving him severely wounded. Wuji looked at the unconscious Xie Juxiao and sighed. She asked if Chu Ge blamed him. She noted that nothing seemed to go right for the man, from the time he used puppet controls to challenge Chu Ge, to being broken, subdued, and then controlled by the heavenly emperor. She felt he never gave them a moment of peace. Chu Ge laughed, asking if she was just pretending to criticize him while actually trying to plead for mercy on his behalf. Wuji turned her head away. Their long time spent together allowed them to understand each other perfectly, just as she did with him. She pointed out that he had already begun to support Xie Yuner as the new city master, before even waking Xie Juxiao, which clearly indicated his dissatisfaction and his desire to strip Xie Juxiao of his authority. Chu Ge sighed. He admitted that while he knew it was not truly Xie Juxiao's fault, and that he had stood by his side when others tried to rebel, the man still cultivated the heavenly emperor's techniques and fell victim to control. It was not a conscious choice, yet he could not help but feel a lingering sense of annoyance, as if he were tired of seeing the same situation play out over and over again. Wuji reassured him that she still believed it was not his fault. However, she told him that if his temper was unsettled, he should remove or punish as needed, according to his own judgment. Chu Ge looked at her in surprise. He asked if she truly supported that, despite knowing it was not his fault. She explained that if a general was defeated, he bore responsibility even if he was not at fault. He had to accept it, or the system of rewards and punishments would collapse. She reminded him that this was the perspective of a sect leader, not the view of Xie Juxiao's ally or friend. As the ruler of the world, he had to make the hard decisions alone. Chu Ge squeezed her hand. He wondered if this meant she was transforming from a studio assistant into an aide to the way of heaven. She was the same devoted, virtuous wife, even with the changes of the fallen autumn and her breaking free from the way of heaven. He said nothing more and touched his finger to Xie Juxiao's forehead. Neither of them worried about whether he could be saved. The power of the heavenly emperor had already retreated. As for Xie Juxiao's physical state, they could simply correct it, just as he had done with Yan Qianli's body. He would have preferred if the heavenly emperor's power had lingered, as it would have allowed for deeper analysis. Unfortunately, the heavenly emperor was clearly not about to leave such an obvious clue for them to study. Xiao opened his eyes and saw the couple standing before him. After a moment of confusion, he recalled the events, and his expression grew deeply troubled. He tried to speak, calling out to his father god. Chu Ge pressed his hand to his shoulder to stop him from kneeling. He spoke in a low voice, telling him that he knew he had not betrayed him. Xiao hung his head in shame. He expressed his regret, saying he had not realized the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation method contained such a massive backdoor. Chu Ge shook his head. He explained that the method itself had no backdoor, but rather, by practicing a technique from the same source, he had been broken and controlled by someone stronger. He noted that an ordinary practitioner would not know such a trick, and even Q would not have known it. Chu Ge paused, deep in thought, before laughing suddenly. He asked if he remembered the tricks he had learned from the bug god. Xiao was stunned for a moment. He replied that the nature was somewhat similar, but the principle was not the same. Chu Ge pointed out that at the very least, both relied on exploiting the character of the other party. He said the emperor had exploited his desire for power, which was his greatest weakness and the root of his control. Otherwise, the technique alone would not have led to this. Xiao bowed his head. He apologized and asked to be punished. Chu Ge told him to step down from the position of city master. He explained that his daughter would take over, and he had already paved the way for her, so there was no need to worry about managing the unruly subordinates. He warned him not to act as the shadow ruler behind his daughter's back, but to find peace in meditation and stay away from the heights of power. He told him that his path to the way might lie there. Xiao listened to the order, unsure if it was a reward or a punishment. After a long silence, he forced a smile and accepted the command. He hesitated, feeling a need to atone for his sins, and asked if there was anything he should do regarding Debay. Chu Ge patted his shoulder. He told him to focus on recovery, assuring him that Debay was safe. He asked him to provide a complete copy of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation technique, if he truly wanted to make amends. Xiao realized then that he had destroyed all records related to the Heavenly Emperor in Yunji City. This was the Heavenly Emperor's attempt to cut off all connections between the two worlds as a precaution. Such measures were meager at best, as some connections could never be severed. For example, the people in the human realm who held faith in the Heavenly Emperor were themselves a connection. He could not possibly find and kill them all. Then there was Xiao himself, and everyone in Yunji City, who practiced the same technique of the same origin. Was this not a connection? The Heavenly Emperor had no energy to wipe out the entire city, so he could only destroy the objects. But the people still remembered the technique. The Heavenly Emperor's ineffective measures actually revealed his intense fear of Chu Ge. That was why he went to such lengths to reduce any thread that could link Chu Ge to the heavenly realm. Yet, this might have backfired. If not for this situation, Chu Ge would not have known how to ask Xiao for the technique without exposing that he, as the way of heaven, was ignorant of their methods. Now, it was perfectly natural. Since the technique might have been altered by the Heavenly Emperor, it was only logical that the Father God would want to study it. Xiao did not hesitate to take out a jade slip. He poured every detail of the technique he knew into it, and handed it to Chu Ge with deep respect, asking the Father God to take a look. Chu Ge took the slip, glanced over it briefly, and muttered to himself. He noted that logically, it should have been about space and time, but Xiao's cultivation had not reached that level. He dismissed the concern, believing he could deduce the rest. Generally, the settings for top-tier bosses, like the Heavenly Emperor, were of the highest order. Space and time were standard configurations. Chu Ge could not avoid the cliché. In his setting, the Heavenly Emperor dealt with these forces, so all his methods were related to them. He had essentially created a massive headache for himself. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of the truth from Xiao's technique, but Xiao was at the human level, and had not yet received the inheritance of that caliber. It was a pity, but since the techniques shared the same source, he could always deduce the rest. If he lacked the level, he still had Wuji, and he had his parents. With everyone working together, there was always a way. Until the moment Chu Ge and the others left, Xiao was still breaking out in a cold sweat. The Chu Ge he met this time felt terrifyingly different. He felt as though a single thought from Chu Ge could determine life and death. The pressure was far greater than what he felt when the Heavenly Emperor descended. He remembered when Chu Ge had been furious in front of him, yet he had never felt such effortless, intimidating authority. How deep had Chu Ge's growth gone? Even Wuji could not see the bottom of it. She only knew that from his control over the world to his personal state of mind, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Wuji asked tentatively as they flew through the air, wondering if Debay was truly safe. She pointed out that he was alone in the enemy's royal court, and the king of chasing the sun had returned. She worried that it was not good to leave him alone for so long. Chu Ge looked a little embarrassed. He admitted that saying he knew every change in the world after this descent was just boasting. However, he confirmed that he could perceive the changes in important figures. Every situation was constantly present in his mind, and he felt as though he were a multi-core processor, or a multi-window system running all at once. He explained that he had been watching the situation in Yunji City for the past 2 days, which was why he had arrived just in time when the old man tried to seize power, rather than just stumbling upon it by chance. Wuji's eyebrows arched high. This meant that while they were being intimate, he had actually been running a split screen to watch Xiao and Debay the entire time. Chapter 407. Wuji kept her question buried deep, feeling a quiet grievance as she flew toward the East Sea beside Chu Ge. Under her previous orders, the elders of the Yunji Sect had already led the elite disciples to the East Sea. This was the final act of the story, the counterattack of the Divine Land, and the unification of both shores. The Yunji Sect had already established a base at the East Sea Sword Formation, which had not been dismantled. Many powerful sword cultivators were stationed there, not just for defense, but to serve as a branch sect on the coast. The plan was not to set the branch sect on the coastline, but on a transit island in the middle of the sea. Wuji had realized that if the two shores were unified, this island would become a vital hub. The Yunji Sect had to secure it. If they controlled this location, they would grow immensely wealthy without even trying. This was a realization born from her long time spent in the real world, a possibility that no other powerful expert had even imagined. She wondered if her husband, the Heavenly Way, would be willing to write this into the plot, granting the Yunji Sect such an advantage. Wuji pouted, her heart heavy with a small, familiar injustice. Now, everything she did had to conform to his writing. She had been so obedient, yet he had split his attention to watch other men while they were together. The elders stood with stiff faces, watching their sect master descend from the sky hand in hand with her disciple, her expression soft and intimate. Her lower lip was slightly pursed, as if she had just been wronged. The elders turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. They were too weary to speak. Elder Joe, his white beard trembling, asked in a shaky voice if the sect master was well. "I am fine," Wuji replied, her face growing stern. "I have just returned after saving Yungxiao City. Is the magnitude of the great deeds I performed something you can fathom?" The elders stood silent. They had too many complaints, but found no words. They accepted that since her cultivation was high, she was in the right. Elder Joe drew a deep breath. He spoke in a formal tone. "The sect is ready for battle. Elder Yang leads the defense of the section. There are 6 experts at the transformation stage, 200 at the Yuan Ying stage, and 3,000 at the Golden Core stage, all awaiting the sect master's order." This was the foundation of the #1 sect in the Divine Land. It was truly terrifying. In ordinary small sects, a Golden Core cultivator could be the leader, while a Yuan Ying expert was a hidden ancestor. Here, 3,000 Golden Core cultivators were merely the expedition force, and one could only guess how many remained within the section. Wuji realized they might not even need to go. When she issued the order, she had not known that Chu Ge's control was this powerful. The opposition was an entire continent, and she had feared that 2 fists could not handle 4 hands. Now, seeing the affairs with Yan Qinli and Xie Juxiao, she understood that Chu Ge alone could likely silence an entire continent. Still, going was acceptable. It was a show of force. They had cultivated these disciples for so long, and the sect master could not do everything herself. Wuji hung in the air, her eyes sweeping over the disciplined cultivators below. She spoke with a voice that carried across the sea. "For many years, the disciples of this sect have roamed the Divine Land. Now that the Divine Land submits, where shall we point our swords? Previously, foreigners invaded in secret, and we defended from within. That is not much of an achievement. Driving straight into their territory and displaying our power is the only way to live up to the Yunji legacy and 10,000 years of sword intent." The elders breathed a sigh of relief. They realized the sect master's presence remained firm, and she had not been turned into a silly girl by her romance. The disciples below responded with an immediate cheer. "We should have attacked long ago. Do they really think our swords only shine within the Divine Land? Those arrogant giants and snakes have been causing trouble here, and it has been suffocating." Wuji drew her sword and pointed it forward. "The time for the swords to leave the East Sea and crush the royal court is now. Everyone, follow me east." 10,000 sword beams shot out over the sea, flying straight toward the rising sun. From a distance, it looked as if the sun itself were being shot down. As they passed the transit island, the mist that had long obscured it dissipated. The king of chasing the sun had managed this place as a bridgehead for invading the Divine Land. Even now, the faint light of buildings and formations flickered, and it was unclear if any experts remained inside. Several dozen of the 10,000 sword lights peeled away and plunged into the island, splashing blood high into the sky. The remaining sword beams did not pause and continued eastward, plowing through everything along the way. This overwhelming sea of swords displayed astonishing aggression in the deep ocean for the first time. The creatures of the sea trembled in the deep, not daring to surface. The sea creatures felt that this sword sect was not only sharper than the giants who came before, but also more compatible with their nature. It was strange. Why did these sword practitioners possess such a rich intent of water and sky? If the sea creatures were to accept a ruler, they would likely not choose the giants. They would prefer this intent that stretched endlessly to meet the horizon. Many dragon turtles in the sea felt a strange sense of affinity with the section. Chu Ge flew through the air, sensing the emotions of every creature in his heart, feeling a strange sensation himself. Who could have imagined that the Yunji Sect was the true inheritor of the water element, the legacy of the Black Tortoise? If there were to be a master of the sea, it could only be the Yunji Sect. This was something even he had not anticipated. However, this deduction was logical, and could be manifested in the books of the future. Perhaps the Yunji Sect was destined to be the true rulers of the 4 seas and the 2 continents. Xie Juxiao and Wuji had both worried about Debei facing danger alone in the royal court of the chasing sun, but Chu Ge knew he was fine. It was mainly because Debei was too strong. He was a peak expert of the tribulation stage, capable of awakening his own will. He was not easy to deal with. Although there were a few tribulation stage experts in the eastern continent, they were not all part of the Chasing Sun clan. It was only because the king of Chasing the Sun was the most powerful that he had formed an alliance. Now that the king of Chasing the Sun had returned injured, and the nine-headed snake king, and the one-eyed king, who had infiltrated the divine land had died, the multi-nation alliance of the eastern continent had begun to shift. It was no longer a solid bloc that obeyed the king of Chasing the Sunday. If the Chasing Sun king truly wanted to kill Debay now, using his home advantage and greater numbers, he might succeed, but the cost would be heavy. After careful consideration, the king of Chasing the Sun decided to treat Debay with courtesy, yet he did not allow him to leave, essentially placing him under house arrest. This mode of house arrest did not bother the monk, who was accustomed to a life of quiet cultivation. No battle had erupted. Instead, Debay accepted his fate, living comfortably in the royal court. Every day, he studied the customs, history, and culture of the eastern continent, living as if he were on a vacation. Why can you be so relaxed? The king of Chasing the Sun stood outside the gate of the courtyard, looking at the little bald monk with confusion. You are the one who was injured and lost control of your alliance. It is not me. Why should I not be relaxed? Debay asked, acting even more puzzled than the king. The king of Chasing the Sun held back his anger. He spoke slowly. My injuries are healed, and I have suppressed the unrest among the tribes. Once I resolve these internal matters, it will be your turn. Oh, Debay replied calmly. Then we shall see if you resolve those matters faster, or if the way of heaven resolves his affairs faster. The king of Chasing the Sun fell silent. Debay spoke softly. Ever since you and the heavenly emperor joined forces to orchestrate these events, your enemies have ceased to be human cultivators like me or Wuji. Your enemy is the way of heaven. I hope that when he finishes reorganizing the world, you will be able to handle it. The king of Chasing the Sun retorted. We have no intention of opposing the heavens. We only seek to claim our own rights. You have reached this level of cultivation. Why do you believe that everything you do must follow the plan of the way of heaven, without any will of your own? This is the path of a dog, not a human. Debay smiled, revealing his teeth. I have already said, it is because I truly enjoy what the way of heaven arranges. That is what I desire. That is still being arranged by someone else. Is there a difference? Debay asked. Destiny is abstract by nature. When it is abstract and inexplicable, people accept it, sighing at the unfairness of fate at most. But once destiny becomes concrete, and it is a person making the decisions, people suddenly refuse to accept it. Do you not think the essence is the same, and the difference lies only in your own heart? Chapter 408. The king of Chasing the Sun understood that Debay spoke a fundamental truth, though in reality, it applied to everyone. When the will of heaven was an abstract, ethereal concept, one could only sigh in resignation. But when the will of heaven revealed itself as a specific person, it was impossible to avoid a reaction of utter disbelief and indignation. Who the hell are you to decide my fate? Being controlled by an unseen force, and being controlled by a person elicited entirely different emotional responses. The distinction lay purely in perception. The more one grasped the truth, the more their heart rebelled. It was not merely a debate between abstract fate and subjective control. It was a matter of power dynamics. If one submitted to a force that was powerful and inscrutable, most would feel awe and obedience. If one felt the other party was a life form they could challenge, the feelings changed drastically. Even common mortals felt the same. Whether a superior commanded respect or appeared to be a fool changed everything. One's attitude toward tasks shifted, and one might even harbor thoughts of usurping that position. Such reactions were only natural. In short, those with ambition only recognized the truly strong. Yan Qinli had echoed this sentiment. Kindness might foster affection, but obedience was a matter of mood. Without the pressure of strength, that loyalty would vanish eventually. Only when another was clearly superior would true submission occur. This was likely the root cause of the rebellion in the book world. Everyone felt the way of heaven was not particularly worthy of reverence. Thus, many harbored the thought that another could replace the supreme ruler, a delusion Xie Zhuxiao had once indulged in. People differed, of course. Debay found it easiest to accept these circumstances. Buddhist theory was filled with concepts of taking refuge, following the Buddha, and receiving protection from bodhisattvas. If one accepted an individual guiding their path, was it really so different if that individual was the way of heaven instead of the Buddha? Chu Ge's actions were benevolent and compassionate, making him a fitting figure of worship for a monk. The king of Chasing the Sun, however, harbored no desire to usurp the throne. During the earlier debate between the Chasing Sun priest and Debay, it became clear. The Chasing Sun clan had pursued the way of heaven for 10,000 years, but they had formed a stubborn obsession. They had not even captured the sun in this realm, and being told to ascend and start over from the bottom felt like a ridiculous waste of time. They had not yet understood this world, nor had they conquered it, so they saw no point in discussing ascension or the heavenly realm. They refused to go. The heavenly emperor's decision to isolate the two realms aligned perfectly with their desires, leading to the current stalemate. In other words, the way of heaven that the Chasing Sun clan pursued was not necessarily Chu Ge. It was their own obsession accumulated over 10,000 years. It was the desire to level the waves, the passion to conquer the world, and the dream of plucking the sun and moon. That was their path. The king of Chasing the Sun remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Perhaps you are right. We are merely defiant. We want to know where the sun rises and where it goes after it sets. We want to know how high it hangs in the sky and why we cannot reach it despite all our training. Debay sighed. A remarkable pursuit. We have pursued it for so long, generation after generation, day after day, year after year. It has become a necessity branded into our souls. Yet, it seems a voice told us that forever seeking an answer that can never be found is our fate. We are nothing more than puppets, endlessly cycling through this task. Debay replied, if you break through, you will no longer be puppets. You will cast off this fate. Perhaps that was the original intention, but we feel that once we ascend, we will have to find another sun in the heavenly realm. Do you not find that ridiculous? Debay could not help but laugh. I do not resent this fate of chasing the sun, because we truly want to know the truth about the sun. I resent the fate of never being able to catch it. I refuse to submit. You are right. Abstract fate cannot be resisted. But when it becomes a person, I develop thoughts. I simply refuse to submit. Why must my clan never catch it? If the way of heaven stands in the way, then the way of heaven should get lost. The king of chasing the sun looked at him earnestly. Do you think I am wrong? Debay said, you are not wrong. The king of chasing the sun looked surprised. You would actually say I am not wrong. Each person has their own perspective. From your viewpoint, you are not wrong. Debay smiled. In this world, there is no clear right or wrong. It always comes back to the same thing. Who conquers whom and who obeys whom? It is that simple. When you entered the divine land, you did not communicate. You chose to invade. Why was that not obvious? You simply did not want to follow the rules set by Wuji. The king of chasing the sun threw his head back and laughed loudly. A fine monk. Have you come to preach? Though I have intentions of stirring up trouble in the eastern continent, I am indeed here to preach. I allow it. The king of chasing the sun laughed heartily. Regardless of how the war turns out, there will be a place for your teachings among the Chasing Sun clan. This is on the condition that the Chasing Sun clan has not been wiped out by the way of heaven by then. I allow it, came a voice from the void. The king of chasing the sun looked shocked, demanding to know who spoke. Debay bowed immediately, his expression resolute. Greetings, Father God. Chu Ge appeared from thin air between the two. He reached out and helped Debay to his feet. You have done well. Holding to these thoughts, you are already a Buddha. Debay pressed his palms together in a salute. Indeed. Chu Ge turned his gaze toward the king of chasing the Sunday. The giant was so tall that Chu Ge had to look up, which felt uncomfortable. With a flicker, Chu Ge grew to the height of a towering mountain, looking down at the king instead. The king of chasing the sun stood frozen. Chu Ge grinned. Changyu, you do not know how to change your form. Would you like me to teach you? Perhaps if you grew to a height that truly reached the heavens, you could actually pluck the sun and moon. Changyu was the great name of the king of chasing the sun, a name that had not been spoken in thousands of years. Even the enemy nations dared not utter it. Of course, the way of heaven could. Changyu stood in utter shock. They were in the heart of the chasing sun royal court, surrounded by countless guards. He was a true immortal level powerhouse capable of fighting Wuji to a standstill. Yet, he had felt absolutely nothing before this man appeared out of thin air. Was this truly an omnipresent avatar of the way of heaven that could manifest anywhere? Chu Ge sighed. Your belief that you can never catch the sun is your fate. That statement is wrong. Changyu replied coldly. Is it not? Setting your clan as giants implies the ability to pluck the sun and moon. If you chase it, you can catch it. Chu Ge spoke calmly. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Being a giant is not important. Only a giant in spirit is truly a giant. As he spoke, Changyu let out a cry of pain. His massive body shrank visibly. Within a few breaths, he had transformed into the stature of an ordinary human. Chu Ge returned to his original form. He looked at Changyu, who was hunched over in pain, with satisfaction. From now on, you have a new setting. The higher your cultivation, the closer your form will be to an ordinary human. The meaning is that you should no longer chase the sun based on physical height, but pursue its essence instead. Changyu pointed at him in extreme shock, struggling to find words to express his current state of mind. It was terrifying. Was this the true power of the way of heaven? To change someone's form at will, the power of creation, was entirely subject to a single thought. Chu Ge smiled. The essence of the world falls into two categories. One is the world of the creator, and the other is the world of those trapped within the story. Wuji's mastery is of the former. Your mastery is solidified by obsession into the latter. Both are valid. But in terms of the essence of this world, the sun can indeed be chased. Its power has its limits. When you truly reach the point of ascension, you will be able to fly to the heavens and hold the sun and moon in your hands without being burned to ashes. Changyu pondered these words, chewing over them repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Chu Ge continued to cut into his heart. In other words, ascension was originally the destination for your clan to achieve its goals. Instead, you cooperated with the heavenly emperor to isolate the path of ascension, effectively blocking your own way. You say I set your fate as never being able to catch it, but the one who made it impossible to catch was you all along. Changyu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to say a word from beginning to end. So you refuse to submit. On what grounds do you refuse? Striving for a goal, ascending to achieve your dreams. This is a universal path that the people of the world pursue. Everyone does this. Why are you the only one who refuses? Did you misinterpret things, and now you blame me? If you claim to refuse because your fate was set by someone who can manifest before you like this. Chu Ge paused, speaking each word deliberately. I am right here. Now let me see. What qualifications do you have to refuse? Chapter 409. What qualifications do you have to refuse? Chu Ge appeared abruptly. He shrank the giant, seizing the initiative without a single word. The act proved the principle discussed by Changyu and Debay earlier. Submission to a stronger ruler is inevitable. One might submit to the vague heavens, but could one really refuse a man who could be manifested physically? If this man was even more powerful than the silent heavens, more unfathomable than the void, the so-called heavens might have created the species, but this man dictated the current form and future evolution of the race entirely. His words became reality. There was no room for struggle. The peak of the tribulation stage, the breakthrough to true immortal combat power, amounted to nothing. He was a child before this man. A single sentence decided one's form. Was this not more terrifying than the silent will of heaven? The heavens could sometimes be deceived, but this terrifying powerhouse was beyond deception. What qualifications did he have to refuse? Changyu was still in pain. Shrinking from a giant to a human size caused a compression of agony that could drive a man mad. He maintained his dignity by not screaming, proving his status as a legendary powerhouse. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through his teeth. Wuji, where is she? Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. He felt curious. At a moment like this, you care about where Wuji is. Do you not realize I could wipe the chasing sun race off the map alone? I am very curious. Wuji is proud. If her great enemy is not conquered by her own hand, but by the intervention of the heavenly way, I wonder how she would feel. Chu Ge stroked his chin. Just before we parted, she told me to beat the giant until he could not fight back, without holding anything back. Changyu stared, his confusion evident. Debay laughed, unable to contain his amusement. You are the one who caused the young couple to be separated, perhaps forever. It is lucky she did not come to kill you with her sword. Do you still think this is a time for mutual respect between rivals? As for her conquest, the target is not necessarily you. She wants to conquer the continent, not just your single race. Chu Ge waved his hand. A light screen appeared in front of them. Changyu looked up. The screen showed the sword lights of the Yunji Sect, tearing through various kingdoms across the continent. His heart shook. The spirit of the Yunji Sect was immense. With the power of one sect, they challenged the entire East continent. They did not drag in the other powerful factions like the Hongfa Temple or Yungziao City. They relied on themselves. Was this confidence or arrogance? Or was it simply because Wuji was too powerful? In the image, Wuji stood alone in the clouds, her sword pointed forward. Ahead of her were the leaders of the various tribes of the East continent. Every single expert at the tribulation stage was there. Wuji, alone, challenged them all. While the chasing sun race was suppressed here by the heavenly way, Wuji held back all the tribulation experts. With the terrifying aggression of the Yunji sword cultivators, they might actually overthrow the entire East continent. Chu Ge watched the image of Wuji with lingering affection. High in the clouds, her long hair fluttering, sword pointed, facing the crowd alone. She looked beautiful. Debay looked away, unable to bear the sight. Father God, please focus on the important task. Could you wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth when you get home? Sensing the gaze of Debay, Chu Ge coughed twice and put away the light screen. This is her conquest. Do you think your race holds anything special in her eyes? Chu Ge spoke softly. You are not as important as you imagine. Only I am interested in you. Do you know why? Changyu could not help but ask. Why? Should you not wipe us out in the name of rebellion, as that would align with what you are supposed to do? Do you really think you have the right to guess my intentions? It is just like the way you incorrectly guessed the arrangement of your fate by the heavenly way before. He sighed. Since the heavenly way is this powerful, our previous actions were truly like a joke. As for whether our guesses about the heavenly way were right or wrong, that does not seem to matter anymore. We offended the heavenly way so deeply. Now, whatever you want to do with us is up to you. I have no more to say. Chu Ge stared at him for a long time before he sighed. Child, I am very disappointed in you. Since you mentioned Wuji, I remember what I once said to her. I told her that the chasing sun race was the most important race I had set up in the East continent. It represents one of the greatest qualities of my own race, the obsession with understanding the world, and the undying will, which was manifested as the act of chasing the sun. I do not know why you twisted it into this. Changyu remained silent. If he spoke only of the obsession with knowledge and will, he was not wrong. This was the quality his race was proud of. He had not expected this to be a projection of the heavenly way itself. In other words, the heavenly way had great expectations for them. His claim that only he was interested in them did not seem to be a lie. After all, Chu Ge had no need to lie at this moment. He could wipe out this race in a single thought. Chu Ge spoke softly. Perhaps it is my fault. I let you chase day after day without a result. That led to extremes and misunderstandings. It is my problem. Changyu spoke subconsciously. No, we would not have misunderstood. If chasing the sun were so easy, it would not be worthy of our pursuit. 10,000 years of failure is exactly as it should be. We might have been misled by the heavenly emperor. How did he mislead you? He told you I was just toying with you, letting you see it, but never touch it. And you believed him. Are you idiots? Changyu did not answer. The reason they easily believed the heavenly emperor was similar to why they believed Chu Ge now. He was too strong and had no need to lie. Moreover, the heavenly emperor provided evidence. For instance, if you ascended, you would enter another world. So what would that have to do with the sun of this world? You chased for 10,000 years, only to chase nothing. But the heavenly way said today that one could only pluck the sun and moon after ascension. For 10,000 years, no one had verified this, so naturally, it was easier to believe the expert. Since the heavenly emperor was in the heavenly realm, he obviously knew more about the sun than they did. Now that the Heavenly Way personally debunked the rumors, his words were naturally more trustworthy. Furthermore, the perspective of the Heavenly Way was obviously more macroscopic, reaching beyond the sun itself. Their race pursued the reality of the world and the pursuit of knowledge. The sun was merely a specific manifestation of that, not the entirety of it. So what if they could not catch the sun? The effort and persistence for exploration and knowledge were the fundamental path of this race. Was this the fault of the Heavenly Way? The Heavenly Way was criticizing himself, yet he was still being stubborn. The cold sweat on Changyu increased. Before, it was the pain of his body. Now, it was the hammer of his heart. For so long, everyone had been wrong, yet they thought they were right, and had become the weapon in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. He finally knelt slowly on the ground. He bowed his head. Father God, I was wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment from Father God. Even if I am crushed to pieces, I have no complaints. Chu Ge spoke coldly. I really do not want to forgive you. Changyu kowtowed. The mistake was mine alone. It has nothing to do with the race. I am willing to bear all the punishment. Chu Ge was silent for a long time. He suddenly pointed back to the west. Starting today, the restrictions of the endless sea are lifted. You may travel between the two shores at will. Thunder rolled in the sea. The fog on the sea dissipated completely. Starting today, the chasing sun race will return to human form as their cultivation increases. The king of chasing the sun, Changyu, rebelled against the Heavenly Way and moved weapons without cause. He is punished. He may not ascend. He will guard the endless sea for 10,000 years to protect the passage. The voice of the Heavenly Way spread across the earth. This was the first time the voice of the heavens had spread in this human world for 10,000 years. Wuji forced all her opponents to retreat with a single chilling sword light. She could see the horrified expressions of her opponents. That was the fear of the arrival of the Heavenly Way. It turned out that there really was a supreme god in the world who could speak the law, divide the continent, and set the rules for the sun and moon. Everything everyone believed in, respected, chased, or refused to accept was not void or vague. Chu Ge interfered with everything in the world from all angles. He had no more scruples. All living beings bowed their heads. The fate of the world was beneath his pen. Why was there a need for concealment? Chapter 410. Wuji felt a flicker of frustration. She had single-handedly dragged every expert at the tribulation stage into a brawl, and held the upper hand, anticipating a stirring and glorious final battle. Then, the Heavenly Way descended. Everyone present was far from foolish. They recognized that the Heavenly Way and the woman before them were partners. Every single one of them surrendered. The grand finale had fizzled out into nothingness. Watching the group of powerful warriors kneel on one knee and pledge their allegiance, Wuji felt speechless. She spoke calmly. Have you all considered the consequences carefully? From this moment on, your lives belong to someone else. The warriors who had been fighting to the death moments ago bowed their heads. You are the queen of divine favor. We shall be your most loyal knights, offering our lives to our queen. Wuji remembered that Chu Ge had blended a touch of Western influence into this continent. There were no sects here, only tribes and city-states. To them, she was indeed a queen of divine favor ordained by fate. Back in the divine land, she was known as the uncrowned empress, but here, it seemed she required a literal coronation. They revered the Heavenly Way, so perhaps she was acting as a proxy for the heavens. The thought eased her irritation. She was, after all, his assistant, and while he played the role of the distant Heavenly Way, she would manage the human realm for him. Her mood lightened. She straightened her posture. My imperial palace will temporarily reside in the court of the chasing Sunday. Come to pay your respects tomorrow, and we will make the necessary arrangements then. She transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Chu Ge stood upon the altar of the chasing sun court, looking up at the sculpture of the solar will destroyed by the priest. Debei and Changyu stood beside him. A vast sea of giants knelt around the altar, heads pressed low. The priest, who had been responsible for destroying the sun sculpture, knelt bound before them, pressing his forehead to the ground. Please, Father God, inflict your punishment upon me. That is enough. You are not a woman, so what is the point of binding yourself like this? The priest stood frozen in confusion. Chu Ge ignored him, continuing to stare at the solar wheel in a daze. He could restore the sculpture with a single thought, but just like the trees at the Hongfa Temple, or the ancestral tablets at Yunjiao City, restoring them changed nothing. The connection to the heavenly realm would never return. It held little meaning. For a moment, Chu Ge toyed with the idea that this outcome was acceptable. The two realms were separated, and neither could touch the other. This realm belonged to him, with all living beings kneeling before the Father God. How impressive that would be. He quickly shook the thought from his mind. That was merely seeking comfort in a small corner. If he failed to resolve the situation in the heavenly realm, the heavenly emperor would eventually stir up trouble. Even if that did not happen, he could not allow the emperor to wreak havoc in the heavenly realm simply for the sake of revenge. That was the world he had created. Who did that outsider think he was? Chu Ge drew a deep breath. Changyu. The king bowed his head. I am here. The white tiger fangs are not in your court. I know this. The legend of the white tiger spreads across the entire continent. You are responsible for this matter. Collect every event related to the ancient white tiger. I want to know every detail. It shall be done. Chu Ge pointed at the shattered sculpture, restoring it to its former state. Debei. The monk replied immediately. I am here. Theoretically, the chasing sun race has little connection to the heavenly emperor, and the sun wheel is not an affair of the emperor. In the original design, it should be related to the Buddha. The chasing sun race no longer needs a sun altar. I grant this place to you to build a temple and spread your faith across the continent. You know what you must spread. Debay understood his meaning instantly. Father God wishes to compete with the Buddha for the power of interpretation. Chu Ge spoke calmly. Precisely. The Buddha and the way are defined by me. If the Buddha in the hearts of living beings is me, or perhaps you, then who is he? Debay felt a tremor in his heart. He pressed his palms together and murmured a low prayer. Amitabha, you wish to sever the roots of the two realms. I shall help you sever them further, cutting off the source of both Buddhism and Taoism. Where will your roots lie then? Debay stepped forward slowly and sat upon the altar. The sun wheel hung behind his head, shimmering with faint golden light. Viewed from afar, he was the Buddha himself. The giants around them bowed their heads even lower. Sword light arrived from afar, and Wuji landed beside them. The scene filled her with shock. This is an edict to seal a Buddha. What Chu Ge was doing now far exceeded her expectations. You are back. Chu Ge smiled at her slightly. My queen. Wuji asked if he had been watching. I did. I told you, I monitor the movements of important figures through a split screen. Wuji remained silent. Queen sounds appropriate. My writing has not touched this continent deeply, which means it has fewer ties to the heavenly way. It requires a unified regime to embody my will. Debay spreads the doctrine, and you act as the human emperor. It is perfect. Chu Ge gazed into the distance and spoke in a low voice. Give them 1 day. By noon tomorrow, the 100 tribes will come to pay their respects and honor the human emperor together. Wuji answered softly. I do not know how to govern, and I do not have the time. That does not matter. You just need to hold the title. Many things take time and cannot change overnight. An edict to seal a Buddha, and an edict to establish a monarch. Wuji did not argue further. Her eyes, clear as autumn water, remained fixed on his face. She felt as though she were witnessing the awakening of a deity, and she was more than willing to serve as his assistant. The sword light of the Yunji Sect, which had been spreading across the continent, had ceased. The experts of the Yunji Sect looked at the soldiers of the various tribes kneeling before them, glancing at each other in confusion. They could hardly call this a failure. They had certainly demonstrated their power, striking fear into the hearts of many tribes, and displaying the sword of the divine land for the first time. If given more time, they might have achieved conquest through force, but now the conquest had arrived early, becoming a display of power by the Queen's knights to the various tribes. Watching the scene of the powerful figures from the tribes gathering at the Chasing Sun Court in response to the summons of the heavenly way, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, the experts of the Yunji Sect felt their hearts race. Sect Master Q seemed about to ascend the throne. Though they were scattered across different corners of the continent, tens of thousands of miles apart, everyone reached the same conclusion in their hearts. This was the voice of the heavenly way, which all living beings shared. It did not matter if the battle felt unfulfilling. This was a conquest that had swept away everything in its path. Even in the divine land, where they claimed to command the world, they had never experienced a scene like this. Was it all because of the power of the heavenly way? That did not matter, since the heavenly way was a disciple of their own sect, or rather, the husband of their sect master. The members of the Yunji Sect followed the 100 tribes of the continent toward the Chasing Sun Court, their emotions complex and strange. Since the powerful figures of the tribes were the only ones traveling to pay their respects, the journey did not take long, and they arrived right on time the following noon. The Chasing Sun race were giants, so their court was vast enough to accommodate the 100 tribes. The ceremony was simple, almost non-existent. It was essentially just an act of paying respects and pledging allegiance. Calling it a kingdom was merely a plan for construction. At present, they had no national title and no established system. These things would take years to perfect. However, that did not hinder the establishment of her status. Under the heavenly way, all people were mere ants. The massive throne had been reduced in size, and Wuji sat high upon it, watching the 100 tribes pay their respects. A sea of people knelt before her, and her expression remained impassive. She had seen such scenes often as a great boss, so this was nothing new. Her thoughts, however, drifted far away, as if she could see the day she would hold her sword to his throat. 10,000 people knelt in the vast square. May your majesty lead us to walk toward the heavenly way. This was not her rule. It was the rule of the heavenly way. Yet Chu Ge did not appear, leaving her to act as his proxy. Wuji took a deep breath, stood up, and her voice carried to the multitude. I have not come to bestow favors. I have come to make a show of force. I have only one thing to tell you. She looked coldly at the sea of people and spoke slowly. The heavenly way is compassionate, which has led to chaos. Now that the world is unified, you shall all obey the edict of the heavenly way. Anyone who harbors ulterior motives from this point on shall be destroyed, body and soul, never to return. Do not say I did not warn you. A sharp ring cut through the air. Her divine sword left its scabbard, piercing the heavens. Everyone watched in terror as the terrifying sword light shot into the sky, as if it had pierced a black hole through the void, followed by thunder, lightning, and torrential rain. This was a declaration of war against the heavenly realm. Many finally realized that this empress was by no means a mere mouthpiece for the heavenly way. She alone was capable of conquering the world. We shall strictly obey your majesty's edict. The powerful figures of the 100 tribes bowed in trembling fear. Wherever your majesty's sword points, that shall be our direction. The members of the Yunji sect displayed looks of fanatical glory, but Debay, sitting to the side as the imperial preceptor, sighed softly. He knew that Chu Ge and Wuji would never have done these things of their own accord. They were forced into it. Chu Ge, in particular, was clearly a laid-back person, and Wuji was a pure and natural cultivator, who had never meddled in the affairs of others despite her fame in the divine land. Yet, human hearts were often contrary. If they did not support their rule with the way of hegemony, how would they live in the future? Would they face another separation of the two realms, another lifetime without seeing each other? So, this couple appeared to be conquering the world and trampling upon the heavens, but in reality, they were merely doing it to protect their love. Debay realized this, and his old face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. To protect a love, they had conquered a world as the foundation. Chapter 411. The court of the chasing sun sat in the far east, adjacent to the Valley of Sunrise. For generations, the people watched the sun rise from the abyss in the distant void. They could not touch it. It remained elusive and perpetually mysterious. The palace of the queen stood just outside the valley, raised by a single thought of the heavenly way. Elite disciples of the Yunji Sect stood in solemn formation outside the palace. They held their heads high, chests puffed out, watching the giants kowtowing with devotion in the distance. The depths of Ying Valley marked the true end of the world. Others could not enter. Only Her Majesty the Empress could construct a palace here. She alone could delve into the valley floor to seek the place where the sun rose, bathing in the morning light to comprehend the heavenly way. This single honor was enough to keep the Chasing Sun clan, with their 10,000 years of history, bowing their heads in reverence. The disciples of the Yunji sect swelled with pride. The strength of their sect master was far beyond the comprehension of such barbaric people. The heavenly way had broadcast its divine voice once, and then fallen silent. This was intentional. It served to dilute the presence of the heavenly way, pushing it into the realm of the mysterious and ethereal. The ruler standing before the world was Wuji. Aside from the monk Debay and a handful of others, the vast majority of people viewed the heavenly way as a distant concept. The Empress was the reality. She was the absolute ruler shared by both continents. Her declaration of alliance carried a dominant authority. A single glare from her phoenix eyes could strike fear into the hearts of men, leaving them trembling and unable to speak. The people wondered how their great queen captured the sun in the depths of Yang Valley. The giants waited with reverent expectation, hoping to witness the occurrence of a divine miracle. The depths of Yang Valley were not the abyss of fire and magma that the people imagined. Instead, it was a beautiful, secluded valley. Warm hot springs pooled within it, and the sun rose from these waters. Chu Ge had originally designed this based on the myth of Shihi bathing here. In reality, it was simply a beautiful woman bathing in a pool. Was it not fitting for Wuji now? Everyone thought Wuji was bathing in the glory of the morning sun in the depths of Yang Valley. In truth, she was indeed bathing in the pool of sunrise. However, the reality was quite far from the high and mighty image of chasing the sun and moon that the people held in their minds. The truth was, Chu Ge was in the depths of Yang Valley. Wuji was in the sunrise. They had been there for quite some time. Wuji braced herself against the side of the pool, feeling the exertion. She looked back at him with a resentful gaze. She spoke in a breathless whisper. "You are using this again." Chu Ge grunted in response. "I knew it." Wuji complained with a mix of resentment and affection. Being the sect master was not enough. You had to have an empress. The more the people outside kneel and worship, and the more elevated I appear to them, the happier you become. Where did you get such a nasty habit? Chu Ge coughed awkwardly. Is this what you call a sense of conquest? Perhaps, he replied. Wuji huffed, turning her head away. How many roles do you expect me to play for you? But you are the empress. This is not even a role play this time, he pointed out. You have already conquered the world. Is this really necessary? Wuji turned around and pulled him gently into her embrace. Her voice softened. It is you who wanted to hide behind the scenes to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, you are the one who should be sitting on that throne. That would be so boring. The person sitting on the throne is the one who truly holds the power. You are impossible. You even had to build a palace here. What a waste of manpower for guards. There is no need for guards at all. This place is filled with the breath of the blazing sun. The chasing sun giants cannot even enter. If anyone else dared to barge in, they would be courting death. Ah, be gentle. Why are you so powerful right now? I am almost afraid this is not the real you. In truth, Wuji, the things we did in the real world have been making me increasingly powerful within the world of the book. It just happened to erupt all at once because of this event. Wuji panted, her mind clouded for a moment before she slowly sorted through her thoughts. That is it. World recognition, world presence. As a world created by an author, the more people who acknowledge it, the more power it gains. So that is how it works. So it is still not enough. Chu Ge whispered. As this continues, with anime sweeping the screens and films spreading the story, more people will acknowledge the existence of this world. My power as a deity will naturally grow stronger. And the world that people acknowledge includes more than just the human realm. The world of Chu and Wuji also contained the heavenly realm. The recognition and presence of the world were not limited to the human realm. This was the foundation for his future battle against the heavenly emperor. Then why are you still doing this to me? Wuji tapped his chest. Now that things here are settled, should we not be returning? Theoretically, the timeline of the book world relative to the real world is currently stagnant, or perhaps in a relatively slow state. I have been in here for a long time, but only a few minutes may have passed outside. so we can afford to stay a little longer. Of course, staying too long could cause problems. Wuji felt too muddled to contemplate such profound questions. She simply bit her lip, enduring in silence. She wondered how Chu Ge could still be distracted enough to think about such complex issues. Was it the same as how he used split-screen views to watch others? Or was this actually a method he used to extend their time? Chu Ge had no idea where her mind had wandered. He continued to speak. Bathing in the essence of the sun and moon here is primarily beneficial to the cultivation of our true forms, Wuji. It is not about supernatural abilities. It is cultivation. Do not let your mind wander too far. Focus on experiencing the place where the sun and moon emerge and enter. I am only experiencing the emerging and entering. Wuji felt a mix of sorrow and indignation. The fact that she needed Chu Ge to remind her of this was truly overwhelming. That was true. This was the place where the sun and moon emerged. Bathing in it to comprehend the essence of the sun and moon was no joke. The yin and yang of the Tao were at their absolute peak in this world. It was not as if one had to ascend to comprehend deeper truths. The essence of the world was right there. Even if their strength levels were restricted, their comprehension was not. That was why the chasing sun giants could pluck the sun and moon upon ascension, and why Wuji could hold the sun and moon in her arms right here. The meaning of extreme yin and extreme yang was nothing more than this. When they eventually ascended to the heavenly realm, their strength might no longer be limited to that of a true immortal. It is emerging. Wuji watched, dazed, as a blazing sun rose with a rumbling sound from the depths of the pool. The pool was as vast as a sea. They looked out from the edge, watching as the sun leaped from the water, climbing all the way toward the dark vault of the sky above. Its movement followed a clear trajectory. The entire sky was merely a curtain. A closed world was just that, a closed world. The most yang and fiercest object in the world was born from the deepest, softest water, rotating through the sky, illuminating the vast wilderness, and nourishing all life. Chu Ge watched with a trance. He did not know if common knowledge from the real world, like photosynthesis or ultraviolet radiation, applied in this realm. Perhaps the logic held because he had imbued it with his subconscious, but the principles were clearly different. This was not a star. Should it be considered a magical artifact? Theoretically, this was a magical artifact he could control to kill enemies. In fact, was the entire world one? He did not know how to test it. A thought flickered in Chu Ge's mind. He picked up Wuji, rose from the water, and landed on the sun. With a sizzling sound, the water on their bodies evaporated instantly. Yet, they felt absolutely no burning sensation. Wuji blinked in confusion. Its power obeys me. It will not hurt you or me. Chu Ge replied. We can lie on the sun. Get lost, Wuji retorted. Despite her retort, she remained deeply stunned. Even though this sun was different from the one in the real world, it was still a sun. It was at least the size of a satellite. It roughly conformed to the degree of understanding the ancients possessed. They lay on the satellite, suspended at an unknown height of millions of miles. No one in the world could perceive that two people were here. They were even more imperceptible than the air itself. And so, the two of them truly lay on the sun. As it traveled, they looked down upon the human world, watching it gradually spread with light. It moved slowly from the eastern continent to the endless sea, and then to the divine land. After a day and a night, it fell back into the abyss of sunset in the west. With a loud crack, the sun dropped into the icy deep valley, splashing out a scorching temperature. At the same time, in their room in the real world, they appeared on the bed, locked in an embrace, and rolled over. Wuji stared, utterly bewildered. Did her true form come out? Could she come out too? No, that was not it. She could sense her true form was still at the abyss of sunset, furiously throwing on clothes and flying upward. Chu Ge had returned to the real world, while simultaneously dragging a wisp of her soul out to accompany him. I do not care. Wuji exploded in rage. I want my true form to come out too. Chu Ge kissed her gently. Be good. Our next step is to do exactly that. Chapter 412. Chu Ge moved his physical body across realms. His command over the world approached a level where he controlled it as naturally as his own arm. He moved through the barriers with ease. Strictly speaking, this remained a unique personal transport, not a permanent gateway. He passed through the boundaries, but others remained stuck. Having made the journey once, he possessed an incredibly clear sense of the world location. Creating a permanent gateway no longer seemed elusive. He felt the precise coordinates waiting for him. The once vague mental connection, which relied entirely on his written documents, now stood as a constant presence. He sensed the location at every moment. The world felt like an extension of his own pocket space. That was the most significant difference. Chu Ge hesitated. He spoke softly. You cannot actively traverse the barrier on your own. If I manipulate the connection, like dragging you out, it might work. It would be similar to how I retrieve other objects. He paused. Moving objects is one thing. I do not dare test this on a person yet. Recalling the tragic state of the Azure Dragon and the others, it is better to proceed with caution. Wuji listened and agreed. There was no need to rush. They had made a massive leap forward from having no clue at all. Why hurry now? She pondered the matter. Have you considered how to build the channel? The four symbols construct the four poles of space to establish a world. Their components must be able to build a channel. Chu Ge explained the theory. The preparations you made to ascend to the heavenly realm involved the four symbols. Their purpose was to open and stabilize the ascension path. Wuji's eyes brightened. The logic remained consistent. Everything operated according to Chu Ge's original design. The only change was swapping the heavenly realm for the real world. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within her. What do we do next? Chu Ge prepared to speak, but his mother's voice drifted through the door. Chicken soup is here. Chu Ge stared, bewildered. Wuji gasped, her eyes widening. Wu Xiaoyun entered carrying a bowl of soup. She glanced at the bed, her expression shifted into shock, and she retreated rapidly. She slammed the door shut. The two of them lay on the bed, unclothed. They were entangled in a very intimate physical embrace. The couple froze with blank minds. They scrambled to put on their clothes. At the dining table, Wu Xiaoyun sipped her chicken soup with slow, measured movements. She spoke in a calm tone. I understand the feeling of reuniting after a short time apart. You could not wait a few minutes. Using the language from your books, what would you call this? Two supreme beings battling to the edge of the universe until the great Tao itself crumbled. Chu Ge swore under his breath. If the logic of the book applied, they had traveled across the sun for a lifetime. They battled from the place of sunrise to the abyss of sunset, enough to extinguish the sun itself. The two of them sat across from her with their heads bowed. They could not even look up. They had not spent a few minutes together. They had conquered a world and lived through days of experience. They had completely forgotten that his mother remained at home. Enemies of immense power could not defeat them, yet they suffered defeat because they failed to close the door. Wu Xiaoyun sighed. Next time, remember that someone else is in the house. At the very least, you need to close the door. She pushed 2 bowls of chicken soup toward them. Drink some. Build your strength back up. They took the bowls in silence and drank. They could not blame his mother. She assumed they were crying in front of the computer. She did not know the truth. They had only themselves to blame for not closing the door. Wu Xiaoyun sighed. Her voice softened. Seeing you full of energy puts my heart at ease. Life is meant to be spent with a wife, not a mother. With Wuji by your side, you will not fall into a state of ruin. Wuji spoke softly. Mom, do not worry. I will take good care of him. Wu Xiaoyun's eyes crinkled with joy. Hearing that word required immense effort. In the past, this daughter-in-law had been too stubborn to say it. Now, she spoke it with ease. Wu Xiaoyun, filled with happiness, slid a bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Wuji's hand. Good girl. Take this. Wuji sensed the object. It was a simple jade bracelet with no spiritual energy. Yet, she felt a surge of warmth. This was not a tool for a warrior, or a magical treasure. It was the purest connection between a mother and a daughter-in-law. Wuji accepted the gift. She kept her head down. Thank you, Mom. Wu Xiaoyun could not stop smiling. She was a paper person from a book. But so what? Where else in reality could she find such a lovely, powerful daughter-in-law? Her son had won everything. For the sake of the world and for her daughter-in-law, she had to handle the matters within the book. Chu Ge asked carefully. What is the situation with Dad? I am referring to the Black Tortoise. Wu Xiaoyun pointed toward the window. Chu Ge turned to look. Snow continued to fall outside, even heavier than before. Only a fool would claim the sky cries for you because of this snow. A sensible person knows this results from a major change. Wu Xiaoyun continued. We will ignore the nonsense from the weather experts. Based on our judgment, this is clearly the phenomenon of the Black Tortoise awakening. The intensifying snow suggests the creature is surfacing. If nothing goes wrong, your father should have located it by now. Chu Ge stood up abruptly. With such a massive disturbance, others will notice. We must go help Dad. Wu Xiaoyun looked at him with suspicion. Are you sure you are in a condition to go? Only a few minutes have passed. A moment ago, you were acting like your life depended on it, even crying. Wuji blushed and bowed her head. She glanced at Chu Ge secretly. He had cried earlier as well? A giggle escaped her. Chu Ge spoke with annoyance. I really have been gone for more than a few minutes. Wu Xiaoyun continued. I can use spatial warping to reach the North Pole quickly. Can you manage that level? Chu Ge hesitated. He felt like a tiger in the book and a fool in the real world. He could manifest anywhere in the book with a single thought. In reality, he could perform short bursts of teleportation, but distances like this remained beyond him. Even Wuji's avatar could not achieve such a feat here. The contrast felt jarring. He needed to get used to it. It should be possible if I blink across in stages. It might take an hour or 2. Wu Xiaoyun expressed surprise. Traveling from here to the North Pole in 2 hours is impressive. You have not tried this, have you? Are you certain it will work? Chu Ge spoke with uncertainty. I think so. We have to try. Wu Xiaoyun stood up. Regardless of whether you can or cannot, I must go. You two need time to reunite. I have to go help my husband. Chu Ge replied. Please, go ahead. We will follow shortly. Wu Xiaoyun nodded. When you arrive and meet our people, simply show your auxiliary credentials. She vanished without another word. Wuji finally raised her head, her expression one of shock. Your mother's spatial warping is formidable. It is silent and leaves no sense of spatial distortion. Her skill approaches the Tao itself. Chu Ge answered. Abilities follow their own systems. If we cultivate the way of space to reach this level, we would likely rival the power of the heavenly realm. We can study the heavenly emperor's techniques left by Xie Xiao later. We will figure it out. Wuji agreed. My true form is already studying them. Reversing the techniques will take time. We can let Mom and Dad join the discussion later. Wuji nodded. I used to dismiss the abilities of this world. Now, I must change my mind. Your ability to create the world is miraculous. Perhaps others possess similar powers. Why could the heavenly emperor link to the real world? Perhaps it was not his own doing. Could external forces beyond our knowledge have contributed? Chu Ge nodded slightly. That is possible. We have much to untangle. For now, we must finish the business with the Black Tortoise. Its foot was severed. This situation is more severe than that of the Azure Dragon. It might indiscriminately attack everyone, friend or foe. Wuji grabbed Chu Ge's hand. Let us go. Let us see what kind of people exist in the North Pole. The two of them held hands and vanished from the room in an instant. Chapter 413. The North Pole had become uninhabitable. Astronomical shifts impacted the latitude of Nanjiang, proof that the catastrophe at the North Pole reached staggering levels. The ground fractured. Submarine glaciers rose to the surface. Icebergs on the ocean collapsed. Ice shards swirled through the air. Frigid air howled, and the seawater carried massive chunks of ice in a roar of destruction. It was an apocalyptic scene, a place where no normal life could survive. Yet, traces of humanity moved through the roaring ice, searching for something. Chu Ge hovered high above, eyes closed as he sensed the turbulence below. An invisible barrier isolated 10,000 miles of ocean. The crumbling Arctic Ocean did not surge south to impact the continents. A single thought from him kept it contained. Amazing. Simply amazing. You are worthy of being the only SSS rank in China, perhaps the only one in the world. A voice echoed from the distant void. Such power belongs to a god. You could rule the world. Chu Ge remained calm. Only a madman desires to be a god. Such is your son. My son is the exception. Is a SSS rank allowed to be so hypocritical? I told you. I am human. Those who are not hypocritical are not human. Interesting. The voice mused. Because you are human, you waste so much effort controlling the seas to prevent the tsunami from moving south? What else should I do? Chu Ge replied. Never mind the storm. Even the rise in sea levels caused by melting ice would leave everyone without a home. Pathetic humans. Is that why you found the Black Tortoise first, yet can only watch us invade? The voice sighed. If not for this, we would not even know who the Chinese SSS rank is. Your action exposed you completely, wasting years of hiding. There was no special reason to hide in the past, other than to protect my family. Now that you target them directly, hiding has no meaning. Chu Ge chuckled softly. Besides, I would not call it an invasion yet. Try stepping into my range. That will not be necessary. Since we are locked in a stalemate, how about I send my people down to clash with yours? Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. Why do you speak with such flowery Chinese? Can you use a translation style? Chu Ge would have been moved to know his father shared the exact same thought process. Back then, Chu Ge insisted on a translation style when speaking to the Japanese, or it simply did not feel right. The opponent on the other end remained silent for a long moment, clearly at a loss for words. I am just following local customs. Chu Ge laughed heartily. Thank you for the golden words, graciously gifting the Arctic Ocean to China. The opponent sighed. Fighting with words has no meaning. What do you think of my proposal? Chu Ge started to answer, then paused as he caught a subtle sound. A smile spread across his face. Very well. The voice from the void drifted back. Has your wife arrived? If she enters the field, we will have to send stronger people as well. Let us keep the game fair. That will not be necessary. Chu Ge smiled. Keep them all for me. His wife had not arrived to fight. She had sent a telepathic message that their son had arrived. With his son and daughter-in-law here, there was no need to fear their subordinates. Even if they had hidden special experts, it made no difference. He knew that while his son might act foolish in the real world, his daughter-in-law held incredible power. In truth, his son possessed immense strength as well. The directory of ability users had become useless paper long ago. In the eyes of the enemy, Chu Ge long ago surpassed the Super S ranking, yet the directory still listed him as a pathetic E. The claim that he was impervious to blades and guns could not even fool a ghost anymore. Chu Ge's combat record appeared modest, but it was terrifying. Take the father and son pair of Gonkan Selang and Gangben Zhengfu. Superpowered experts died at their hands one after another. That kind of insane ability was not something everyone could counter. Stronger individuals often died in humiliating ways, yet Chu Ge dismantled it as if it were a game. The forces the enemy deployed to deal with Chu Ge now used ability negation, combined with nano armor. It was a guaranteed Super S configuration, yet Chu Ge repelled them and nearly killed them. He was not yet a god without a book, but he was close. Defeating Chu Ge required extreme measures, such as deploying several experts like Tony. Without targeted counters, anyone who ran into Chu Ge and his wife would surely perish. Chu Ge felt confident in this. Most importantly, the enemy did not expect Chu Ge to be involved. They still viewed him as a cripple. Chu Ge realized that even if he descended, his presence mattered less than Chu Ge's. Only Chu Ge could communicate correctly with the Black Tortoise, and no one understood how to resolve this crisis better than he did. Both sides felt they had won, smiling as they agreed to the wager. Chu Ge and Wuji rushed to the Arctic Ocean, linking through space until they arrived at the coast. The moment they stepped onto the shore, their expressions shifted. The aura coming from the distance was terrifying. It was an aura capable of destroying the world. Once the ice layers collapsed, the resulting tidal wave would be 100 times more violent than when the Azure Dragon emerged. After all, the Azure Dragon merely coming out of the sea caused such wild anomalies, and here, they faced glaciers accumulated over countless years. It was a grave matter. If the Black Tortoise emerged and collapsed everything, what would become of the world? Why do I feel like I have entered a shonen manga about saving the world, or perhaps a Marvel movie? Chu Ge remarked. Enough. Chu Tianji is your son, your own flesh and blood. When he encountered worldview-shattering events, he also thought he had walked into the wrong book. Wuji looked toward the horizon. This situation is not right. Who stopped the spread of the tsunami? My father, without a doubt. Chu Ge replied. And QQ, do you feel it? The Black Tortoise has already emerged. Wuji gazed into the distance for a long time, her heart trembling. Her perception lagged far behind Chu Ge's. It seemed that when it came to the 4 sacred beasts, Chu Ge still retained a portion of his authority as the heavenly way. The Black Tortoise had indeed emerged. The reason it remained invisible was simple. The entire region was the back of the Black Tortoise. Glaciers grew directly on its spine. As its skeleton rose, so did the ice. Other parts of the glaciers were pushed over by its ascent, creating the current apocalyptic scene. The icebergs visible on the sea surface were merely things resting on the back of the Black Tortoise. Where was the Black Tortoise? Every location was the Black Tortoise. So, as people flew overhead searching, and others braved life and death on the glaciers to survey the area, what were they looking for? Chu Ge's expression became strange. They must be looking for where the head of the Black Tortoise is. Otherwise, it is too large, 10,000 miles in diameter, and they cannot find a place to communicate. If the Black Tortoise was considered a turtle, then everyone was searching for a head. Wuji's expression became equally strange. It was over. She was becoming just like him. She had learned bad habits from this scoundrel. Where was the Wuji who cultivated in the secluded valley? Let us go over, Chu Ge said with a peculiar expression. I know where the head is. Suddenly, his mother's telepathic message echoed in his ears. Wear a mask to hide your identity, perhaps like your little gourd brothers. No, forget it. They might already know about the gourd brothers. In short, the enemy does not know you are here. Play the fool, although you might be fools anyway. Chu Ge and Wuji looked at each other. If they could not use the gourd brothers, what should they use? Chu Ge reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small flame masks. One resembled Yan Qinli, and the other resembled Qing Yan. Wuji stared at the masks and asked what they were. These are for Qian and his wife to show off and be cute. No one outside knows about them. I just stole them from their room. Let us cosplay as little flames. I am Yan Qinli. Inside the world of the book, Yan Qinli stared at the empty bedside table. He turned to Qing Yan and said that they should rebel because the son of a dog had stolen their things. Chapter 414. They flew toward the ocean. At any moment, they encountered people overhead or upon the ice. Some masked, some not. Multiple factions occupied this space. Significant events often draw international attention. Chu Ge wondered if everyone had reached some unspoken agreement to stay out of each other's way. National teams were likely involved. He spotted acquaintances. Gu Ruian and Yue Ying stood upon a mountain of ice at the edge of the coast. They blocked another masked figure. Others rushed about searching in vain, yet here, a conflict unfolded. The spectacle drew Chu Ge and Wuji. The masked figure wore a mask of Wuji. Chu Ge scratched his head. Wuji mirrored the gesture. With their own little flame masks, this felt like a cosplay gathering for the animated version of the Chu and Wuji. Gu Ruian sighed, her frustration evident. She told the masked figure that they should not go inside. Since the person wore the Wuji mask, she was undoubtedly a woman. The thick clothing required for this frozen wasteland hid her figure. Age remained a mystery. She stood her ground against Gu Ruian. She claimed she possessed credentials, a special operation order, and orders to support. She demanded to know why they blocked her. The voice beneath the mask sounded young. Chu Ge knew that a young voice meant little in this era. She could easily be a digital filter user. Gu Ruian spoke with cold indifference. She told the girl she knew whether those orders came from begging or from the organization. The woman roared in anger, demanding to know the basis for such accusations. Gu Ruian started to explain that such operations never included external personnel. She broke off. She noticed the 2 little flame masks floating nearby. Yue Ying suggested they leave to discuss it. Chu Ge approached and produced his credentials. He told them they were on the same side and arrived on orders. Yue Ying glanced at them, her expression blank. The name Chu Ge shone clearly on the credentials. Gu Ruian stared, stunned. She asked why they were there and questioned if he had not already. Chu Ge tucked away his credentials and crossed his arms. He asked if he could participate. Gu Ruian sighed. She told him he certainly could. Likely no one possessed better qualifications. Chu Ge studied the masked woman. He asked about the situation and if many civilians arrived. Gu Ruian explained that this sea did not border their country, nor did anyone possess military control. The world swarmed into the area. Some civilians with high ability ratings arrived to join the excitement. She noted that this woman differed. Chu Ge pointed out her credentials and the special operation order. He asked why they stopped her. Gu Ruian explained the danger. Given her status, even a minor scrape would cause significant trouble. Chu Ge marveled at her high value. He wondered whose princess this might be. The woman exploded in rage. She asked why her credentials were fake while his were valid. She questioned Gu Ruian about her assessment. She held an S-rank rating and specialized in combat. She asked if her ability was meant for trouble. Gu Ruian addressed her as Miss Qin Fair. She asked why she bothered with the mask and suggested she return to her filming. She noted that the production for the Chu and Wuji had already started. Qin Fair argued that she had no scenes for the initial stage and wanted to serve the country. Chu Ge remained silent. He finally understood why she wore the mask. She was the actress playing Wuji. The couple felt a strange mixture of emotions. They studied Qin Fair, unable to find words. The directory of ability users listed detailed information for S-rank foreigners, but domestic citizens remained classified. Only the high-level internal versions contained such details. Chu Ge's copy lacked this data. He knew nothing of Qin Fair's ability. Qin Fair reminded Gu Ruian that she possessed an action order with a higher rank than hers. Blocking her constituted a violation of discipline. Gu Ruian faced a dilemma. She turned to Chu Ge and asked if he needed someone to handle the manual labor. Chu Ge reacted with surprise. Gu Ruian lowered her voice. She reminded him that the film production had started. She asked if he wanted anything to happen to his female lead. Chu Ge swore under his breath. Gu Ruian explained that the girl possessed great strength and would make a capable assistant. She worried about her family background and felt that acting together would provide more security. She emphasized her strength and suitability for the current situation. This likely explained why her superiors sent her. Chu Ge felt a stir in his heart. He asked about her ability. Gu Ruian described it as purification and conversion. This explained why she remained popular without critics. She recalled an instance where a powerful ability user kidnapped her, only to end up on his knees, serving as her bodyguard. Chu Ge wondered if she meant Liu Bei or Castro. Gu Ruian clarified that she relied on her ability rather than charisma. She asked if he felt certain about calming the resentment of the Black Tortoise spreading across the North Pole. Chu Ge and Wuji exchanged glances. They felt no certainty, especially after hearing the Vermilion Bird held hatred for the Heavenly Way. The Black Tortoise had lost a foot. Did it hold hatred too? It might hate him to death. The emergence of the Black Tortoise created such a massive disturbance that one could call it the resentment of world destruction. They needed to neutralize this grudge before any communication could occur. The biggest worry in the North Pole was the Black Tortoise itself, not the enemies. Qin Fair's ability made her the perfect candidate. Her superiors, or perhaps his own parents, likely sent her. His mother's telepathic message reached his ears. She explained they invited Qin and had no time to inform Gu Ruian. She believed the girl could assist him. She suggested they get acquainted. Chu Ge asked if she was starting another matchmaking scheme. She denied any desire for him to have a relationship with a little princess. It would only lead to chaos. She expressed satisfaction with Wuji. She noticed he used telepathic transmission. He explained he adapted her spatial ability. She praised her son's skill. She promised to inform the others. She added that the girl had a spoiled nature. She told him to discipline her if needed, but not to spoil her. They would handle the aftermath if she went home crying. Chu Ge felt a wave of relief. He nodded to Gu Ruian. He agreed to the joint operation. Gu Ruian relayed the message to Qin Fair. Qin Fair looked at Chu Ge with suspicion. She asked why he would lead. Chu Ge stated it was a dangerous place, and he surpassed her in strength. Qin Fair turned to leave. Gu Ruian tried to stop her, reminding her of her desire to fight. Qin Fair held her head high, the mask cold and proud. She declared that the only man capable of giving her orders, other than her father, was Chu Ge. Chu Ge's expression beneath the mask became fascinating. Gu Ruian and Yue Ying stumbled, nearly falling from the iceberg. Wuji covered her little green flame mask. She wanted to punch that Wuji face into oblivion. She wondered why she had to wear that mask and speak in a way so inconsistent with her character. Or was it consistent? Wuji won second place in the Wuji role-playing competition. Chapter 415. Qin Fair failed to maintain her arrogance. This was a military operation, an order from above that Gu Ruian could not prevent, nor could Qin Fair refuse. Prior friction stemmed from poor communication, but after Wu Zhaoyun transmitted her message, no room for defiance remained, even for a little princess. Wu Zhaoyun sent one more sternly worded message. Qin Fair remained, resentment coloring her tone as she spoke to Gu Ruian. She stated that she would join the operation, but she would not listen to him. Gu Ruian stifled a laugh, her lips twitching as she asked why Qin Fair would follow that so-called Chu Ge, and what he was to her. Wuji cast a dangerous glare. Gu Ruian coughed, remaining silent. Qin Fair insisted that he was her idol. Gu Ruian pointed out that she was an idol to millions herself. So why did she need an idol? Qin Fair asked if idols could not have idols of their own. She explained that Chu Ge wrote wonderful books that shaped independent and strong female characters. She loved Wuji too much. She asked Gu Ruian if she knew that she volunteered to play her. Wuji looked up at the sky. Qin Fair continued, arguing that Chu Ge maintained high literary standards. She asked how many authors today would recall and republish books they had already published, emptying their own savings to do so. The industry lacked writers with that kind of attitude. The logic seemed sound to outsiders. Little did they know, Chu Ge did not do it for literary attitude. Listening to this, the embarrassment nearly overwhelmed those who knew the truth. Yue Ying's toes unconsciously dug into the glacier, nearly carving out a 3-room apartment. Chu Ge stood on what felt like a mansion. He urged them to leave and stop talking nonsense. Qin Fair immediately retorted, asking what business it was of his. Chu Ge realized why the world claimed this woman was difficult to deal with. He took several deep breaths, then pointed to his mask. He asked if she recognized it. She did not. He explained that she had read the entirety of the Chu and Wuji. She should know that when Yan Qinli was beaten by Wuji, he escaped with a single primordial spirit. This mask represented the appearance of that spirit form. Qin Fair expressed interest, though she remained skeptical. She asked how she had not heard of them releasing such merchandise. Even her Wuji mask was a custom order. She questioned the detail of a mask based on the little flame form of Yen Qinli. Chu Ge claimed it was just released. He insisted he was a fan of the book too, so they were all on the same side, and should stop arguing. Official business was more important. The status of being a fellow fan carried weight. Qin Fei relented, offering no further argument. Gu Ruian smiled. She asked Chu Ge how he planned to arrange things as the captain. The team looked like a standard 5-person squad. A tank, a swordsman, a thief, and 2 crowd control supports. Chu Ge had no interest in figuring out who the healer was, or if all 4 were healers. He surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. The situation grew more severe. Glaciers plummeted everywhere. Massive ice boulders crashed down like meteors, requiring Wuji to handle them with casual ease. What she handled easily might be impossible for others. Many had already retreated, unable to withstand the storm. This scene exceeded the endurance of ordinary ability users. The chaotic landscape now appeared strangely desolate, leaving only their group within a 10-mile radius. That was for the best. He had no time to waste chatting with a little princess. He needed to find the head of the Black Tortoise quickly. A massive ice boulder hurtled toward Qin Fei. She glanced back. Powerful spiritual energy from her shifted the trajectory of the boulder. It plummeted into the distant ocean, smashing into the ice layers and splashing fragments across the sky. Chu Ge nodded, acknowledging her competence. Her spiritual power appeared stronger than the combat power of Gu Ruian. She would not drag them down in a normal battle. He kept his silence and surveyed the distance. He asked if they could fly. Yui Ying replied weakly that they could only glide, as true hovering flight was impossible. Wuji wondered when Yui Ying became so timid. Yui Ying explained she had been suppressing laughter since a moment ago. Wuji fell silent. Chu Ge rubbed his forehead. Gliding required constant searching for pivot points, which was cumbersome. He told Wuji to take them. He flew directly toward a specific direction. He already sensed where the soul of the Black Tortoise was strongest. Finding the head was secondary. Locating the divine soul was the true goal. Beneath the mask, the expression of Wuji shifted from jealousy to a smile. This Qingyan cosplay worked well. She could hear him call her master in public in the real world, unlike in the book where everyone knew he was the heavenly way. He remained sensible, knowing to ask her to take the others. They were all women, after all, and him taking them would invite unnecessary rumors. Just as she felt happy, Qin Fei asked why she needed someone else to take her when she could go herself. Wuji shot her a sideways glance. She swept her sleeve, and Qin Fei let out a sharp cry, flying toward the distance as if riding the clouds. Wuji spoke in a cool tone. She decided not to beat her, considering her love for Wuji. But Wuji could not be unable to fly. She looked a bit more like her now. Gu Ruian and Yui Ying followed in silence, their stomachs aching from suppressed laughter. Chu Ge had no intention of joking with them. The apocalyptic scene in this place weighed on him, for he felt responsible. If his father failed to control it, and the roaring ocean surged south, he would become Thanos. His father must be under immense pressure. He was not only controlling nature, but also facing enemies. He wondered how he managed to cope. Chu Ge only wanted to resolve the Black Tortoise matter as quickly as possible, and let everything subside. He landed at the foot of an extremely massive glacier. Wuji appeared beside him with the 3 others. She surveyed the area. This glacier felt larger than many metropolises. It had no end. The ice layer contained countless pits and caves. Some were shallow, caused by crashing ice boulders. Others were bottomless. Chilling and resentful energy drifted from the pitch-black caves. Qin Fei landed on the glacier, trembling and unsteady. She stumbled, feeling dizzy and nauseous. She looked at Wuji with shock. This woman truly possessed the power to ride the clouds and fly, traveling several hundred kilometers in just a few minutes. Who was this woman wearing the little green flame mask? Who could she correspond to in the directory of ability users? She could not help but ask. She asked this sister why, despite being so strong, she remained silent beside a man and sought to be an independent woman. Wuji sighed. She told her that she would leave the independent woman aspect of Wuji to her to complete. She thanked her for that. Qin Fei blinked in confusion. Wuji had no time to waste on her. She asked Chu Ge about the caves. She noted that she saw many such cold and resentful ice caves along the way, likely leading directly to the bones of the Black Tortoise below. Chu Ge inspected the area for a moment. He lowered his voice. It was too vast. Others could only search aimlessly, but he was certain it was beneath this glacier. Identifying the specific cave required investigation. Wuji complained of a headache. The resentment of the Black Tortoise was too heavy, severely blocking divine sense and making perception unclear. Chu Ge nodded. He had long realized that divine sense failed here, or rather, everyone's divine sense fell short of that of the Black Tortoise. It felt like walking through layers of fog, unable to see one's own hands. He did not find this location through divine sense. He relied on the subtle connection between his role as the heavenly way and the Black Tortoise. Qin Fei asked how they were certain this was the right place. Chu Ge looked at her. He stated it was because the resentment was strongest here. Qin Fei suggested finding the cave with the strongest resentment. Chu Ge explained that while they could identify that this area had stronger resentment than others, distinguishing between caves in the same area posed a challenge. Qin Fei found nothing difficult about that. She explained that her ability related to these things, and her perception was the most precise. As she spoke, she suddenly flew off to the right. Chu Ge and the others exchanged glances before following her. After flying for about 10 kilometers, Qin Fair stopped and pointed to a seemingly ordinary cave. She stated that was the spot. She felt the source of the resentment overflowing from there along the most direct path, while others seemed more circuitous. The group looked at each other. Wuji's eyes asked if they should trust her. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He noted that his perceived connection also pointed here, and the cross-reference suggested it was likely correct. Wuji did not hesitate further. She announced she would scout the path. With a whoosh, Sword Light dove into the cave. Wuji's eyes turned sharp. She noted powerful energy turbulence inside, with resentment solidified into spirits and ice layer life having turned into demon bodies. This was the place. Chu Ge looked at Qin Fair again. His mother had a reason for sending her. Before the battle even began, she had already proven useful. The fans of Chu Tianwuji were indeed the best. Chapter 416. Most people exploring the area focused on the outer perimeter. Beyond the fact that the pressure intensified the closer one moved toward the center, common sense dictated that the head of the Black Tortoise would lie somewhere on the edge. Searching for the correct direction on that periphery was enough, so there seemed little reason to push toward the middle. Yet, this spot sat relatively close to the center of the region. Clearly, the goal was not the head of the turtle at all, but the location where the divine soul concentrated most intensely. That could be anywhere. Had Chu Ge and Qin Fair not both identified this location, Gu Ruiyan and Yue Ying knew they never would have looked here. Outsiders would have ignored this spot as well, leaving it perfectly quiet and undisturbed. Qin Fair, having done her part, showed no signs of arrogance. She did not resort to annoying sarcasm or petty barbs. Instead, she stood to the side, her posture cool and composed. It suggested that she viewed her contribution as a matter of course. She increasingly resembled the early days of Wuji. Wuji twitched the corner of her mouth. The strange, uncomfortable emotion of seeing her own actor had faded quite a bit, replaced by a flicker of genuine interest. In truth, finding an original version of Wuji required looking at someone else. She was no longer the character written in the original setting, having broken free from the heavenly way. Or perhaps, she had broken free simply to become the little wife of the heavenly way. Thinking of this, Wuji adopted an increasingly gentle tone. After we go inside, Miss Qin, please stay close to me. Qin Fair glanced at her with a shake of her head. I have no need for anyone's protection. Wuji saw the truth in those words. In the girl's mind, anyone else was merely a burden. Wuji chose not to argue, smiled to herself, and walked into the cave. Chu Ge had already taken the lead. As the only man and the designated captain, he took his responsibility in stride. Qin Fair followed Gu Ruiyan and Yue Ying into the dark, whispering to Gu Ruiyan. Who are they exactly? They seem decent enough. Gu Ruiyan chuckled. You have stopped being difficult. Is it because the little flame mask gives you a sense of intimacy? It is only because I have met too many idiots in the past. It is rare to find someone actually reliable. That is because you rarely interact with regular troops. You have spent your time around men who have never faced real trials. Gu Ruiyan fought to suppress a laugh. Perhaps when your Chu Ge arrives, he will be just as much of a panicked idiot. That will not happen. Chu Ge must be a man with a deep sense of responsibility. That is, Gu Ruiyan started to tease, but she cut herself off, her expression shifting. The cave was pitch black, forcing everyone to rely on their mental perception to see. However, as they descended deeper, even their mental perception began to drag, becoming almost as useless as physical sight. Worse, the temperature plummeted. An intense, biting cold seeped into their marrow, freezing their very souls. Within the few moments of their teasing, Gu Ruiyan already felt a numbness creeping over her soul, as if her very thoughts were turning to ice. The sound of ghostly wailing filled their ears. Thick, malicious resentment hung in the air. The deeper they traveled, the more they felt their tempers fraying, a irritability born from the suffocating influence of this place. Qin Fair, beneath her mask, struggled to keep her composure. Regardless of her status as a pampered celebrity, anyone would feel a chill in their heart upon entering such a cursed place. Qin Fair's ability specialized in purifying resentment, but it required a clear source to target. How could one purify an entire atmosphere saturated with such malice? A shrill, ghostly shriek pierced the air. Thick globs of resentment condensed into spectral spirits, surging toward the group. Qin Fair bit her lower lip, extending a hand. The spirit rushing toward her transformed into white light, purifying instantly until it vanished. Quite impressive, Yue Ying remarked, though she immediately frowned, her expression darkening with distress. She had no shadows to manipulate in this pitch-black void. She felt useless, forced to rely on her physical training to deliver a palm strike that sliced through a spirit. The strike proved futile. It felt like drawing a knife through water, as the spirit healed instantly and lunged again. Since it possessed no physical form, conventional attacks were useless. Qin Fair reached over, purifying the spirit for her. It seemed the others were nothing but dead weight, leaving Qin Fair as the only effective force. Yue Ying prepared to thank her, but she paused. Qin Fair moved with growing sluggishness. Her ability remained powerful, but her body was clearly failing to withstand the bone-deep chill. Yet the girl remained tough. She said nothing, forcing herself to reach out and help Gu Ruiyan, who stood beside her. Yue Ying saw no need to suffer in silence. Their training dictated that they function as a team. Captain, she called out, help us. Qin Fair looked up and saw that the little flame mask stood surrounded by a faint, golden radiance. Any spirits that approached let out a shrill scream before turning to ash. The group had only been dealing with the small handful that leaked through the edges. Chu Ge had clearly allowed those spirits to bypass him only to gauge the team's condition. As soon as Yue Ying called out, the golden light surrounding him surged, encompassing everyone. They felt as if they had taken cover inside a sturdy sanctuary. No matter how many thousands of spirits attacked from the outside, they remained safe and secure. Even the biting cold that threatened to freeze them began to recede, replaced by a touch of warmth. The golden glow illuminated their surroundings, and in the light, the sense of dread began to lift. Qin Fair watched in shock. What was this? A golden light incantation? A Buddha's golden body? Wuji felt a flush of warmth. His golden bell cover training had not gone to waste after all. He was finally applying it to something other than the bedroom, realizing the true potential of the Buddhist technique. She saw Gu Ruian and Yue Ying looking entirely unsurprised. They simply hurried along behind Chu Ge, calling out, "Do not walk so fast, let us stay together." Chu Ge stopped, turning to look back at the team. Yue Ying, are you completely unable to use your ability without shadows? Yue Ying looked embarrassed. I did not realize it would be like this here. What if there is no light source? Perhaps I should quit and stand guard at the cave entrance? It seems your ability suffers from severe limitations in this environment. Do not quit. You have likely lost contact with your other team members by now, and being alone outside would be far too dangerous. Stay with us. Chu Ge flipped his wrist, producing a glowing night pearl. Use this to create a shadow. Yue Ying did not stand on ceremony, accepting the pearl immediately. Thank you, Captain. In addition, Chu Ge glanced toward the edge of their light. Gu Ruian stared at the spirits, which threw themselves against their barrier like moths to a flame, her brow furrowed in concentration. Chu Ge asked, "What are you looking at?" "I can hear their thoughts," Gu Ruian murmured. "It is a chaotic mix of murderous intent and resentment. Fragmented thoughts of tearing every intruder to pieces, of cutting off their feet. Is there anything else?" "There is more." Gu Ruian lowered her voice. "Before us, someone else entered. A significant number of people. It is readable in the lingering thoughts of these spirits." Chu Ge felt a chill run down his spine. Someone had found this place first? That made no sense. How did they locate it? It seemed that no matter how many nations swarmed into this chaotic battle, the true opponents remained that single group. They were connected to the Heavenly Emperor, which explained how they used ability negation to cooperate with his agenda, and how they precision located a spirit that should have been impossible to find. How did they pass through this area? Wuji asked. It is at least dozens of miles deep, filled with resentful spirits and mutated monsters. If they fought their way in, why do we see no signs of battle? I do not know. The memories of these spirits are fragmented, their normal thoughts scattered by waves of murderous intent. I can only see flashes of human faces, both Eastern and Western. There seem to be Chinese and Japanese among them. So there are traitors. Chu Ge looked thoughtful. Your mind reading has finally evolved. It feels quite powerful now. Gu Ruian shook her head slightly. In theory, I can achieve a certain degree of mental control, but these spirits offer no purchase. I will have to wait until I see human beings to test it. Chu Ge smiled. The power of a team feels truly different from being alone, especially with such a diverse mix of abilities. We have spent so much time being shadowed by them. Finally, we get to see what it is like to be the hunter waiting in the shadows. Chapter 417. With enemies ahead and a plan to ambush from the shadows, the original strategy of blasting through the ice needed revision. They had to keep the noise down. Chu Ge manipulated the space around them. He distorted the air slightly, bending the light so it did not escape their immediate vicinity. This was not just a spell for himself. It was a group camouflage. His growth had reached far beyond the pages of his books. His real-world ability levels had climbed steadily. The group huddled inside his golden shield, stepping softly into the dark. Wuji watched him. He had become capable of almost anything. It seemed he hardly needed his little assistant anymore. Chu Ge kept his eyes on Qin Fair. Her execution was better than expected. With the group hushing their breath, she moved on tiptoes, avoiding any impulsive outbursts. She had helped Yue Ying and Gu Ruian purify the spirits earlier. She was not a spoiled brat, just proud. That made the situation manageable. Winning over a proud person did not require much. One simply had to demonstrate a level of competence that earned their respect. Even at her proudest, she was no match for the true Wuji or the little flame form. Qin Fair followed in silence, though her mind reeled. This little flame captain possessed power that defied logic. The golden light served as light, defense, and purification all at once. She could not imagine how he managed it. She assumed that was the extent of his ability, but then he conjured a space distortion to hide the group. How could anyone juggle so many disparate powers at once? It felt like a violation of common sense. Even with such a capable leader, she felt the pressure mount with every step deeper into the ice. The air grew impossibly cold. It was the kind of chill that seeped into the soul. Chu Ge's golden shield acted as a physical barrier, not a source of warmth. The temperature remained biting. She gritted her teeth. Her feet grew numb, making movement difficult. Yet she refused to let her discomfort show. She kept her pace steady. If Gu Ruian could handle it, then she could too. The woman wearing the green little flame mask spoke in a low voice. This chill is wrong. The golden shield is vibrating with the sound of cutting blades. The cold has manifested as a physical force. Without the shield, we would be walking through a storm of ice daggers. Every step would be a struggle against frozen steel. Chu Ge nodded. I can feel it. It does not seem like the uncontrolled leaking of the Black Tortoise energy. Something is provoking this, forcing it to lash out. It is mindless and thrashing in every direction. Wuji glanced at him. Can the golden bell hold? Chu Ge maintained the barrier. It is holding for now. Strangely, the Black Tortoise power feels weaker than expected. Far weaker. This should have been the force behind the apocalyptic destruction of the Arctic Ocean. It should have been a power impossible to resist. Now that we are here, it does not seem so overwhelming. This does not add up. Guvurian spoke up. That implies they have a method to restrict the beast. Otherwise, they would never have dared to come looking for it. Qin Fair kept her thoughts to herself. Did they truly have the strength to counter the Black Tortoise? They just admitted they were not strong enough to handle it alone. Perhaps the enemy was accidentally helping them. If not for the formation, they might not even have made it through the long, frozen tunnel. A flicker of light appeared ahead. A flashlight beam danced against the cavern walls. Qin Fair exhaled a long breath. The relief washed over her, though she could not explain how they had made it this far. She would rather fight the enemy than suffer the frost a moment longer. She watched Guvurian. The woman acted only as support, yet she persisted with such grit. Was this the result of military training? The group gathered around a sharp bend in the cave. 6 Westerners dressed in nano armor stood in a 6-pointed star formation. At the center hovered a mist-like, distorted spirit that resembled a turtle and a snake coiled together. It was the spirit of the Black Tortoise. Several Asian faces stood guard along the perimeter. They swung flashlights across the tunnel. One man stood off to the side, stone-faced, staring into space. He held no flashlight. Chu Ge recognized him immediately. Zhang Kairan. To see him here without any prior notice to the organization spelled betrayal. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes, studying the man. Zhang Kairan had not lost his mind. Chu Ge glanced at Yue Ying. She kept her face expressionless. Wuji scrutinized the formation for several seconds. Her expression turned grave. It is a formation. How can abilities be used to form a magical array? Guvurian kept her voice low. This has been a recent development. Everyone has been researching the magic circles found in their respective myths, trying to combine their abilities into formation effects. Many people hold the belief that those ancient myths, and the magic within them, were real. Chu Ge gestured to the group. Do they know what capability this formation possesses? Our divine sense is severely restricted, and we cannot perceive it clearly. Guvurian offered a regretful smile. This is obviously a new, highly classified ability that we have not yet collected data on. If I attempt to read his mind, will that alert them? Chu Ge did not hesitate. Read Zhang Kairan mind. Yue Ying turned to look at him. Chu Ge stood firm. I trust him. Even if we alert them, we have no choice. They are controlling the Black Tortoise right now. We need information. If he reacts poorly, we attack immediately. Guvurian stared at Chu Ge. He had changed significantly. They had not expected him to show leadership, yet he possessed it in spades. It felt strange. Where did a man who spent his days writing at home learn to lead? Or was this a skill honed by managing his girlfriend? She cast her doubts aside and focused on Zhang Kairan. The man remained distracted, oblivious to the intrusion. Chu Ge leaned closer. What is he thinking? Guvurian held a deadpan expression. Do I have to say it? Chu Ge grew impatient. We do not have time for games. Guvurian sighed and tapped Yue Ying on the shoulder. His mind is filled with her. I cannot tell if I am reading his thoughts or looking at the person standing right next to me. Yue Ying blinked. Chu Ge stared. Guvurian continued in a monotone voice. He is thinking that the Chinese team must be elites, and this mission is too dangerous for a newcomer like Yue Ying. He hopes she does not come. He thinks this formation is sinister, specifically designed to counter techniques like hers. He imagines the dogs are holding a gate open, using the turtle as bait to lure reinforcements. He believes that if anyone tries to rescue the beast, they will fall into the formation. He imagines Yue Ying trying to sneak in with her shadow, only to meet with disaster. Why am I even repeating this? She is not even here. Yue Ying stood frozen. The gazes of Chu Ge, Wuji, Guvurian, and Qin Fair fixed upon her. The atmosphere turned awkward. She had been watching Qin Fair earlier, but now the stage belonged to her. It was a social catastrophe. Did Zhang Kairan lose his mind? Even Chu Ge listened in disbelief. The man's mind was entirely consumed by Yue Ying. Every thought he had involved her. It was terrifying. This was exactly how he felt about Wuji. Guvurian continued her droning recitation. The formation effect nullifies personal power. Abilities and technology remain effective. Wuji gasped, and Chu Ge narrowed his eyes. The implication was clear. It did not refer to physical strength, but the divine soul power that would be suppressed as well. Even the Black Tortoise could not withstand this magical array. That meant they would be affected too. Their immortal paths would fail, leaving them with only their abilities. Zhang Kairan had identified the perfect counter to Yue Ying, but it hit harder than that. Without her martial arts or shadow techniques, she would be defenseless. Yet, this formation seemed to target Wuji even more severely. She possessed no abilities at all. Chu Ge could still rely on his spatial skills, but Wuji would be rendered powerless. They were facing a barrage of strange tricks, and the situation demanded a shift in strategy. Chapter 418. Qin Fair stepped forward, her voice tight with urgency. As long as our abilities remain effective, I am not afraid of them. Why are you all just standing there? If we wait any longer, they will have subverted the Black Tortoise. This situation is critical. Chu Ge ignored the outburst. He did not believe the bluff about guarding against reinforcements. Zhang Kairan was clearly not at the core of that team, and his concerns were merely personal speculation. The Black Tortoise could not be easily handled by a mere magical array. The beast was currently resisting with enough strength to send sword energy rippling to the surface, which meant it was far from a state of helplessness. Chu Ge actually felt relieved that the power of the Black Tortoise was restricted. If the beast were at full strength, he worried he would be unable to manage the situation. He did not fully trust the capability of Qin Fair, so he remained uncertain how much value she could add to the suppression effort. He faced a dilemma. He could try to destroy the array and release the Black Tortoise, but that would lead to a chaotic battle where heavy casualties were likely, and the Arctic Ocean would be impossible to control. Or he could fight them within the constraints of the array, but that would mean falling into the trap they had set. If he failed to break the formation, the Black Tortoise might be controlled as a weapon, which was a disastrous outcome. He had to make a choice. Wuji whispered, "Perhaps we can attempt a different approach." Chu Ge looked at her, curious. "What do you have in mind? You mentioned that you were confident about extracting people, but you were worried about complications. Can we try sending people inside instead?" Chu Ge paused. A light bulb went off in his mind. Their abilities were effective. What was his true ability? It was not merely his mastery of space, but the world within his books. He could shift the battlefield. He could shove the Black Tortoise and the enemies directly into the book. He would resolve the Arctic crisis instantly. Inside the book, he was a god, all-powerful and omnipotent. He had nothing to fear from them there. As for whether people would survive the transfer, he did not care about the fate of his enemies. It would be the perfect test to see the upper limits of power he could accommodate. Chu Ge calmed down instantly. A smile spread across his face, and he pressed his mask against hers, planting a kiss on Wuji. "You are brilliant, master." The squad stared at the display, their mouths agape, completely bewildered by the sudden affection. Qin Fair grew exasperated. "What on earth are you doing? Can you even lead? If you do not know how, step aside and let me handle it." Chu Ge turned to her side and lowered his voice. "I hope you are reliable." Qin Fair blinked, confusion etched onto her face. Was she the one currently trying to work while they were off kissing? Who was the unreliable one here? It was infuriating. She confirmed to herself that not every man could compare to Chu Ge. Across the cavern, the six-pointed star formation flickered with increasing intensity. Darkness mingled with blue light and streaks of crimson. The 6 people maintaining the array knew the truth. They had planned to bait reinforcements, but the reality was far more grueling. The Black Tortoise possessed immense power. They had exhausted their strength to resist it, and they could see no end in sight. They did not know if their power would run dry before they managed to subdue the beast. The Black Tortoise lived up to its reputation as a divine beast. Even in a mindless state, it was a formidable opponent. They had no choice. More of their experts could not enter, blocked by the interference of Chu Jiangliu and Wu Ziyun. Other areas were being hunted down by Chinese elites. Battles raged across the entire Arctic Ocean, and they had no more forces to spare. They had been forced to rely on the lackeys from the Black Dragon Society to help. Yet, they were not overly worried. The array was set, and its effects were continuous. It would last for approximately 5 more minutes. In other words, even if outsiders appeared to have broken the formation, the effects would persist. Furthermore, long-range attacks would still trigger the formation effects, a detail outsiders would never suspect. If anyone rushed in to destroy the array, they would suddenly find their power nullified, while the enemy remained prepared. They would be eliminated instantly, and then the enemies would simply restart the formation. It was a trap. Unless a top-tier anomaly like Chu Jiangliu arrived, anyone else would surely die. Just as that thought crossed their minds, a chaotic distortion exploded at the center of the array. It felt as though an extra dimension had been stuffed inside, tearing the formation apart. A Chinese spatial ability user, they thought, trying to destroy the formation with that method. The 6 members followed the feedback of the array and spotted the Chu Ge squad hiding around the corner. They burst into laughter. "Chinese elites, you are cautious, but it is meaningless. Do you know why we left no lookout along the way? We were waiting for you to be clever, but..." They did not finish the sentence. Their vision went black. The world spun, and they lost all perception of their surroundings. A man's sigh seemed to echo in their ears. "Power nullified, only abilities remain. Your boss must not know I have recovered. Otherwise, how would they dare to use this trick against me? Do they not know my raw power is 250, but my abilities are off the charts?" A bizarre, twisting ripple flashed across the room. The 6 people maintaining the array vanished instantly. Zhang Qiren stared, dumbfounded, at the sudden appearance of Chu Ge and Yue Ying. Chu Ge waved a hand. "Hi there. You are socially dead." Zhang Qiren blinked, then reacted with panic. "No, that formation has a residual effect of 5 minutes. You must deal with the Black Tortoise as fast as possible, or everyone will die by its hand. Even running out of the Arctic Ocean will not be enough time. Although I think 5 minutes should be enough, just to be safe." Chu Ge pondered for a moment. "You should go in too. You are too weak and will die out here. I just tested it. People with your level of power will have no trouble going in and out." Zhang Qiren blinked, confusion clouding his mind. A ripple flashed. Zhang Qiren and the group of Japanese men beside him vanished completely. Chu Ge looked at the struggling Black Tortoise and spoke quickly. "In this situation, we do not need many people here. Wuji and Yue Ying, go inside as well. Those people do not know what they are doing in there. I need you to lead the cleanup. Aside from Qiren, do not leave a single one alive. Gu Ruian and Qin Fair, stay behind. help with reading the mind of the Black Tortoise and purifying the energy. Wuji knew this was not the time for jealousy. She sensed that her own power had vanished entirely. The book world was her home turf. Another ripple emerged, and Wuji vanished alongside a bewildered Yue Ying. Gu Ruian and Qin Fei stood stunned, staring at the empty space. What were they talking about? Sending people to another world? Was their captain the ultimate villain? Was he simply making anyone he sent away disappear? Inside the world of the book, the group opened their eyes. They realized they had transmigrated. They had been in a dark, terrifying, and resentment-filled ice cave a moment ago, and now they were in the middle of a wilderness under the bright sun. Everyone was scattered, unable to find one another. Damn it, the ability of this Chinese man is spatial transfer? Even Wu Xiaoyun cannot perform group spatial transfers. How did he do it? Oh damn it, there is no signal here either. Where is this? This backward country still has wilderness areas without signal coverage. The foreigner, named Thompson, cursed as he trekked out of the remote mountains. He felt an intense headache. As the team leader, he had never imagined encountering such a situation. Why was it that every time they used their special abilities, they were thwarted by the even stranger abilities of the Chinese? Perhaps the 5-minute residual effect of that array was now a wedding dress for the Chinese. They could take their time to roast the Black Tortoise. He could only hope that the opponents would fail to handle it within 5 minutes. Once the array effect expired, they would die at the hands of the Black Tortoise. Thompson cursed viciously while using his wilderness survival skills to determine his approximate location. He soon discovered traces of people who had passed by recently. A glimmer of hope stirred in his heart. As long as he found people, as long as he said China very good, a group of hospitable people would come to lick his boots. Thompson had plenty of experience with that. He followed the tracks and soon saw a cliff. A pair of young man and woman dressed in ancient costumes sat huddled together, looking for all the world like a couple in love. Hello, I am lost. May I ask where this is? Thompson smiled, his expression appearing harmless as he called out from a distance. The young couple turned their heads. The girl stared at him with curiosity for a long time. TNG, there is no ugly furry man like this even in the 100,000 mountains. Where did this come from? The girl was beautiful. Thompson felt even happier. He hurried to speak. I come from America. China very good. The young man surveyed him with a strange expression. Xiao Zhu, summon a Gu King. Turn him into a puppet first. Later, when we see if Father God wants to use the puppet for something or kill him directly, we can decide then. Thompson stood frozen in shock. He thought he had arrived in China. Was this the land of the indigenous people? Chapter 419. Chu Ge had no intention of dumping these people near ordinary mortals. Mortals were his subjects, and he had no desire to let these foreigners poison their lives. Of course, he chose his drop points carefully, spreading them far apart. He could not spare the focus to manage the affairs within the book world, so he needed Wuji and the others to handle it. If he let them gather, heaven knew what kind of treacherous tricks they might conjure up together. It would be a farce if they somehow managed to nullify the powers of the people within the book and proved undefeatable. Thus, he cast them to the 4 corners of the world. He dropped a few on the eastern continent, a few in the central plains, and scattered the rest across the 100,000 mountains and the northern clouds. Thompson and his cohorts could never have known that this transmigration was not a simple dispersal. They were now separated by distances far greater than the Pacific Ocean. However, this was his first time shoving people into the book. Lacking experience, his control was not precise, so he could only drop them in the general vicinity of his targets. This was where the reality of being a child of destiny became clear. He had prepared gift packages for Yan Qinli and the others, but before anyone else could even get a glimpse of their situation, the first person to run into trouble was Chu Tianji. Moreover, he seemed to have bumped into the enemy captain. As captain, Thompson possessed abilities that outclassed his subordinates, especially with his nano armor equipped. Unfortunately, Chu Tianji did not play by the rules. One of them was a cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, the other a newly ascended Gu God. Thompson barely saw the other party move. A single beam of sword light touched his spiritual sea. The subtle, profound sword energy instantly sealed his soul, leaving Thompson unable to move. At that moment, he deeply regretted taking off his helmet just to show off his blonde hair and blue eyes to the locals. If he had kept his full armor on, he would not have been so easily defeated. Chu Tianji sighed. If you had not been babbling that foreign tongue, I might have guessed he was writing something new. But once the gibberish started, I knew exactly what was going on. He has such strong control now, he can truly manufacture transmigrators. I wonder if all transmigration is like this. Thompson blinked. What are you saying? You have me captured, and yet you are turning philosophical and sentimental? Chu Tianji remained expressionless as he took the helmet from Thompson's hands and weighed it. This thing looks familiar. It seems to be from some movie. My memories of the real world are too hazy. I cannot remember, but it seems like a good item. It should, possibly, maybe, work like this. He tucked the helmet away and began to pat down Thompson's body. After some effort, he found the control mechanism, and with a soft click, the armor retracted into a suit. Chu Tianji stood with a stony face and began to remove the suit. Thompson felt a wave of terror. What are you doing? Last time, I let the Father God down. I will give him this as a gift to study, as a token of my apology. Chu Tianji packed away the suit and turned to Yeziazu. That will do. Thompson watched in horror as the beautiful woman pulled out a golden insect and shoved it straight into his mouth. It is so good to be able to help you, Brother Tianji. This is a barbaric world. At least let a man speak. This thought flashed through Thompson's mind before he lost consciousness and slipped into an endless darkness. Thompson's encounter was hard to classify as the unluckiest or the luckiest. Though he was implanted with a goo worm, at least he did not die. Others were not so fortunate. Consider Sodas, who happened to be the closest to the 100,000 mountains, standing just outside a dormant volcano. In the distance, he saw a group of Chinese figures in red flame robes building structures near the volcano, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Sodas, much like Thompson, assumed he would be met with hospitality. He removed his helmet, revealing a flowing head of red hair, and walked over to ask for directions. "Hello," he called out. "Greetings to you all." A group of men turned to look at him with glowing, greenish eyes. "Red hair? Appearing right at our core territory? Where did this jerk come from, trying to provoke our sovereign?" Sodas paused. From within the crater, an image of a giant, raging fire erupted, leaning down to stare at him. The power of flame, the intent of the red dragon, only these things can turn black hair red. "I do not see the intent of fire on you, little brother. What is going on?" Sodas felt the heat of the fire burning his skin from a distance. He stood frozen. How did this Ragnaros speak with such ancient Chinese flavor? "Wait, no. This armor of yours." The giant figure stroked his chin in thought. "Why does this look like something from the other side?" "Never mind. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one go. If I make a mistake, he will correct it." Sodas stood there in confusion. With a loud bang, a massive orange flame hammer descended. Sodas' head was crushed into pulp, leaving only a headless corpse inside the armor, standing motionless in the center. "This armor material is interesting. Boys, strip it for me and bring it into play with." This was the brutal nature of the demonic path. They did not wait to understand anything before killing. Yan Qinli, the giant of the demonic path, was not the little flame he pretended to be in front of Chu Ge. Sodas died, without ever understanding why. Comparatively, those who transmigrated to the side of the orthodox path fared better. Take Abek, for instance, who ended up near the Cloud Edge Sect. He chose a direction away from the mountains. He was sharp enough to sense the sharp, terrifying sword intent in the air that seemed to pierce the sky. He did not dare to enter the mountains to court death, so he ran away from them instead. Just then, Elder Zhou of the Cloud Edge Sect led his group back from the eastern continent. They happened to spot an armored figure emerging from the mountains in the sky, so they descended and surrounded him. Abek cursed under his breath. Elder Zhou was the most loyal, diligent, and respected elder of the Cloud Edge Sect, the left and right hand that Wuji, as ordained by the heavenly way, relied upon the most. The old man possessed a peaceful, non-aggressive state of mind. Seeing this person trudging out of the mountains alone, he did not consider him an aggressor, but out of duty, he asked for clarification. "Are you here to visit the mountains to seek the Tao?" Abek felt the murderous sword intent from the group, similar to the energy in the mountains. His heart trembled as he carefully followed the line of questioning. Yes, I am." "Your accent is somewhat strange," Elder Zhou said with suspicion. "This set of full-body armor that covers your head is also not something an ordinary person would possess. Where do you come from?" "I come from beyond the East Sea." Elder Zhou nodded slightly. "I just returned from that side myself. Some of the accents there are indeed quite strange, and the artifacts are not all known to us either. Since you come from the wilderness, we will not blame you for lacking etiquette. Still, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not wear full armor when speaking to people, as it is easily mistaken for malicious intent." Abek sighed in relief. This kind of gentle old man was the easiest to deal with. He quickly removed his armor and offered a smile. "It is just that I look strange, so I was embarrassed to be seen. I used it to hide." Elder Zhou studied him for a moment and shook his head. "Although you are ugly, our sect does not judge people by their appearance." Abek wanted to scream. "If you do not judge people by their appearance, do not call me ugly." Elder Zhou asked what had brought him to the Cloud Edge Sect. Abek's mind raced. He sighed and said he had been chased by enemies and had lost his way, fleeing to the vicinity. Seeing that they were a very orderly and famous magic academy, he wondered if he could join to study. Elder Zhou nodded slightly. "The Cloud Edge Sect teaches everyone without discrimination. All who come here share a fate. You only need to pass various assessments. Character is paramount, talent is secondary." Abek hurriedly agreed to participate in the assessment. "Follow me inside then. If you do not pass, you must leave. That is the rule for everyone." Elder Zhou led the group to proceed. Abek felt a surge of joy. The aura of this old man felt terrifyingly powerful. He felt the Black Tortoise could not be much stronger than him. He appeared to be the head of this powerful academy, so he must be the Gandalf hidden in this world. He also seemed very kind and easy to talk to. If he could butter him up and attach himself to Gandalf's thigh, the world would be his for the taking. Just as he thought this, Wuji drifted down from the sky, her eyes darting about as she examined Abek. Before Elder Zhou could even offer a salute, Abek's expression changed drastically. He had seen photos of this woman. She was the daughter-in-law of Chu Jiangliu, the girlfriend of Chu Ge, and a famous painter and musician in China. Her presence here meant she must have been sent by Chu Ge to hunt him down. Abek shouted instinctively. "It is her. She is the one hunting me." Elder Zhou and the others froze mid-salute, their expressions turning strange as they looked at him. Abek continued to shout. "This woman even said your Cloud Edge Sect is nothing special, and that she would kill you all someday. She is a villain." "Oh," Elder Zhou said. The next moment, 10,000 swords flew forth, turning Abek into a pincushion. Abek blinked, dying as he watched the powerful Gandalf he had envisioned kneel on one knee before the woman. "Greetings, Sect Master. We did not know this was such a wild and arrogant scoundrel. Please punish us. You did not know, and you acted according to the rules. What crime is there?" Wuji said lazily. "Pass on my decree. Across the eastern and western continents, wherever the sun and moon shine, anyone who encounters such aliens, kill them without mercy." Everyone responded with a unified shout. "We obey." Abek's vision went black. What did this order mean? Even the most powerful world leaders were not this arrogant. "Are you the queen of the world?" Chapter 420. Seeing that Abek had fled from outside the mountains, Wuji realized that Chu Ge sending her in to preside over the situation was necessary. Chu Ge had not deployed them with precise accuracy, leaving them only in the vicinity of their targets. Not everyone gravitated toward the powerful individuals Chu Ge had intended, and there was no telling where the others might wander. It turned out that those dropped elsewhere did not foolishly rush toward the temple of Debei or the side of Kongayo, who guarded the endless sea. One man had landed in the ocean. He sensed the terrifying presence of the sea god from a great distance. He dared not attempt to make contact. Relying on the capabilities of his nano-armor, he flew toward the continent. Throughout the journey, he encountered countless natural storms and sea monsters. This determined survivor hacked through the brambles and weathered the wind and rain. He drifted among the sea islands for several days, exhausted and starving. Finally, he saw the light of the shore. It was a hardcore experience of wilderness survival. Yet, just as he caught sight of the coastline, before he could even muster a smile of relief, Kongayo descended from the sky and blocked his path. "I have watched you for several days," Kongayo said. "I admired you, but the Emperor issued the decree of no mercy. The moment I received it, I knew it was you." The man cried out for help. "No one in this world will save you," Kongayo replied. "The king's command remains absolute. No one defies it." There was truly no way to go up to heaven or down into the earth. As long as one existed in this world, was there anywhere that was not already within the throne of Wuji? Amidst the atmosphere of the entire world pursuing and encircling these armored aliens, a group of eastern transmigrators remained relatively safe. They hid within a canyon, staring at one another in silence. These were the Japanese men Zhang Kairan had sent in later, accompanied by Yue Ying. Chu Ge had not been certain if these Japanese men were subordinates of Zhang Kairan, so he had not separated them. He had simply sent them all together into an uninhabited valley. The idea of being transported to another world was inconceivable. All of them shared the same thoughts as Thompson and his group. They believed this was merely a spatial transfer, and that they had arrived somewhere in China. "Zhang Jun, what was that conversation with the masked man about?" one of the Japanese men asked Zhang Kairan. "Do you know him? You betrayed Sandra." Zhang Kairan looked at Yue Ying. She remained expressionless. Zhang Kairan spoke slowly. "What betrayal? I think you misunderstand. I had only been the Black Dragon Society leader for a few days when Sandra forced me into service. When did I ever claim to be his subordinate? The Black Dragon Society has always been the Japanese branch of Sandra," the man replied coldly. Without their nod, what kind of leader could you possibly be? Zhang Kairan remained silent. The Black Dragon Society was indeed the Japanese branch of the Sandra organization. Only this organization and the Chinese knew that. Outsiders had no idea what it was. Matsuda assumed it was related to the sun, while the group in the neighboring country claimed it as their own. However, the father and son of the Gonkin family knew clearly that it was the Green Dragon. This provided a glimpse into the truth. The father and son of the Gonkin family died at the hands of Chu Ge and his wife. Zhang Kairan utilized this gap in information to successfully gain the trust of the high-level officials of the Black Dragon Society. He first became a small leader of a secondary organization, absorbed the remnants of the original Matsuda group, and developed his strength. A few days later, with the powerful support of the gang leader Tang Jinyan from the neighboring country, he successfully became one of the main leaders of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. This process was achieved purely through the influence of Tang Jinyan, which caused the relevant persons in charge of Sandra to nod at this man's promotion. Zhang Kairan himself had never even had contact with the people of Sandra. At this time, the position of the president of the Black Dragon Society remained vacant. With no leader to guide them, Zhang Kairan stirred up trouble within the organization. His identity obviously made it impossible for him to become the president of the Black Dragon Society. However, he could support a leader friendly to him to achieve the goal of infiltrating and usurping the organization step by step. During this process, members of the Sandra organization arrived. They had no time to appoint a new president, so they seized the able-bodied men first. They dragged these high-level officials of the Black Dragon Society to the Arctic Ocean to participate in the battle for the Black Tortoise. In essence, they lacked manpower, or perhaps they did not want to see too many casualties among their own main forces. They merely brought them along to serve as cannon fodder. This was the reason Zhang Kairan appeared here so inexplicably. He felt bewildered himself. He had been in the middle of a gang power struggle drama. Who in the world wanted to run to this freezing place to act as cannon fodder? It was infuriating. Zhang Kairan took a deep breath. He spoke slowly. "Perhaps you believed yourselves to be subordinates of Sandra, but do you understand the current situation? This is not a matter for gang organizations. This is a war between nations. Do you still want to serve as cannon fodder for them? If the other side had not used spatial transfer, but instead engaged in direct combat, we would have been the human wall to delay them. Cannon fodder. Do you understand what that means? So what?" the man sneered. is a war between nations against the Chinese, not our duty. The country that dropped the little boy on your land was the United States, and the ones who raped your women were also them. Looking at who should be the target of your duty, I think there is something wrong with your brain. They are the strong ones. What about you? The man raised his head arrogantly, his eyes glancing sideways at Yue Ying. Here, the only Chinese woman. Zhang Jun should know what to do, right? With a sudden sound, 10,000 shadows swarmed around him, sharp as knives, and sliced toward him. The man felt a wave of terror. He could not tell that this woman, who stood on the side like a little white flower, and remained silent the entire time, was so powerful. The strength of this shadow technique was far beyond S rank. Yue Ying realized that she could exert more power in this world than in the real world. In the final analysis, the rise of abilities was the result of the influence of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of this world was clearly tens of thousands of times denser than in the real world. If her shadow technique had a lethality of 100 in the real world, it had at least 1,000 here. Yet, when her shadow stabbed the man, she heard only the sound of wood being struck. The man had transformed into a wooden stake, and he appeared behind her, his samurai sword chopping straight down. Ninjutsu. Yue Ying dodged nimbly, and thousands of shadow blades followed her like a shadow, continuing to stab toward the vital points of her enemy. The sky suddenly darkened. The shadows vanished completely. Yue Ying flew backward and retreated, her heart sinking. Did the ninjutsu of the onlookers intervene? Without light, there were no shadows. Right, there was a way. She took out the luminous pearl Chu Ge had given her. She barely illuminated the night, separated her figure, and once again transformed into 10,000 ghostly shadows. She approached the enemy silently from the ground. She also considered that it was manageable if she only faced one ninjutsu, but the enemy was not alone. There was a group of people standing on the sidelines watching, and they all seemed to be eager to move. Was she going to fall into this bitter battle of one against many again? As the thought flashed through her mind, she heard the man suddenly scream, "Let go of me." Yue Ying, who had intended to kite him, stopped instinctively. She turned her head in astonishment. She saw the man held tightly in the arms of Zhang Kairen. Even his ninjutsu could not break free. "Your ninjutsu, when broken down, is merely a method of movement and a blindfold," Zhang Kairen said. "As long as the whole person is restricted, you cannot escape. It is just a trash skill." Thousands of shadow blades approached rapidly from the ground. They did not stop. They suddenly opened up and pierced through the air. In an instant, they pierced Zhang Kairen and the enemy like pincushions. Both of them rolled onto the ground. Zhang Kairen propped himself up, covered in blood, and pressed down on the enemy. He punched him fiercely in the face. "Is it impressive because you are stronger than me? Is it true that because you are stronger, you can make others act like dogs?" He threw another punch. "Then you damn well act like a dog for me. Lick my feet. Go to hell." Zhang Kairen stood up. He stepped on the enemy's mouth and twisted it fiercely several times. "You asked if I knew what to do. Of course I do. Is this not exactly how it is done?" In the darkness, his body was covered in bloodstains from where the shadows had pierced him. His thin body stood like a demon god. Blood flowed onto the enemy below. The man had long been beaten into a pulp. He made only the faintest whimpering sound, gasping for breath, before it faded away until it was no longer audible. He was completely dead. Zhang Kairen turned his head with a ferocious expression and looked at the others who were watching. "Do it." The opposing side suddenly split apart. Several people took out guns and fired wildly at the others. The change happened suddenly. The people who were shot had no time to react and died on the spot. The sky was dark, and no one knew who had done it. They had died in the chaos. The sky regained its brightness. Zhang Kairen's body went soft. He knelt on the ground, gasping for air. "These were the people I secretly subdued with Brother Ju," he whispered. "They were originally meant to help me seize power in the Black Dragon Society. I did not completely trust them either. If you are worried, kill them too." These words were extremely soft, spoken only for Yue Ying beside him. Yue Ying stared blankly at the blood-covered Zhang Kairen. She did not pay attention to the subordinates he claimed to have subdued. She asked instinctively, "Why do you always have to get yourself into such a miserable state?" Zhang Kairen paused. He smiled weakly. "I do not have much fighting technique, and my abilities are not very proactive. I can only use clumsy methods. When your shadow pierced through, you were able to avoid my vital points. I am very happy." Yue Ying shouted angrily. "You are a lunatic. This is Chu Ge's world. If you just stalled for a moment, Wuji would have arrived. Why play the hero? You are only doing this for the sake of being a hero." Zhang Kairen remained silent for a moment. He whispered, "Your luminous pearl has a terrifying light effect. It does not look like something from our world. Did Chu Ge give it to you?" Yue Ying did not understand what he meant for a moment. "Yes." Zhang Kairen sighed. "Damn Chu Ge, is this your own choice?" Yue Ying realized what he was saying. She shouted angrily, "Chu Ge is not as filthy as you. In his heart, there is only Wuji. This pearl is just a mission tool." Light returned to Zhang Kairen's eyes. "Then how am I filthy? Is it not true that in my heart, there is only you?" Yue Ying stood stupefied, her mind completely blank. Although she had had a premonition after the social death earlier, she had never imagined that she would hear a formal confession from him. Wuji had arrived in the sky several minutes ago. She folded her arms and looked at these two oddballs in silence. "You are still bleeding all over. Is this a confession, or a suicide attempt?" Chapter 421. It was a pity that this desperate confession seemed to have the opposite effect. Yue Ying had kept her face stiff, but at least spoke to Zhang Qiren for the sake of the mission. They had even fought side by side, like battle-worn allies who shared a mutual dislike. Now, she lingered only for a few seconds before tossing a set of bandages and medicinal paste at him. Without another word, she ran. The camaraderie of a soldier had vanished. Zhang Qiren sat powerlessly on the ground. He lowered his gaze to the bandages in his hand, his lips pressed tight. Wuji appeared suddenly by his side. She tossed a pill toward him. "Eat this. You are covered in bloody holes, and bandages will do no good." Zhang Qiren sighed. "You are here." Wuji hummed in response. "You only risked your life because you knew you could not die, right?" Zhang Qiren swallowed the pill in silence. After a long recovery, he spoke slowly. "Do you mean the failure to treat myself, or the fact that I threw my life away?" Wuji answered. "Both. If I speak of the treatment, I knew my body was full of holes. In this wilderness, relying on my own medicine, I would have died if you had not come. There was nothing to struggle for." Wuji leaned in with curiosity. "So, you confessed your feelings because you finally thought you might die? I wondered why you never expressed these things to her before, yet you suddenly chose this moment." Zhang Qiren murmured in agreement, his expression full of regret. It seemed he deeply regretted the confession, as he had lost even the chance to be friends. Why had he not confessed when he harbored secret feelings in the past? He feared rejection would destroy the friendship. Many young people were the same. They buried their unrequited love until graduation, letting it fade with the wind, ending without a resolution. The claim that he confessed because he feared death was merely an excuse. He simply could not help himself, and had used the opportunity to speak the truth. Wuji shook her head. "You knew Chu Ge specifically led us in to handle the affairs here. You knew I would arrive at any moment. As Yue Ying said, if you had only stalled for time, I would have been there. Why risk your life? You have traveled alone in foreign lands with a deep and calculating mind. You are not a reckless person, yet you played the hero in front of her every time. Do you truly not believe she would find your performance too theatrical?" Zhang Qiren remained silent for a long time. Wuji possessed great patience. She watched with interest as his wounds healed like crawling worms, refusing to let him off the hook until he provided an answer. Zhang Qiren finally sighed. "To say I was acting is half right and half wrong. What does that mean? I knew you would arrive if I stalled, but every time someone insulted her, the anger surged within me. I could not control it. It was not a lack of understanding. It was an inability to stop. Do you understand?" Wuji nodded. "So, the urge was real, and it was not an act. Why did you say half of it was acting?" "Perhaps it is because I am a writer." Wuji waited. "If I were writing such a plot, I would surely believe the situation between the man and woman could not be resolved without someone taking a fatal blow. My solutions always gravitated toward that direction first. Even when other choices existed, I forced myself to think from that angle. You could barely call that acting." Wuji considered this. A novel might require a heroic sacrifice to convince the reader, but reality does not follow that logic. Zhang Qiren spoke clearly. "It is a pity my mind could not turn away from it. Or, you could think of me as mentally ill. Until now, I have never dared to hope that I could get her while alive." Wuji watched him steadily, unsure of how to comment. She knew Zhang Qiren spoke the truth. Yet, it was possible he had caused the opposite effect. Since the situations were not truly desperate, Yue Ying had reacted with shock twice. She would only think he was troubled. Coupled with the confession, the intent appeared too strong. Yue Ying was not foolish. Wuji offered a final assessment. "You are no longer an author. You are a warlord of the criminal underworld. Stop being so naive." Zhang Qiren stared blankly at the earth within the book world, unable to speak further. Yue Ying leaned behind a large tree at the edge of the valley, lost in thought. She had heard it all, and she knew Wuji had asked those questions on her behalf. Her young heart could not unravel such tangled grievances. She did not even know what she was thinking. Wuji looked toward the group of Japanese men who stood nearby, stunned by the conversation. She gestured casually. A giant boulder in the distance exploded into dust. The group jumped, watching the woman with mounting fear. "This world holds many secrets. I cannot let them leak. Ordinarily, all of you would die." Wuji spoke lightly. "Since you are Qiren's subordinates, I will offer you a way to live. Simply swear an oath to the heavenly way. You must not leak anything about this world to anyone. Those who break the oath will suffer a shattered soul and a rotting body before they die." Someone asked cautiously. "We just need to swear an oath?" Wuji smiled. "Yes, just swear an oath." Everyone raised their hands to swear. "We will never leak anything about this world. Those who break the oath will suffer a shattered soul and a rotting body before they die." Wuji nodded and flashed away. "I still have to hunt down those who escaped. Stay here in peace. I will return soon." Once she vanished, someone laughed aloud. "What superstitious nonsense. I will leak it and see what she does." "Yamamoto, did you hear what our leader Zhang said? He is a Chinese spy. Once we get out, we will capture and judge him. Then you and I will lead the Black Dragon Society." Before the man could finish, he saw fear on the faces of his comrades. He felt his own words becoming difficult to form. By the end of the sentence, he watched his own mouth fall to the ground. Extreme pain exploded from the depths of his soul. In an instant, his soul light extinguished, and his flesh began to rot and fall away. His death was far more miserable than those struck down by gunfire. The survivors stared with terror, their lips trembling, afraid to utter a single syllable. They believed that speaking would lead to death. Zhang Qiren spoke slowly. "This is a world of cultivation. Only supreme masters can break free from such oaths. Do you understand what to do? The group fell to their knees instantly, prostrating themselves. Zhang Qiren watched them silently. He knew that by borrowing this power, the Black Dragon Society belonged to him. But Yue Ying still did not. Wuji had tricked the Japanese men, for it was not a true oath to the heavenly way. That authority belonged to Chu Ge. Once they left this world, the oath would be useless. She had secretly planted sword intent within their bodies. The oath and the sword intent were entangled. Anyone who broke the oath would trigger the sword intent and be sliced to death by 10,000 swords. This was a method the sword sect used to force enemies to keep their promises. It functioned much like the poison, or goo worms of the demonic path, remaining effective even after they left the world within the book. Wuji never showed mercy to her enemies. Chu Ge had no time to manage the affairs within the book. He faced a troublesome problem with the Black Tortoise. He had managed to steal the victory from his enemies. The enemy formation left behind 5 minutes of residual effects. It was meant to deal with intruders even after the formation was destroyed. But since everyone had been transported into the book, no enemies remained. The power of the formation mattered little. Conversely, the Black Tortoise remained trapped within those effects, which made things convenient. Chu Ge wished the formation would last longer. 5 hours would be better than 5 minutes. Up close to the soul of the Black Tortoise, they discovered that even with the power weakened by the formation, they still could not hold their ground. Chu Ge's golden bell, an item with more bed value than combat value, failed to withstand the soul shock of the Black Tortoise at such close range. Within a second of stepping in front of the beast, the golden bell nearly shattered. This should not be happening. They could stand here for so long wearing armor. Chu Ge felt humiliated. My golden bell cannot compare to their knockoff nano armor. Gu Ruian spoke carefully. I can see the emotions of the Black Tortoise. It is extremely angry. It seems to be saying, damn, it is another thieving bald man coming to steal the fruit of my labor. Chu Ge stared, unable to process the situation. He immediately retracted the golden bell and switched to the cloud and water shield of the Cloud Edge Sect, accompanied by a ring of sword energy. Do not shoot. We are on the same side. Chapter 422. The violent soul of the Black Tortoise faltered. Chu Ge did not even need Gu Ruian to read its mind. It was obvious the creature was stunned. Because the core techniques of the Cloud Edge Sect were derived from the Black Tortoise's legacy, the beast recognized the aura. The confusion lasted only a moment. In the next instant, the soul of the Black Tortoise turned even more vicious. It growled, deceiver. Chu Ge's mouth hung slightly open. He watched as the cloud and water shield, and the sword energy he had manifested not half a second ago vanished into thin air. His cultivation had been suppressed. Damn it. Cold sweat broke across Chu Ge's brow. Under the influence of the formation, everyone would eventually lose their power. It was not instantaneous, leaving room for resistance. The Black Tortoise had been fighting against it, retaining some strength. Chu Ge had expected his cultivation to hold out for at least a minute or two. He proved unable to last even 5 seconds. It was worse than a magical staff. The way Gu Ruian and Qin Fair looked at him, as if watching a man suffer from impotence, was something he would just have to endure. The real problem was that he could no longer withstand the Black Tortoise's power. They were on the verge of death. Chu Ge hurriedly activated his spatial ability, warping the space between his group and the beast. He created a barrier, deflecting the horrific, resentful shockwaves. The impact hit the distortion like a physical object. Chu Ge groaned, forced back several steps. Without cultivation, his ability could not hold the line. When he had stuffed people inside earlier, he had tested the limits. He could grasp and pull people in and out, but there was an upper limit. He could not grab items with excessive energy. The rule remained. The Black Tortoise possessed too much energy. Stuffing it inside would result in the creature being crushed by the spatial pressure. One could visualize it as a narrow passage. Low-energy entities were like thin people who could squeeze through. High-energy entities were like the obese, who would get stuck and crushed. By this logic, Wuji's true form was clearly a tank. She could not enter. A tear fell for QQ. If he could not resist with his own strength, and could not stuff the monster into the book, how could he solve this? Technology was truly useful. Those people had worn nano armor and, wait. Chu Ge reached out and pulled from the book the suit Chu Tianji had been researching, the armor Yan Qinli had ordered his subordinates to strip off, and the trophies Elder Zhou had instructed his disciples to collect all vanished simultaneously. Damn it, everyone muttered, knowing exactly what happened. Chu Ge secured the armor and inspected it briefly. He put on the piece stained with blood from Yan Qinli's hammer and distributed the other 2 to Gu Ruian and Qin Fair. Put them on, he commanded. The 2 women blinked at him. Sandra surely never imagined that he had acted as a logistical transport captain. With the armor on, the pressure on the 3 finally vanished. This stuff is top tier, Chu Ge murmured. We can have the government study it later to build a legion. Gu Ruian laughed. That is the plan. Chu Ge turned to her. Can you tell what it is thinking now? Gu Ruian explained. Earlier, it thought this person was a liar, simulating its own legacy to trick it. But its thinking is chaotic and lacks continuity. As soon as we put on the armor, it immediately mistook us for the original group. Chu Ge attempted to connect, but his soul could not communicate with it. The situation was worse than it had been with the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon had been peaceful. Although it lacked sapience, it could discern the transmission of emotions and sense Chu Ge's aura as the Father God. The current state of the Black Tortoise was entirely chaotic. Filled with resentment, it hated and sought to destroy everything. Communication was impossible. He could not tell if it had sensed the father god. Even if it had, was the feeling reverence or hatred? It was impossible to tell. Both turned their heads toward Qin Fei. She had set aside her pride. She knew that without this magical team leader, there was no way she could have completed the mission. She could not even get close to the Black Tortoise. But this team leader was truly strange. What was that flash he had displayed earlier? It looked exactly like the cloud and water passing technique of the Cloud Edge sect from the animation. You are cosplaying Yan Qinli, the little flame version. So why are you also cosplaying Chu Tianji? And that dazzling display of operations earlier, and that talk of sending people inside which made them disappear. Where were they sent? Why did the enemy's armor appear here? It was too magical. Qin Fei harbored a bellyful of confusion as she slowly approached the soul of the Black Tortoise. Seen from close range, it was clearly a phantom in the shape of a dragon turtle with a snake coiled around it. Qin Fei had a general understanding of these myths. This was the Black Tortoise in its highly mature mythological form. The ancient Chinese legends were absolutely nothing like this. So what kind of Black Tortoise was this? Qin Fei tentatively placed her hand on the most intense part of the Black Tortoise's soul. A soft white light flashed, and a strange power of purification spread throughout the space. This system was entirely different from what the Black Tortoise knew. It was more akin to Western baptism and purification. It caused far less resistance than Chu Ge's Buddhist light purification. The soul of the Black Tortoise actually displayed an expression of comfort. The ferocious, contorted dragon head and snake head showed signs of relaxation. Gu Ruian spoke immediately. It is wondering who is helping it heal. It feels gratitude. You can try to talk to it, but do not use your ability to forcefully convert it. Qin Fei tried to speak. Black Tortoise, can you hear me? Gu Ruian added, it thinks this healer is an idiot. It can hear you fine, it just cannot convey the emotion. Qin Fei stood speechless. Chu Ge remained silent. Qin Fei took a deep breath. If you can hear me, please listen. Those people earlier wanted to capture you. This formation that limits your power was also left behind by them. We drove them away to help you. Gu Ruian relayed, it is sneering. It means, help me. How can you help? You do not even know what I want to do. I know, Chu Ge said. The soul of the Black Tortoise instantly locked onto him, the feeling of ferocity returning. You want to go home, Chu Ge continued. A roar erupted. The violent temper that had just subsided flared up again. The bottom of the entire ice layer began to shake. Ice stones fell from the ceiling, threatening to collapse. Qin Fei almost stumbled. Can you stop causing trouble? She shouted in anger. Chu Ge ignored her and continued. You want to kill the Heavenly Emperor to take your revenge. The shaking stopped abruptly. The turtle and snake bodies moved closer to Chu Ge, for eyes pinning him in place. You also want to ask the Heavenly Tao why, Chu Ge added slowly. The atmosphere fell quiet. Only the sound of fine ice stones falling from the perimeter echoed in the deep cave. My Father, God. The consciousness of the Black Tortoise transmitted the thought. Chu Ge neither admitted nor denied the title. He simply flipped his wrist, pulled out the piece of Black Tortoise back armor collected by the Cloud Edge Sect, and said softly, do you recognize this? This is your legacy. The Black Tortoise intent you left for your descendants. Your freezing sharpness. Your vast sea and sky. The cloud and water passing technique I used earlier is the sword intent we of the Cloud Edge Sect realized from your legacy. You should recognize it. That is not something a deceiver would have. Qin Fei turned her head abruptly. What are you saying? We, the Cloud Edge Sect. Are you not Yan Qinli? This kind of deception is going to make the Black Tortoise go berserk. Unexpectedly, the Black Tortoise became even quieter. For eyes stared intently at Chu Ge's mask, as if trying to see through the mask into his soul. After an unknown amount of time, it asked slowly, does my legacy still exist? Chu Ge paused for a moment and answered in a low voice, it does. Amidst the bewildering dialogue between Qin Fei and Gu Ruian, the aura of the Black Tortoise surged. Its massive body, deeply hidden beneath the ice layer, completely breached the glacier and floated to the surface of the sea. 5 minutes had passed. The formation failed, and the Black Tortoise revived. Beneath its massive skeletal frame, there were no feet. Countless supernatural beings in the midst of battle suddenly bled from their 7 orifices. They could not withstand such terrifying pressure. The entire Arctic Ocean heard this sound. A mere insect dares to try to control me. Die. High above in the sky, Sandro, who had been confronting Chu Jiangliu, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fled in horror. You dare to let the full-strength Black Tortoise revive. I hope you can pay the price. Chapter 423. The awakening of the Black Tortoise was a terrifying event. Even the act of stirring in its sleep, simply rising toward the surface, triggered a collapse of the surrounding glaciers. The destruction wrought by its deliberate movements promised to be catastrophic. Chu Jiangliu looked down and frowned. The lingering malice radiating from the beast remained heavy. He wondered if his son had failed to communicate with the creature. The Black Tortoise breached the surface, yet it did not rampage as Sandro had expected. Instead, the small figure of Chu Ge hovered before the massive beast, and the two locked eyes. Although the malice remained, it no longer radiated indiscriminately. The destructive force that had threatened to tear apart anything nearby receded. The chaotic churning of the sea surface began to settle. Chu Jiangliu could not breathe a sigh of relief. He realized that the power of the Black Tortoise was coiled, ready to strike, and focused entirely on Chu Ge. It looked as if the beast intended to tear him to pieces in the next heartbeat. Chu Ge removed his armor and pulled off the small flame mask. He floated before the beast, defenseless, and stared silently into its violent eyes. Below, Qin Fei stood paralyzed. She gripped Gu Ruian's arm. Chu Ge. Is the little flame Captain Chu Ge? Gu Ruian nodded once. Qin Fei felt her mind go blank. Then I am done for. Gu Ruian, you led me into saying those things on purpose. Gu Ruian kept her face blank. Death is the only thing that matters more than embarrassment. Let us see how your Chu Ge handles the Black Tortoise. No, I have to help Chu Ge. The malice of the Black Tortoise is still too strong, and I can purify it. There is no need. You have done enough. Your greatest contribution was making communication possible. As for the lingering malice, Gu Ruian hesitated for a moment before continuing. I read its mind. The Black Tortoise hates Chu Ge. This is a matter between them, and it is best for others not to intervene, or the result will be counterproductive. Qin Fei stood stunned. The Black Tortoise hates Chu Ge. She looked up abruptly. The voice of the Black Tortoise echoed across the North Pole. Why? Qin Fei remembered what Chu Ge had said earlier, that the beast wanted to ask the heavenly Tao why. Her eyes widened. Chu Ge spoke slowly. I would like to say that things happened which I did not anticipate, and I have only just learned of them myself, but I do not think you would want to hear that. The Black Tortoise glared at him coldly. Chu Ge continued. Unforeseen events are my fault. I am willing to use all my strength to compensate for your suffering, and I will certainly help you exact your revenge. The Black Tortoise sneered. That is not something the heavenly Tao should say. Chu Ge replied. This is the word of the Creator. The heavenly Tao is the law, but the Creator is the Father. The Black Tortoise faltered, finding no words to reply. Chu Ge lowered his voice. The Azure Dragon is nourishing itself in the East Sea. You may rest here in the North Sea. I will gather the elixirs and missing parts to help you fully recover and return to our world. Missing parts. The Black Tortoise roared. I have lost all 4 of my limbs. How will you replace them? I thought you had lost only 1 foot. I did not expect him to be so ruthless. Chu Ge muttered to himself, truly ruthless. The Black Tortoise shouted in fury. How will you fix this? The earth shook and the sky seemed to crumble as the glaciers danced in a violent frenzy. Amidst the flying shards of ice, Chu Ge spoke with calm resolve. I will refine the 9 heavens to replace your 4 limbs. To the onlookers, the scene seemed to freeze in place. A sword's ring cut through the air. Wuji appeared, her blade drawn to shield Chu Ge. She had sensed Chu Ge's peril from within the book, and could not suppress the urge to emerge and protect him. Even if their combined power were used against a berserk Black Tortoise, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Yet, Wuji refused to remain hidden in the book. The couple stood shoulder to shoulder, much like the turtle and snake coiled together before them, inseparable until death. The Black Tortoise turned its eyes to her sword with astonishment. After a moment of silence, it spoke in a low rumble. You did not lie to me earlier. This is my legacy, or at least a part of it. And it looked at Chu Ge with confusion. I thought I was created by the heavenly Tao, and that the Tao could simulate my intent. But now, it looks like you learned from her. Have you become my legacy? Chu Ge thought for a moment and smiled. If I created you in a past life, forgot everything in this one, and then learned your legacy, is that not a perfect circle? The Black Tortoise smiled for the first time. That counts. Chu Ge continued. Since you have no feet, the myriad cloud-edged disciples shall be your feet. Since you have no head, the endless water shall be your direction. Both worlds sing your name, and even the separation of heaven and man cannot erase you. You have roots, and he does not. Has he truly won? The Black Tortoise nodded slightly. That is true. Chu Ge finally reached out and stroked the manifested soul. Our enemy still lives. This is not the time to die. Rest well, and wait for that moment. The soul of the Black Tortoise slowly closed its eyes. Refine the 9 heavens to replace my 4 limbs. I will believe you one more time. Chu Ge replied solemnly. This is my promise. Qin Fei and Gu Ruian watched in shock, as the boundless skeletal frame of the giant turtle sank back into the deep sea, disappearing from sight. The glacier above was still collapsing. Chu Ge lost his composure. Frustrated, he blasted away a falling piece of ice. You turtle, you are a disaster. A sigh of resignation came from above. You turtle, you are a disaster. Chu Ge froze. Who dared to speak to him like that? He looked up and saw his father staring at him with a blank expression. Chu Ge muttered an expletive. I thought you could handle this quietly, but instead, you just showed off in front of your turtle son, and left a huge mess here. Chu Jianlia was furious. Do not say this is a global problem. This is a problem you created. Chu Ge gritted his teeth, considering going down to find the Black Tortoise. Its water power should solve the issue, but he felt embarrassed. As the father god, after putting on such a grand show, admitting he could not handle a small matter would undermine his vow to refine the 9 heavens. I will do it, Wuji whispered. Chu Ge turned to look at her. Wuji's true form could certainly handle this. Her strength was not limited to the sword, as her mastery of water and frost was extraordinary. The question remained whether her current manifestation in this world could do it. It turned out she could. Wuji sheathed her sword. With a sharp ring, her hair began to drift as if caught in a breeze, and she moved with the grace of a dancer. Her terrifying soul power spread for thousands of miles, covering the entire chaotic sea. The falling ice rocks seemed to reverse in time, reconnecting and sealing themselves back into the glaciers. The seawater froze, the permafrost reformed, and the boiling waves calmed. Within a dozen minutes, the roaring frozen ocean found peace once again. While it could not return to its original state, the feat was already terrifying. This was the manipulation of the laws of water. The entire frozen sea seemed to obey her commands. Below, Qin Fair and the others stared in disbelief. Rumors suggested that this QQ was the Wuji from the book, but few had truly believed it, treating it as a joke. Now, Qin Fair believed. Who else but the divine swordswoman Wuji could perform such miracles? It was too terrifying to fathom. She was supposed to act as this woman. That was impossible. This was a true empress descending, commanding the mountains and seas. No mortal could act out such presence. Even Chu Ge watched in astonishment. Since when had her avatar become so strong? If the avatar was this powerful, could her true form destroy stars? Wuji opened her eyes and smiled with a hint of exhaustion. The Black Tortoise just passed the true meaning of the water and sky to me. This is innate understanding. The power of the four symbols, not my own ability. But after I digest it, it will truly be mine. The Black Tortoise treats me better than it treats you. Chu Ge stammered. Ah, is that not normal? Chu Jianlia watched coldly and added, just like how it treats its sons better than it treats me. You have not been home for 5 years. How could I have had the chance to treat you well? Chu Jianliu ignored him and vowed to Wuji. Greetings, Sect Master Q. Stabilizing the North Sea with a single thought, even borrowing the power of the Black Tortoise, is an astonishing feat. Wuji, who had just commanded the Northern Seas, suddenly blushed. She lowered her head and stammered, please do not say that, Dad. With a splash, Qin Fair could not handle the shock. Her feet slipped, and she tumbled into the sea. Chapter 424. While others struggled to handle the intensity of the moment, Chu Jianlia beamed until his eyes vanished into squinting crinkles. He kept repeating how well QQ had done and suggested that Chu Ji should help her rest while he handled the rest. Chu Ji stood there stunned. He had not seen his father act with such gentle warmth in 28 years. Usually, he was more familiar with the stinging end of a bamboo rod. He pushed back against his own snarky thoughts though, realizing his father was truly impressive. Wuji had merely stemmed the tide of the Arctic chaos, but restoring the environment completely was another matter entirely. She herself had no idea what the area had looked like before the destruction. Yet, building upon the foundation she established, Chu Ji watched his father wave a hand. The glaciers shifted, the currents redirected, and the landscape returned to its original state as if nothing had ever happened. That was what it meant to be a level S capability. Chu Jiangliu had promised that he would handle the rest, and he delivered. Chu Ji stared, realizing that perhaps without Wuji there to stabilize the foundation, even his father might have struggled with the restoration. Chu Jiangliu glared at him, catching the expression on his son's face. He asked if Chu Ji truly thought his father was a god of creation, noting that only a madman would attempt such a monumental task without a base to work from. Chu Ji sighed, forced to admit his exhaustion. He held a position of unprecedented height in the world, yet remained at the very bottom of the family hierarchy. Chu Jianlia grew serious, asking if the threat was truly resolved, as he still sensed residual resentment. Chu Ji questioned how they should handle a potential resurgence from Sandru and his people, wondering if they were expected to guard this place indefinitely. Chu Jianlia laughed, questioning if they truly thought their enemies would dare provoke a dragon and a tortoise that possessed self-awareness. He voiced his concern about reporting back to the higher UPS, hoping they would not interfere. Chu Jianlia looked toward the glacier below, where Gurian was carefully helping Qin Fair up from the sea. He advised his son that smoothing things over with her would be a great help. Wuji watched him with wariness, wondering what kind of scheme the old man was cooking up. Chu Jianlia chuckled at her expression, noting that the woman had a marriage contract. He explained that this was just a union between the second generation, irrelevant to them. He told her not to overthink it, especially since it was unclear whether the woman truly admired Chu Ge or Wuji. Wuji relaxed slightly but remained vigilant. Chu Jiangliu announced he needed to regroup and tie up loose ends. He left the matter here to Chu Ge, suggesting he had a seal to the Black Tortoise for safety. Chu Ge agreed to try, but asked for a moment to speak further. Chu Jiangliu declined, stating they would talk later, and noted he planned to go home for a few days once his task was done. He mentioned having investigators look for the white tiger fang in the Americas. Chu Jiangliu vanished into the sky, cutting through the air. Wuji let out a long breath, admitting that Chu Ge's father was powerful, the first supernatural user she had encountered who made her feel pressure. Chu Ge brought up Sandra, the man who had confronted his father. Wuji recalled the Black Tortoise mentioning an insect, which led them to wonder if that was the secret behind Sandra's control over the undead. The clues were falling into place. They approached Qin Fair, who sat shivering in her soaked clothes, looking like a survivor from a shipwreck. They stood over her, greeting her with a light-hearted remark about the success of the operation. She looked up, bewildered by their synchronized banter. Chu Ge cleared his throat, apologizing for using the small flame mask to mislead her earlier. He explained it was a surprise for the enemy, who did not know he had recovered so quickly. Qin Fair asked if his book hiatus was truly because his powers had failed and he had lost Wuji. He confirmed it. She asked if he had finally recovered his powers and retrieved his wife. He answered in the affirmative. She slumped in despair, lamenting her social death, explaining she had only teased Gu Ruian about her blind dates with Chu Ge and had not actually meant to confess. Gu Ruian stood silently, speechless to find herself mentioned in the conversation. Qin Fair insisted she liked Chu Ge's books and admired Wuji. She turned her gaze toward Wuji, asking if this was the real person. Wuji asked for discretion. Qin Fair argued that the real Wuji would not be so delicate or call anyone dad. Wuji laughed, questioning how she expected the character to act. Qin Fair stood up, insistent. Wuji looked at her with gentle warmth, telling her that people change, and that the version of her from yesterday was not the version of today. She expressed happiness that someone was still trying to interpret her past self, even if the interpretation was a bit raw. Qin Fair muttered that she no longer knew how to act the part. She closed her eyes and pictured a blushing woman acting delicately in Chu Ge's arms. She teased Chu Ge about dating a fictional character he had written himself. Chu Ge asked if she was withdrawing her support. She replied that as long as he did not turn evil, she would remain a fan. Wuji offered to teach her swordplay, though only as a nominal disciple. Qin Fair accepted with joy. Chu Ge secretly passed a sword to Wuji, who presented it as a gift. They tasked her with helping them keep the four symbols matter under the control of Chu Ge's father. Qin Fair realized she had boarded a pirate ship. Chu Ge jokingly threatened her about her master being dissected by scientists. Qin Fair finally understood what kind of author she was supporting. She was nothing but a dog. She decided she would join the group of critics online, who called him a short author from now on. Chapter 425. Despite her desire to bash him in the group chat, Qin Fair had to remain respectful. She realized that the short-lived author she once mocked in the comments section had transformed into her master's husband. The cost of learning this sword technique was far too high. The man who was now her master's husband smiled at her. Fair, he said, come back down with your master and me to see the Black Tortoise again. There is still a bit of resentment lingering, but it should be safe to purify now. Qin Fair kept a straight face. Do not use my name like that. If people overhear, they might misunderstand our relationship. Is our relationship not such that I should call you by your name? No. You should call me a major player. You should even bend over backward to welcome me, because when people were cursing you for stopping your updates, I gave you a silver donation. Remember to thank me when you start updating again. Chu Ge covered his face with his hands. His domestic standing dropped another notch. Qin Fair's mood suddenly improved. She smiled apologetically at Wuji. Master, shall we go see the Black Tortoise? Wuji watched Chu Ge with his head hanging low and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Let us go. The Black Tortoise was currently resting deep in the ocean floor. The resentment had been suppressed because its reason had returned, but that did not mean it had vanished. Qin Fair felt she could not fully purify it. After all, the creature harbored hatred in its heart. If that intent remained, the core problem stayed unresolved, and the resentment would eventually return even if purified for now. Nevertheless, the Black Tortoise was currently willing to accept her purification quietly. It even understood why they had dived down again. Are you afraid I might hurt someone? Chu Ge spoke honestly. Yes. Also, there are enemies, specifically the group that wore armor and used a formation to restrict you earlier. I am worried they might use other means to deal with you. You are not in your prime state, after all, and they might take advantage of that. If I were in a state of chaos, his insect poison might have been useful. That person is quite strong. Now that I am clear-eyed, he cannot achieve much. The Black Tortoise paused. That strange formation is indeed a hidden danger. I have never seen such a formation. The formation itself contained no energy, yet it could cause my power to fade. That does not conform to the rules of the heavenly Tao. The system is different. It does not operate according to my rules. It is fortunate you are absurdly strong, otherwise. The Black Tortoise asked, is the best course of action not to strike back directly? Are we to wait for them to try again? Chu Ge sighed. The situation is different, and it is rather complicated. That aside, if you strike back, how do you know if there are not even stronger formations waiting for you at their base? One must know oneself and the enemy to wage war. Now is not the time. The Black Tortoise went silent. Chu Ge continued. The Azure Dragon body was missing a few parts, leaving the soul without a vessel, and the mind in chaos. You are missing your 4 feet, yet how are you still able to maintain clarity? I cut off my feet before I emerged, so the situation is different. My bones are harder than the dragon's, so they did not shatter during the process. However, if you want to find the vermilion bird and the white tiger, I fear it will be quite troublesome. Chu Ge expressed his surprise. Do you know their situations well? I do not know about the vermilion bird and the white tiger. As for the Azure Dragon, I only just established communication with it. The Black Tortoise smiled. It still has a very good impression of you. After all, it was never besieged. However, the 4 of us are one. Since it is willing to listen to you, I will believe you one more time. It said that the seal you provided is a form of protection. So, have you come to seal me? Calling it a seal is not accurate. To be precise, it is a concealment. You can leave if you wish. It is merely a mirror space. Beyond shielding you from the detection of others, it is also beneficial for your recovery, because the spiritual energy within the mirror space does not share with the outside. You may absorb it at will. The Black Tortoise nodded. Good. Qin Fair remained in the process of purification, and could clearly feel the temper of the Black Tortoise growing increasingly peaceful. She felt a sense of melancholy in her heart. In truth, the reliance the Black Tortoise held for the heavenly Tao deep within its heart was immense. She could fully understand that hidden, childlike admiration. The 4 divine beasts could accept the concept of a seal, which sounded difficult to accept despite its protective nature, so naturally. It was much like a son hating his father. No matter how much he hated him, it was difficult for the son to truly be cruel. The way the creature spoke to Chu Ge, stiffly, and with a cold face, was more akin to a son pouting and acting haughty toward his father, only to ultimately obey. Wuji also felt that these innate force spirits were perhaps truly different from other forms of life. Even Chu Ge's own son, Chu Tianji, harbored thoughts of rebellion, but these divine beasts had none at all. Perhaps it was because they possessed divinity, which caused their thoughts to differ from those of humans. If Chu Ge were to truly gather all 4 divine beasts, he would be capable of becoming the leader of the planet, especially since his method of tossing people into the book was essentially a glitch in reality. Combined with his spatial ability, he could toss people inside from far away, without even touching them. He was a fighter jet among glitches. Wuji could not imagine how anyone could break his repertoire unless they were top-tier powerhouses who were too strong to be stuffed inside. The matter of the Black Tortoise was finally settled, but there were still loose ends to tie up in the world of the book. Under the guidance and pursuit of Wuji's true form, the 6 armored individuals who had been transported finally met their end. There was no logic in the way her divine sense covered the area. In the modern world, criminals could hide for years, but in the world of the book, anyone she wished to hunt down could be considered dead. The group returned to the glacier above. Chu Ge flipped his palm and pulled Zhang Kairen, Yue Ying, and the others out. Thompson, who had been poisoned by Yaziazu, remained in the book for the time being, to be questioned later. As soon as the group appeared, Yue Ying hid beside Gu Ruian, keeping far away from Zhang Kairen. Zhang Kairen also remained silent. The atmosphere felt strange. Chu Ge traced back the events in the book and understood what had occurred. His expression grew strange. He patted Zhang Kairen's shoulder. "Shall we talk?" Zhang Kairen smiled. "It has been a long time since we brothers had a proper chat. During that business in Korea last time, we did not even have the chance to say a few words." Chu Ge hooked his arm around Zhang Kairen's shoulder. The two walked behind an ice rock and leaned against the ice wall, looking up at the sky. They remained silent for several seconds before Chu Ge sighed. "Actually, there is one thing I have never quite understood." Zhang Kairen seemed to have known what he was going to ask. "You want to say, since mine was merely a secret crush, why is it so deep that I am willing to die for it?" "Exactly," Chu Ge replied. "It feels as though your relationship should not have reached this extent. How did it turn into something that makes people laugh at Yang Guo for not being obsessed enough?" Zhang Kairen looked at the sky for a long time. "I do not know either. Do you think that the moment I discovered the person I had to kill was her, it acted as a catalyst?" Chu Ge tilted his head. "From that moment on, a common, secret crush that could have faded away at any time suddenly became an unshakable shadow in the depths of my heart." Zhang Kairen spoke softly. "I do not know if this counts as love or a twisted obsession. I do not care to distinguish between the two." Chu Ge looked up at the sky, thinking for a long time. Writing a short story about this would be quite good. It would require fine writing, and you could submit it to a traditional magazine. Zhang Kairen laughed. "We had the same thought." The two writers laughed to themselves. As they laughed, Chu Ge's amusement faded into a sigh, and Zhang Kairen's expression slowly went blank. They both said, "This way of thinking of ours, we will never be able to change it in this lifetime." "Your wife calls me childish." Zhang Kairen glanced at him. "Her own husband is the same kind of childish person." Chu Ge replied. "I can be, but you cannot. You are a gang leader now." Zhang Kairen smiled. "What does a gang leader matter? What you are doing seems even more exaggerated." "I am changing too," Chu Ge said softly. "I can kill people as easily as chopping vegetables now." Zhang Kairen lost his smile again. "So can I? Can you stop using internet slang with such a straight face?" "But it is the truth." Zhang Kairen asked suddenly. "Are you still able to tell me truthfully that the path I chose is wrong?" Chu Ge stared at the sky for a long time before he answered. "Yes." Zhang Kairen looked at him with some surprise. Chu Ge lowered his voice. "Because I quite hate all of this current life. Kairen, the life I miss the most is still the time QQ, and I spent walking hand in hand through the crowds on the Kixi festival. She would go to buy groceries, and I would ride my electric scooter to pick her up." As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. "Everything I am doing now is merely so that we can return to days like those. What is the point of gold and iron horses, or wind and thunder? I only want QQ, when I am tired of typing, to hear her call from the kitchen, 'Dinner is ready.'" Chapter 426. Zhang Kairen allowed a small smile to touch his lips. The scene Chu Ge described held a certain allure for him as well. He finally sighed. "Perhaps this is the biggest difference between us." Chu Ge nodded. "You refuse to accept a quiet life." Zhang Kairen laughed. "Perhaps we are simply destined for this. Those who refuse to accept loneliness are doomed to find it, while those who crave a simple life find their existence anything but ordinary." Chu Ge sighed. "Stop with the poetic talk. Focus on what needs to be done. What else is there to do?" Zhang Kairen said. "I am already walking down a path of no return. Naturally, I must continue forward. The neon underworld is not limited to the rising Black Dragon Society. There are many mountains left to climb. I do not have the energy to dwell on other things. As for Yue Ying," he paused, a heavy sigh escaping his chest. "I acted the fool this time. It is possible we cannot even be friends in the future. I have completely lost my chance at love. Game over. That is that. I will turn this heartbreak into a career and set out to conquer the neon lands." Chu Ge did not believe the heartbreak was necessarily permanent. Although Yue Ying was currently experiencing a complicated range of emotions, the sight of a man bathing in his own blood for her sake left a deep psychological mark. When Gu Ruian had read Zhang Kairen's mind earlier, the display was vivid and raw. He had essentially poured out his very soul. How could a woman remain unmoved by that? Chu Ge believed that if he were a woman, his mind would be in total chaos for a long time. This was the definition of having one's heart in a knot. Of course, he was not a woman, so his perspective remained purely theoretical. Let us return first. Chu Ge stood up straight from the ice wall. He pulled out a glowing orb, similar to the one he had previously given Yue Ying. Take this. I gave one to Yue Ying, and now I give one to you. Consider it an even trade. I do not need a light source. It is not for illumination. It is a simple magical item. You can activate a defensive barrier by channeling your spiritual energy into it. It should be enough to block ordinary blades and projectiles. Both you and Yue Ying are on the weaker side when it comes to defense. Especially you. You possess no skills, yet you constantly treat your own body as a golden bell of protection. At the very least, this will guard your life. Do not let me see you covered in holes every time we meet. If you enjoy being stabbed by others so much, you might as well let your brother have some fun first. Chu Ge stood in silence, unable to formulate a response. Zhang Qiren accepted the bead, a look of profound shame washing over his face. He had assumed Chu Ge was attempting to woo Yue Ying. He wondered where his own mind had wandered. No matter how much he cared for her, his suspicion toward his own brother was entirely unjustified. Although he had no right to judge who pursued her. Zhang Qiren sighed. I will not say anything more. I have some power here in the Neon Lands. If you ever need help, remember to speak up. The matters in the North Sea reached a complete resolution. Chu Ge and his wife began their journey home, their moods significantly lighter. Leaving aside everything else, the ability to inflict a heavy blow upon their enemy was enough to satisfy them. They would not be separated like the cowherd and the weaver girl. After so much chaos and disturbance, the entire incident finally drew to a close. They do not know you have reclaimed control over the human realm. Wuji stretched out her arms and flew comfortably through the wind before she spoke. Does this mean the Heavenly Emperor has no idea what is happening here? Yes, Chu Ge agreed. According to his previous actions, he opted to sever the two realms. It is not that he did not want to control the human realm, he simply dared not. If he left any connection behind, it would be easy for us to strike back up there. He had to sever it completely. He even destroyed his own legacy, though it ultimately proved useless. I feel he must have had many backup plans, hoping to intervene in the human realm later. He would not have allowed you to reclaim it so easily. Yet, it seems you encountered no obstacles at all. No, the Black Tortoise affair itself was a backup plan, carried out with two simultaneous strategies. The struggle over the four sacred beasts has become the central theme of the conflict between the two realms. They simply did not expect me to reclaim the world so quickly. Why was it so fast? Wuji asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. It was not only fast but powerful. Your control over the human realm currently exceeds the maximum of what I imagined. You are truly omnipotent to a terrifying degree. How did you do it? How did you suddenly become so strong? I am an author. My supernatural power is based on writing and my works. Chu Ge explained. The recognition of my readers is the greatest protection for my world. Whether it is the rebellion of the Heavenly Emperor within the book or the demons from beyond the book, the torrent of the collective consciousness of all living beings is the foundation upon which my world exists. Wuji slowed her flight, looking down at China with a distant expression. She spoke after a long time. Yes, our roots are here. This is not over. The adaptation of manga and anime has age restrictions. People of our parents' age do not watch anime. Only film and television adaptations can achieve the most mainstream societal reach. Chu Ge said in a low voice. By that time, the world as everyone perceives it will not just be the human realm. The heavenly realm will be included as well. I want to see how he intends to compete with me for control. What is wrong with your parents' age? Do you think we cannot keep up with the times? The voice of Wu Ziyun rang out from behind them. Chu Ge stood frozen in midair, unable to speak. He turned his head to see Chu Jiangliu and Wu Ziyun stepping through the clouds from the distance. A sudden sense of daze washed over him. He felt as though he had returned to the old alleyway of 20 years ago. He was walking out of the school gate with his small book bag on his back, complaining to his classmates that his father was too fierce and his mother was too old-fashioned. Then he saw his parents pushing their beat-up bicycle, covered in the mud of a geological survey team, appearing dusty and tired at the mouth of the alley. In that moment, all his complaints vanished. He ran with his book bag on his back and dove into his mother's arms. That was safety, warmth, and care. The scent of home. He was immersed in the mortal world then, and now he drifted among the clouds. It appeared to be a different world entirely. Yet, the scent remained exactly as it had been. Seeing it from afar was enough to strike at the depths of his heart. It had been a long time since he felt that sensation. Not only had his parents been busy and separated for the past few years, but he had not returned home for a meal often since he started college. This appeared to be a rare family reunion after many years, and his wife was now part of the household. Chu Ge heard his own voice, feeling slightly wooden. How long will you be staying home this time? Chu Jiangliu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The new year is almost here. Do you not know that? The new year. Even Wuji felt a sense of daze. This was the first spring festival she had spent in this world. The spring festival was a significant concept even in the world of the book. When she had first embarked on the path of immortality, a disaster occurred just before the year end. The peddler she had waited for never arrived, and her warm home was shattered in an instant. After that, Wuji never celebrated the new year again. Nor did she ever feel what it meant to have a home. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The two realms had shifted and changed. She was about to spend her first new year in this world. He was by her side. She finally had a home. Chapter 427. The family returned to the old house. The residence had sat empty for years, yet, in front of this group of immortals, that posed no problem. Wherever Chu Ge cast his gaze, dust and grime vanished. He cleaned the place so thoroughly that Wuji did not even need to use her cleansing arts. Chu Ge and Wuji exchanged glances, their surprise evident. To manifest reality simply by willing it to be so was a level of power Chu Ge usually only achieved within his book. Most immortals could not replicate such a feat, yet Chu Ge displayed it here in the real world. Chu Ge sat on the low table with a smile, arranging the tea set. "Come, let the two of us have a chat," he said. Wu Xiaoyun took Wuji by the hand. "Let us go buy groceries. How about we have dumplings today?" she suggested. Wuji followed with a flush on her cheeks. She was deeply curious about what the father and son would discuss, especially since she had harbored long-standing questions for Chu Jiangliu. However, going grocery shopping with her mother-in-law held its own importance. She could hear the story later. Chu Ge knew what puzzled her. She would make him repeat every single word exactly. If he missed even one, he would sleep on the floor tonight. She let out a soft huff. Across the room, father and son stood in perfect synchronization. They watched their wives walk out the door, chatting and carrying baskets, while wearing smiles soft enough to melt a heart. Then, realizing the other was watching, they both smoothed their faces into expressions of stony indifference. Chu Ge cast a sidelong glance at his father. "People call you a rigid, dogmatic man of principles, but is this really who you are?" he asked. Chu Jianli clicked his tongue, looking annoyed. "You never dared to speak to me like that before. Your wings have hardened, and you have become quite arrogant, have you not?" he retorted. "Actually, there was a time I was even more arrogant. You would say one thing, and I would have 10 replies ready. I have mellowed out since then," Chu Ge said. "Which period was that?" his father asked. "My second year of middle school," Chu Ge replied. Chu Jianli laughed, shaking his head. "So, you are aware of that," he muttered. He began to pour the tea. The fragrance of tea filled the room. Chu Ge watched the rising steam, lost in thought. 1,000 questions weighed on his mind, yet he did not know where to begin. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Your strength exceeds what I imagined, but..." Chu Jianli poured him a cup. "You feel as if I have not done anything at all," he observed. Chu Ge coughed into his hand, staying silent. His father hit the mark exactly. Everyone spoke of him as a peerless powerhouse, a triple S-level existence in the eyes of his enemies. Yet, Chu Ge had never actually witnessed his father doing anything of note. Back when he viewed his father as a figure of great mystery, he had poured effort into analyzing everything, even the underlined passages in the books by his bedside, only to find nothing. It had been a complete waste of time. After pondering for a long time, he let out a sigh. "I used to imagine myself in danger, with you descending from the heavens to coldly crush a group of powerful enemies with a single palm, telling them how dare they bully my son. That dream never came to pass. It lacked the satisfaction I craved," he admitted. Chu Jianli looked at him without words. "Are you writing a novel here? Why are you analyzing satisfaction points?" he asked. Zhang Qiren said the same thing. "This is just how our minds work. We will never change," Chu Ge muttered. "But I believe that you can stand at the pinnacle of the world on your own," his father countered. "Turning back to tell your father that you have made something of yourself, that is the true point of satisfaction. Others get to take the easy path," Chu Ge grumbled. Chu Jianli took a slow sip of tea. "Do you not realize that everyone finds satisfaction in different things? It is like how readers who dislike infidelity would find your trashy book completely unsatisfying," he noted. Chu Ge cursed under his breath. "My status is very high, but you do not have the habits of a pampered second generation. When I go out, I can tell anyone that my son succeeded through his own efforts, whether in writing or through his powers. Look at those other brats. In my eyes, that is where my satisfaction lies." Chu Jianli hesitated. "Is this considered competing with others?" he asked. Chu Ge stared at him without responding, unable to find the words to retort. What if I had failed? Still, he remained the same old strict father. There were not many people like him left in these times. Having a father like this was, in a sense, a point of satisfaction in its own right. Objectively speaking, I have been away for years and did not have the time to offer much help, so I could only ask your mother to look after you more. You wanted to take the easy path, and we did give you that chance. Was that not what that blind date with Heroine was for? She was young and already an official. She is likely to reach a high position before she turns 40. You could have just stayed home, written books, and relied on her. Who knew you were so useless? You stumbled through the date, unable to say a word, and then it fell apart. You cannot blame me for that. Do you want us to arrange your entire life for you? If we did, you would be the one rebelling against us, just like the characters in your book," Chu Jiangliu explained. Chu Ge opened his mouth, but closed it again. In truth, Heroine had simply looked down on his writing, which had little to do with his performance during the date. Yet, as the saying went, one finds beauty in books, and so he had found Wuji. Looking back, he understood his father's logic far better than he would have a year ago. Who would willingly remain a character in a book, having their life mapped out by someone else. A flood of emotions washed over him. The two paused their conversation. Chu Ge drank his tea in silence before speaking. What is the meaning of the underlines in your book? I am certain that you leaving both the mirror and the book behind was intentional. The mirror served as our means to reference the mirror world, but I have yet to unravel the mystery of the book, he said. Chu Jianglia gave him a strange look. My ability is not the power to see the future. Why do you assume everything I leave behind must carry some deep meaning, he asked. Chu Ge stared, stunned. What, he replied. The mirror had meaning. It was merely to collect the residual spiritual energy in our home to prevent it from leaking out, and it acted as a barrier against intruders. Of course, it recognizes your aura, so it will not attack you. You should have been able to see that, his father noted. Yes, Chu Ge agreed. So that book had no meaning at all. Your mother and I moved all the way to the capital. Do you really think we would pack up a random old book from the bedside table and bring it with us? His father asked. Chu Ge nearly spat out his tea. I cannot believe this. Then what were the underlines for? He demanded. Those were just marks I made to highlight interesting parts of the book. There is no secret meaning. I made some of those marks years ago, even before the recovery of spiritual energy. You actually treated them like a password. Are you stupid? Was your mother right when she said we brought home the wrong baby from the pig farm? His father scoffed. Chu Ge wanted to crawl into a hole. He had spent nearly a month, day and night, studying that book in the world within his novel. He had read it backward, cross-referenced, and searched for hidden messages, only to fail to solve the mystery. He had given up in despair, only to be told this. The only benefit was that he had learned a great deal, which he and Wuji had tested extensively. He coughed. But were those underlines truly useless? Chu Jianglia gazed at his son with profound meaning in his eyes. Our surname is Chu. Even if the overlord of Western Chu did not share our clan, there is a connection. Did you not almost lose your beloved? He asked. Chu Ge froze. Chu Jianglia continued. After your return from the Japan and Korea arc, your reputation soared, and reporters flocked to you. You became the benchmark for a new generation of writers. I do not know what was happening inside your book, but I assume the righteous and demonic factions bowed to the Father God. Did you feel invincible at that moment, standing at the peak of your life, like the overlord of his banquet? Yet, the Wujiang River lay just ahead. You studied the underlines in the book, but did you truly take the message to heart? I cannot believe you did not know there were flaws that needed mending. But did you fix them? His father asked. Chu Ge fell silent. At the time, he had known about many of the problems, but he had let them drift by without giving them much thought. It was just like Wuji's reforms in the mortal kingdom. He had words slightly, but he had not taken them seriously. He had known about the rebellion brewing in the Cloud City with Chu Tianji, yet he let the misunderstandings fester. He had known about Changyu's intentions to rebel against the heavens, yet he sat back and watched, thinking he could manipulate the situation. He had possessed an irrational confidence in his control over his own world. He had become arrogant. It was exactly like the banquet of the overlord. Our surname is Chu, after all. The only lesson humans learn from history is that they never learn from history. Your concubine Yu is no fragile woman. She is an overlord in her own right, and she can help you immensely. If you had relied solely on yourself, you would have failed long ago. Chu Jianglia stared at his son. I believe your control over your book has reached an unprecedented peak, but do not mind my nagging. The past is the teacher of today. If you truly wish to be a god whose words shape reality, you still have much to do, he finished. Chapter 428. Chu Ge hung his head and listened to the lecture. He was still rattled by the recent events, and he would have obediently accepted a scolding from anyone, let alone his own father. He suspected his father knew far more about his situation than he let on. His father claimed to know nothing of the events within the book, yet his tone suggested otherwise. It felt impossible. His father was neither a psychic nor an omniscient god, yet he spoke of these events with the clarity of an observer. Was he guessing, or was he withholding the truth? Chu Ge cast a suspicious glance his way. Seeing the look on his face, Chu Jianglia laughed softly. You really hope I am all-knowing, and have a secret password to hand you. Chu Ge sipped his tea, feeling a bit aggrieved. That was obvious. He had not wanted to spend a month studying the book only to find nothing, and then get scolded for it. Chu Jianglia poured him another cup. It is not entirely true to say I have done nothing. Chu Ge mumbled. I know it is hard for you to travel, and searching for the source of spiritual energy is torture. I just mean that compared to the powerful figure I imagined, there is a gap. Chu Jianglia offered a single sentence. I beat the heavenly emperor back. Is that enough? Chu Ge stared, stunned, unable to process the situation. You think he had some way to connect with the present world, so why did he not try to control you earlier? Instead, he acted as if he were completely unaware of your existence until now. Chu Jianglia smiled. Because years ago, the heavenly emperor's divine consciousness chased the four sacred beasts out. I will not go into details, but from my observations, he did not even know he was a character from a book at that time. We did not know either. We all thought he was just a visitor from another realm. Chu Ge remained silent. You tell me, why is it that ordinary shut-ins are always the ones crossing into other worlds, yet a powerful boss from an alien realm cannot cross into ours? That makes no sense. Chu Ge nodded vigorously. Indeed. But I felt back then that he was not an ordinary visitor. I felt his hollowness. That is my domain. I am more sensitive than others. He felt like a fake, an imaginary person. I wondered which powerful psychic had imagined such a strong life form into existence. Chu Ge looked serious. What happened next? He was so strong, how did you beat him back? He was not necessarily that strong. Like I said, he was hollow. That is my domain, so he was unlucky to run into a counter. It was not just him. When I discovered the Azure Dragon skeleton, I felt the bones were fake. They believed themselves to be true life, but it felt like watching a toy movie. At that time, I believed a mastermind was behind the creation of these powerful life forms, plotting something sinister. Chu Ge wore a very strange expression. If that were the case, he himself had been the mastermind, wreaking havoc on the world. Was his father's imaginary enemy, or rather, his political target, actually trying to kill this brat? Was the villain actually himself? He wondered how his father felt when he discovered that the things he had been fighting for years were likely his own son's literary creations. Chu Jianglia seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. Have you ever considered that the Heavenly Emperor, who was still hollow at the time, was essentially a puppet whose program had been set by you? He should not have had the ability to cause chaos or cross dimensions. How did he manage it? Did he cross over without a reason? Chu Ge suggested that his power was related to time and space. That might be part of it, but the cause likely originated from local psychics. In your book world, this would count as an invasion by demons from beyond the realm. If you are the culprit, that is clearly not objective. You simply wrote a book. Who did you offend? This invader is the target I have been looking for. Chu Ge frowned. The results I obtained suggest that the awakening of spiritual energy was triggered by the emergence of the 4 sacred beasts. How did it become a case of local psychics colluding with the Heavenly Emperor? Psychic powers have always existed. The appearance of the 4 sacred beasts merely spread these abilities, which were once possessed by only a few special people. The recovery of spiritual energy and the creation of spiritual energy are 2 different things. It is called recovery because it existed before. The chain of events that had been looping in Chu Ge's mind finally unraveled. He let out a long breath. It was that simple. He had never been the culprit. If anything, he was a victim. He had not offended anyone. Chu Jianglia sipped his tea slowly. So, the Heavenly Emperor and certain people on this side must have been in league, but all signs point to them being at odds, or perhaps harborers of their own ulterior motives. For instance, the people on this side did not even know where the 4 sacred beasts were. They were searching everywhere, just like us. None of them could use immortal arts, yet they had some strange formation structures. Chu Ge agreed. That is normal. For these types of people to cooperate closely would be impossible. He continued his own line of thought. The Heavenly Emperor banished the 4 sacred beasts. Theoretically, banishing them to an unknown world would have been better, but unfortunately, he could only communicate with this one. That leads to a problem. Did the people on this side benefit from it? Chu Jianglia laughed. Correct. He probably did not know exactly where the 4 sacred beasts fell, but he had a rough idea. So, he tried to manifest his divine consciousness to finish them off, but he ran into you, who were searching for the cause of the spiritual energy recovery. Then he was beaten back into the book. Chu Ge whispered. I think his encounter with you was likely when he realized he was hollow. Only then did he begin to understand reality. Chu Jianglia froze for a moment, drinking his tea in silence. It was likely true. Chu Ge had pitted his father against himself long ago. It is not your fault. What needs to be known will be known sooner or later. Chu Ge sighed. Now, the Heavenly Emperor and Sandro's group are cooperating more closely. They might know the location of the 4 sacred beasts better than we do. Does father have any new ideas for me? Chu Jianglia smiled while drinking his tea. The more isolated the bone, like the Black Tortoises, the easier it is for them to act. The more scattered they are, the less of an advantage they have. Chu Ge noted that the more scattered they were, the less useful their prior knowledge was. If anyone took a piece, the position changed. That is one reason. As for the second, Chu Jianglia smiled. What do you think I have been doing all these years? Were you not searching for the 4 symbols? Why would I search for them? I cannot control corpses. My purpose in finding the source of spiritual energy was to control it internally. Externally, it was the opposite. I have been spreading spiritual energy to the Americas to incite chaos and awaken their psychics. That has been my main focus. The theories many of them spout about class solidification, reshuffling, and overthrowing the world, those were all spread by me. Chu Ge was dumbfounded. So that is where those slogans came from. If someone really wanted to study the cause of spiritual energy recovery, there were at least 3 culprits here. There was Chu Ge, the culprit whose writing caused the energy to spread. There was the unknown psychic whose collusion with the Heavenly Emperor caused the spillover. And there was Chu Jiangliu, who feared nothing but total disorder, and seized the opportunity to spread a wildfire abroad. Chu Jiangliu continued. So, the powerful and mysterious organizations you thought existed were actually tearing each other apart behind the scenes just to snatch a fragment. Before you awakened, our main method for finding the 4 symbols was to constantly dismantle and absorb their members for our own use. It was quite simple, really. Chapter 429. Chu Ge had always felt his father was just bumbling about in the mundane world. Now he realized the scale of the hidden battle. He simply had no way of knowing how much the warriors outside had sacrificed while he lived his ordinary city life. The Battle of the Arctic Ocean proved the point. Why Sandro stayed away remained a mystery, but the line of defense had been held somewhere Chu Ge could not see. Chu Jianglia set his teacup down and sighed. Do you have any idea how many battles we fought? how many lives were lost, or how much blood was shed in the places you cannot see. Just look at the azure dragon skeleton. It was shattered into 1,000 pieces. We spent countless hours seizing fragments from rivals just to stitch it back together. The enemies know the meaning of the SSS rank. You surely did not think we earned that reputation by bragging, did you? Chu Ge scratched his neck, embarrassed. Chu Jianglia let out a cold laugh. People like you stay in the capital, singing songs and drinking wine, completely ignorant of the reality. You enjoy the peace and assume no one is doing anything to protect it. You probably think you should be handing out medals for a job you do not even realize is being done. Stop, stop, stop. Chu Ge laughed, though the humor did not quite reach his eyes. That feels personal. You are certainly not talking about me. Chu Jianglia lowered his head to sip his tea. Chu Ge found his father oddly endearing. So, you fought many battles? Can I help you in the future? He paused, then produced the sets of nano-armor he had confiscated. These were taken from the enemy. I will turn them over to the state. Chu Jianglia saw through his little scheme in an instant. The dual realm portal was not for handover, but offering these sets of armor served as a compromise and a contribution. Chu Jianglia simply gathered the armor and set it aside with a smile. Fine. This will likely earn you some credit. No need for credit, Chu Ge countered with a grin. Can it be credited to you instead? Chu Jianglia chuckled. Hardly. I do not need to earn credit. I am the one who assigns it to others. Chu Ge stood speechless. I will accept this. It is genuinely useful, Chu Jianglia said, not dwelling on the details. You do not need to help with the fighting. It is better if you just manage your own affairs. If your side remains peaceful, the rest of the world will follow suit. Chu Ge nodded. With the revelation of your abilities, the mysteries we explored for so long have finally found answers, Chu Jianglia explained. Everything has converged into a few specific points, which is a good thing. We will handle external matters. You just need to focus on writing your book. Do you know how to proceed with the story? Do you want your father to offer some guidance? Not a chance. Chu Ge rolled his eyes. You might be superior in other things, but leave the writing to me. Humph. It is just that little web novel of yours. Do not act like I cannot write one, Chu Jianglia warned. Remember what you said earlier. Do not repeat the tragedy of the Overlord. You are at your most arrogant right now. Chu Ge shook his head with genuine earnestness. I am actually quite cautious right now. I am not arrogant at all. Is that so? Chu Jianglia smiled. I hope you mean it. You are grown now. You are competing for a world, and your scope has far exceeded your mother and me. There is not much we can advise you on. You must rely on yourself. However, he paused, his voice softening. When you feel like you cannot go on, come tell your father. Whether it is the Heavenly Emperor or the Demon Lord, our Chu family will not let our son be bullied. A warmth spread through Chu Ge's chest. They had not gathered like this in years. Hearing his father describe himself as a high-level official making national policy and assigning credit to others felt surreal to Chu Ge. As steam rose from the tea, he gazed at the old, worn root-carved table and pictured his father in his old, dusty worker's shirt. The biggest change was perhaps not his father's status, but their respective ages. The image of his father as an unfathomably powerful figure descending from the heavens to save him stemmed from a natural childhood dependence on a father figure. In reality, Chu Ge was preparing to start a family. The halo of his father's greatness was fading, revealing an old man who simply hoped for his son to succeed. Parents' temples had turned gray. Chu Ge returned to the silence from before the conversation started. 1,000 words crowded his mind, but none could find their way out. We are back. The front door opened. Wu Ziyun and Wuji walked in carrying large bags of groceries. Let me tell you, we were stopped downstairs by old Yang and the others. They were asking all sorts of questions, saying how famous little G is now. The opening credits of the cartoon even feature his name, original author Chu Ge. Chu Jianglia just laughed. And old Li's family quietly asked if little G could help their child get into animation, since that is their major. Then there was that streamer. Enough, enough, Chu Jianglia chuckled. Look at you, Director Wu, all puffed up with vanity. Pa, interrupted in the middle of her bragging, Wu Ziyun's expression shifted instantly. What vanity? Are you happy if our son is made a mockery of? I told you to find ways to help his novel career, but you did nothing and told me to stay out of it. Your rank is useless. If little G had not earned his own success, I would have died of shame because of you. The SSS-ranked warrior who terrified the world outside was scolded by his wife like a disobedient dog. He lowered his head and busied himself with the tea. Q is here. What kind of example are you setting? Go cook. You are acting tough now, are you? So great with your imagination? Why do not you just imagine some dumplings into existence instead of needing your wife? Wuji held back a laugh and tugged on Wu Ziyun's sleeve. Mom. Wu Ziyun beamed instantly. Look at how wonderful Q is. Our son is so good at finding a wife. You, look at you, wait. No. Chu Jianglia spat out his tea. Seeing his wife's sharp glare, he swallowed his retort and hastily corrected himself. I have a good eye for wives too. My son inherited it from me. He inherited it from me. Humph. Wu Ziyun carried the dumpling skins into the kitchen. You have no other skills, but you are decent at picking a wife. Chu Jianglia remained silent. Chu Ge stood with his arms crossed, watching his father. He finally understood where his own low standing at home had come from. Chu Jianglia acted as if nothing had happened and brewed a fresh pot of tea. Women, just let them have the last word. You see, she is still going to cook a meal, and tonight, she will be sweet to you. Never argue back. It is meaningless. You will not hurt the enemy, but will wound yourself by 800. This is the art of war. Remember that. The image of the rigid, principled father collapsed. What did you mean about the mouth tonight? Chu Ge wondered silently. He found that while he could be quite crude online, he could not bring himself to be lewd here. His father had completely outclassed him, which felt embarrassing. He decided to steer the conversation back to business. Your ability to manifest imagination cannot handle dumplings? I can handle it. I can even make the flavor perfect to my liking. Chu Jianlia looked at Chu Ge with deep meaning. But would that really be the dumplings you want? No. That would be the ultimate loneliness. Chu Ge fell silent. Perhaps. If Wuji's every action were exactly as he wished, would she still be the Wuji he loved? They had worked so hard for so long to make her a real person. Was that not the point? Strictly speaking, my ability is inferior to yours, Chu Jianlia continued. I can make illusions real, whether objects or living beings. But I cannot create a living, breathing world. That requires sketching out the heavens and the earth, brushstroke by brushstroke. Perhaps it needs the evolution of spatial capabilities. I lack that. However, I might be able to strengthen your abilities, allowing you to control your situation better without having to fumble around in the dark. Chu Ge beamed. You should have said that sooner. Mom already taught me spatial usage, and I have been waiting for you. I have always felt your SSS rank was significantly stronger than Mom's SS rank. Chu Jianlia smiled. The so-called SSS ranking is unscientific, because a person might be ranked SSS simply because that is the ceiling. In fact, while your ability requires such long preparation and demands you handle a wide variety of variables, once you manage to execute all of this, you are the truly unique SSS. Chapter 430. Psychic powers can be trained. Similar abilities can be discussed and developed through mutual exchange. This is true across many organizations. Chu Ge had once received guidance from his mother regarding spatial abilities, and had learned a variety of applications. Chu Ge had often wondered what kind of progress he might achieve if his father could offer similar guidance. He did not expect much, as this ability was somewhat subjective. He worried his father might simply say he did not understand. Now, however, Chu Jianliu had explicitly stated that he could strengthen the power. Chu Ge was overjoyed. Our type of ability belongs to the ancestor level of supernatural fantasies. It exists in the earliest sequences of such imaginings. Do you know what it is? Chu Jianliu asked. Chu Ge answered directly. The magic paintbrush of Ma Liang. Chu Jianliu clapped his hands. Correct. The manifestation of Ma Liang's magic brush goes even further than the traditional cultivation fantasies of painting or book spirits. Those traditional fantasies only create a spirit at best. With long-term cultivation, they might eventually become a real person, like your Q. Chu Ge handed him a cup of tea. Drink some tea. Clear your head. Chu Jianliu fell silent. He took a sip of tea before continuing. Ma Liang could paint something, and it would immediately become real. No complex process was required. This is the most direct manifestation of our type of supernatural ability. Chu Ge muttered under his breath. The ultimate daydream. Chu Jianliu straightened his expression. The ultimate daydream is writing a world into reality. Chu Ge stared, unable to process the situation. You are too kind. I feel the ultimate version is not needing a medium like a book or a painting at all, just manifesting things through pure thought. Chu Jianliu smiled faintly. Correct. One is the ultimate of results, the other is the ultimate of processes. What I intend to teach you is how to achieve this process without needing any medium. Chu Ge stopped his internal commentary and listened intently. Whether it is Ma Liang's paintings or your books, both methods project imagination onto a medium. Essentially, this just helps people visualize their imagination and connect it to reality. This is a process that can be simplified. It is not strictly necessary, because the essence of transformation between reality and illusion remains the same whether the medium exists or not. Transformation between reality and illusion, Chu Ge mused. If this were cultivation, we would talk about the laws of heaven. But we are not talking about cultivation. We are talking about superpowers, so we will not discuss that. Chu Jianliu spoke softly. Take your books, for example. Why did the previous ones not manifest, while this one became real? I even suspect that you had already made it real in your mind during the conceptualization phase, even before you put pen to paper. A jolt went through Chu Ge. It was true. He had been confused for a long time. Even before he had written the words, how did the Heavenly Emperor and the four symbols come to be? Through various clues, he had determined that the world had already existed back when he first conceived it. It never needed the medium of writing. As for why this book became real when the others did not, it was because this was the story he most wanted to write. It was the one he poured his heart into, and the one he projected his own emotions into most deeply. Chu Tianji was the manifestation of all his aspirations, and his journey was everything Chu Ge wanted to achieve. As for Wuji, she was the perfect partner, constructed from the limits of his imagination. So you mean that I need focus and emotion? To be more precise, you need passion, Chu Jianliu said. Look, if you asked me to manifest a stone from a ditch right now, I could not do it. I am not omnipotent. But if it is something I am interested in, something I want to manifest, for instance. He glanced toward the kitchen like a thief, then quietly conjured 2 dumplings. He handed one to Chu Ge. Want one? Chu Ge stared at him, unimpressed. Seeing Chu Ge's sour expression, Chu Jianliu ate the dumpling himself. He spoke with his mouth full. I have passion for everything in this nation. I can manifest everything I have seen and thought of. Everything is based on my passion and ideals, and my dedication to my home and country. Of course, your situation might be slightly different. When you build a world, relying purely on imagination will only result in chaos. You must write it out in detail. The experience you gain from me is only for reference. Chu Ge scratched his head. I still do not get the point. Just saying passion feels very subjective. First, have you noticed that your passion for the book has diminished, and your perspective on that world has become more utilitarian? Chu Ge froze. A cold shiver crawled up his spine. He had loved that world so much. It was not just because of Wuji, but because of many other things. When he first entered the book, he had been full of interest in the lives of every minor character. Even an unknown outer sect disciple coming to challenge him to a sword fight had been incredibly exciting. He had watched them happily. He had watched them all with joy. He felt they were cute. They were his creations after all. And now, he had been exhausted by the constant rebellions. His attitude toward every character was no longer defined by passion. It was fatigue. It was scrutiny. It was suspicion. It was a faint sense of detachment. It was not just a matter of his mindset shifting to that of a ruler. The issue was that he had grown tired of the world. Not to mention, did he still have the passion to write 10,000 words a day? He had taken several days off this time. Even though the dust had settled, he had not thought of writing a single word. Where was that passion from before, the one that made him want to write even while sitting on the toilet in the morning? This was far too obvious. It was a stark wake-up call. When the creator god no longer loves the world, if things continued this way, he might encounter the Wujiang River again, and he did not even know what form that disaster would take. But love is not something you can force. If the love is gone, how can he make himself love it again? Chu Ge sat there, stunned and lost in thought. His parents could not teach him this. He had to rely on himself. In the kitchen, Wuji helped her mother-in-law wrap dumplings with a bright smile. She loved this family atmosphere. Her husband was outside discussing serious matters with his father, and she was here cooking with her mother-in-law. When she was a child, her home had been exactly like this. It was comfortable. She had heard people say that relationships between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were difficult, but she had long forgotten such nonsense. Her mother-in-law was so kind. She was even nicer to her than she was to Chu Ge. She watched as her mother-in-law squinted, smiling warmly. Where was the difficulty? Wuji had long forgotten how she had secretly badmouthed her mother-in-law back when she was forced into that room with the foolish son. Wu Zhaoyun was truly smiling. These dumplings were wrapped so beautifully and tightly. The girl kept calling her mom and asking for advice, such as whether wrapping them this way would make them too big. What a sensible daughter-in-law. She heard this was the wife her son had written based on his vision of the perfect partner. Her son was saved. He knew what a good wife should be like. Had he written some of these virtues based on his own mother? That must be it. Wu Zhaoyun thought to herself happily. The sound of the conversation between the father and son outside drifted in occasionally. Wuji's hand slowed as she wrapped the dumplings, and she lost herself in thought. Passion for everything? Besides passion, there should be ideals, right? A man like father, he must be a warrior. Wu Zhaoyun called out suddenly. Ah, yes. Wuji snapped back to reality, looking a bit dazed. Does your family have any relatives left? Wu Zhaoyun asked. If we need to propose a marriage or something. Wuji sniffled and subconsciously touched her nose. None left. Then your workplace, I mean your sect. Do you have any elders? None left either. I am the eldest in the section. Wu Zhaoyun looked at the white dot of flour that Wuji had smeared on her nose. Seeing her lift her chin in a proud, defiant little gesture, while claiming she was the eldest, she felt her heart melt. It seemed there was no need to rush for a grandchild. With such an adorable daughter-in-law, what was the difference between her and a granddaughter? Wait, was this not her granddaughter? Chapter 431. The strange ethical problem kept Wu Zhaoyun drifting in thought even after they sat at the dinner table. Chu Ge sat across from her, wearing a pained expression and lost in deep contemplation. Only his father acted as if nothing had happened. He happily took a small dish, poured soy sauce and vinegar, added a spoonful of chili paste, and nearly polished off the large basin of dumplings by himself. Wu Zhaoyun watched him with a strange look as his appetite returned. Why is a person who is usually like a monkey sitting here without a word? Look at those dumplings. He has poked and flipped them in his bowl until they are almost mush. Is my seasoning not good, or did Wuji not seal them properly? Chu Jianlia replied. Is it not enough that I ate your portion happily? Why do you care how little Ji eats his? Can dumplings be counted separately like that? Chu Jianlia winked and lowered his voice. Observe how tender and affectionate they are. Is there any need for your concern? Wu Zhaoyun looked up. She noticed the awkwardness in the young couple's behavior. Chu Ji's left hand dangled under the table. Wuji's right hand dangled under the table. Wu Zhaoyun looked at the two jujube trees in front of their home and stopped speaking. She had thought their own 30 years of marriage was enough of a display of affection, but she had not expected to be fed a mouthful of dog food by the current generation. Who holds hands while eating? Wuji is not left-handed. Are you going to let her eat or not? Wuji transmitted her voice to him. What are you doing? Dad and Mom are watching. Let them watch. Does it matter? Others might fear being fed this sort of affection, but they will only be happy and eager for more. So you mean they are? I did not say that. Are you worried? I heard what Dad said to you earlier. Yes. Do you have any thoughts? Not for now. Wuji thought for a moment and smiled. Originally, every blade of grass and every tree was built by you. Every life was bestowed by you. You were passionate and dedicated to it. Even without me, you have deep feelings for that world. Your conversations with Xia Juxiao and Debei show how much you love them and how proud you are of your creation. Chu Ge nodded. Creating the world in my heart is my dream. Its manifestation into reality is an achievement that makes me overjoyed. I have said this is my path. So, according to the perspective of cultivation, am I currently at a bottleneck? Or a fork in the road of confusion? You are just annoyed now. The feeling people call being tired of love is caused by exhaustion, not a lack of love. Perhaps you just need to rest. There is no need to elevate this to thoughts of your path. That will only make you more tired. Wuji knew this was the bottleneck of his path. Once he crossed it, the view would open up. She flushed, glanced at her in-laws, and transmitted again. Am I not fragrant enough to calm you down? How about tonight? Her voice became soft and charming. The meaning was obvious. Chu Ge sat upright instantly, as if a dose of adrenaline had been injected into him. He glanced up. His parents were watching him with expressionless faces, chopsticks suspended in the air. Everyone was full. Chu Ge laughed. Today's dumplings are truly delicious. Wu Xiaoyun slammed the table and rose. Eat your head. Go wash the dishes. Do not let Wuji do it. Chu Ge used a cleaning spell to clear the table in an instant. He grabbed Wuji and ran away. I just remembered I have something to do. We will come back to see you both tomorrow. They flashed out the door. Just as he was about to close it, he pushed it halfway open again. Chu Ge reached inside, opened the shoe cabinet, and snatched 2 pairs of slippers. If you guys want to come over and hang out another day, you will be short 2 pairs of shoes. I will take them now. The door slammed shut. The parents broke into laughter. That child. He calls himself a god, but I do not see a shred of maturity. Not necessarily. Chu Jianglia chuckled. Do you know? When I spoke with him, he looked at me with such seriousness that I actually felt pressure. Wu Xiaoyun was stunned. Is that not good? Chu Jianglia leaned back in his chair. If he were truly stiff and serious, I would be worried about his mastery of abilities. To have such a youthful and happy mindset is already half the battle won. Wu Xiaoyun hesitated. I heard your conversation. There are still things you did not make clear to him. Is it not bad to hide things at a time like this? Chu Jianglia waved his hand. Sometimes it is not necessarily good to be too clear. Let it be. After 5 years of running around, we finally have a spring festival. Our son and daughter-in-law are so filial. Why not just enjoy a peaceful new year before worrying about troublesome matters? Wu Xiaoyun sighed. And Sandro? He has been severely countered by the Black Tortoise. Although that might not have any practical meaning, his body can be replaced at any time. Searching for him rashly now would be falling into his trap. Good. As long as you have a plan. Chu Jianglia pulled out the broken white tiger tooth Chu Ge had obtained from Tang Jinyan and tossed it in his hand. I have more than just a plan for him. I already have a plan for the battle of the white tiger. People are strange. Chu Ge had been feeling heavy, but after stealing the slippers, his mood improved instantly. He hummed a tune composed by Wuji, holding her hand as they walked through the old neighborhood. The cold night wind felt warm. Wuji looked at his smug expression and laughed. Fly back. It is so far. Do you intend to walk all night? Walking all night would be fine. Chu Ge swung her hand. Being able to walk on the street with you at night is happiness enough. Shameless. Wuji spoke quietly. I wonder who it was that heard me ask about tonight, and flew out the door immediately. Chu Ge blinked. So, about tonight. Tonight, there is nothing. Wuji changed her expression and pinched his ear. I have given you enough face these past few days. I have been acting like a shy little wife in front of others. Do you think you can push your luck? Ouch. The road is full of people. People? Where are the people? Wuji pointed around. The surroundings were desolate. A car sped past occasionally. It was as empty as the suburbs. It was New Year. Chu Ge realized the crowds had returned to their hometowns. The usual congestion was gone. It was cold, so few people were wandering outside at night. So this was just a convenient time for Wuji to pinch his ear. Chu Ge said helplessly, how long have you been in the kitchen with my mom, and you have already learned this? Do I need to learn? Wuji snorted. I am your master. You are lost in the confusion of your path, and I have a duty to guide you. If I did not coax you, the lecher, out the door, how could I teach you in front of your parents? Chu Ge stared at her in a daze, unable to laugh or cry. You are still thinking about not having passion for the book? Are you tired of living? My true body is still inside the book. Wuji finally stomped her foot. Passion? I do not care what passion you have for the book. You must first have the greatest passion for taking me out of there. If you dare to slack off even a little, I will. She did not know how to punish him, so her eyes darted around. Chu Ge smiled. You will do what? Wuji stomped. Originally you had 2 Wujis. Now you only have 1. Figure it out yourself. As for what kind of passion this statement could spark, no one in either world could provide an answer. A sudden dread seized the Heavenly Emperor, who was sitting somewhere in the celestial realm. Chapter 432. The Heavenly Emperor's state remained unknown, but Chu Ge certainly found himself on the receiving end of a beating. The moment he heard the mention of having 2 Wujis, he had practically vibrated with excitement, and attempted to initiate spatial distortion. His intentions were transparent to everyone, including the infuriated Wuji. She hauled him out of the distorted space, hammered his head until it was covered in bumps, and then dragged him toward the subway station, her expression still simmering with indignation. Wuji could actually ride the subway now. Why are you in such a rush to go back? The streets are quiet tonight. Would it not be lovely to stroll around or catch a breeze? Chu Ge rubbed the bumps on his head. Tears welled in his eyes as he followed her into the subway station. You were the one who wanted me to be full of passion, and now that I have a little passion, you want to beat me up. It is too difficult. Besides, what kind of breeze could you possibly catch on a subway? Even if there were few people outside, the subway told a different story. The station swarmed with activity. Wuji stared dumbly at the surging crowd, her mind momentarily blank. How are there still so many people? We are here now. Put on a mask and let us board. Chu Ge pulled a mask from his pocket and helped her secure it. Wuji blinked as she watched the gentle way he fitted the mask to her face. She felt a surge of surprise. Did you conjure this from the book and pull it out just now? No, I manifested it directly. Chu Ge put one on himself. Her eyes widened. You really learned how to do that, just by talking about it. Because there was a strong demand. Perhaps that is what Dad meant by needing passion. Or maybe, because I have experience conjuring items from the book, it does not feel difficult. Chu Ge spoke as if it were nothing. The two of them scanned their codes to enter the station. Standing hand in hand while waiting for the train, Wuji glanced sideways at his face again and again. It is reality, not the world within your book where you set the laws. Even in the book world, you cannot violate basic foundations. The heavenly way cannot simply create a giant robot out of thin air. Theoretically, the heavenly way in the book cannot create modern masks either, although such small objects might allow for some loopholes. Wuji trusted that Chu Ge could create them within the book. But in the real world, while a mask is a small matter, it reflected a great deal. The train arrived. Despite the crowd, it remained emptier than usual. They squeezed inside and found seats. Chu Ge pulled out his phone and smiled. The fact that this matter could be resolved is less about our actions and more about everyone helping. Panda, Chukia Tang Tang, and the others helped a great deal. We owe them for guiding the public opinion. Chukia Tang Tang seems to specialize in this, and Panda is also quite capable. Panda is a phantom living on the internet. I will talk to them. Everyone has probably missed me. Chu Ge opened the QQ app. He wanted to find Panda, and the others to thank them. He also wanted to check the group chat. He wondered how everyone was doing after the days of turmoil over the suspended updates. He wondered if anyone had left or started swearing. Sighing, he realized that once his mind returned to writing, he would find that these were the most adorable people. You just focus on driving, and your dad will find a way. As soon as he entered the group, that classic meme appeared at the top. Following it, a crowd of people shouted, "Hurry up! Chu Ge and Wuji are not here, especially Wuji. Why are you still not posting lewd pictures? Are you waiting to fall in love? I have been waiting for days. What a bunch of cowards. If you call us cowards, why do not you post them yourself? Ancient to modern, circle to circle, 5 lights 10, beneficial to circle." Conjar sent 99 images. Hero. Chu Ge watched helplessly as his data usage spiked due to the terrifying image library. The dazzling array of skin tones appeared one after another. A middle-aged man next to him leaned over and nudged him excitedly. Brother, what kind of lewd app is this? Recommend it to me. Chu Ge covered his face. This is my QQ group. Wuji's tone turned cold. Everyone really missed you. They missed you so much. Chu Ge could not lower his hands to cover his face, as the situation was too embarrassing. Konjaya was muted for 1 hour by Administrator Wuji. The group chat went silent. Who just banned someone? Someone tagged the administrator. Is that you, Mushroom? It is not me. Blue Little Pill. It is not me. Panda sent a string of laughing emojis. Wuji is back. We cannot drive anymore. Damn it, are you stupid? Why do we need the car if Wuji is here? Can the moderator not do it himself? Wuji, come out and speak. Wuji sent a question mark emoji of a fat penguin popping its head out. The group chat flooded the screen with messages. Wuji, my Wuji. Wuji quickly replied, hey, I have a husband. Your husband is so short. Never mind, I will not tease you. Anyway, tell your husband to step aside. Wuji, they say you ran out of the book. Is that true? Wuji smiled. Yes, I ran out of the book. Tisk. No one felt excited. Instead, someone said languidly, it is boring if you really ran out. You ran out and got fathered by the short Chu Ge. It has nothing to do with us. We want the two-dimensional Wuji. Wuji stared at the screen. Chu Ge stared at the screen. Lulu was muted for 1 minute by Administrator Chu Ge. Oh, short Chu Ge is here too. The group chat turned lively. Does this mean you can resume updates? Wuji said. I was wondering why none of you were urging for updates. You just come in and shout QQ. Is urging for updates useful? That guy's updates are short anyway. Even if he updates today, do you think we will read it? Short Chu Ge took off his pants, and scientists claimed to have discovered the smallest unit. Wuji must be very tired. Blue Little Pill was muted for 10 minutes by Administrator Chu Ge. Damn it. A fat void face poked out of the screen. Short Chu Ge, you are heartless. How dare you mute me? Damn. Chu Ge quickly cast an illusion to cover the fat face. I am on the subway. How dare you pop out casually? Wait, no. You have already reached this level. Panda hummed. You are the only one capable of progress, and none of us are. Wuji leaned in. Panda, your phantom image is fatter. By the way, give me access to the island. My girlfriend is coming to see me. Panda countered Wuji's insult about his weight without batting an eye. Wuji pointed at him in shock. How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Chu Ge realized something. Is it Chu Ge Tang Tang? If it is, should you thank us for playing matchmaker? Online friend, online friend. Panda rubbed his hands together, revealing his lack of confidence. I do not know if it will work out. Lose weight, fatty. Men are afraid of meeting tanks, so are girls not afraid too? We of you wo. Chu Ge watched in a daze as Panda's phantom image transformed into a fat penguin in tears. This ability is impressive. The fat penguin turned back into Panda. Big brother Chu, tell me the truth. Are you guys done with your business? Yes, you could say it is temporarily resolved. Thank you all. Do not listen to their nonsense. As readers, we actually hope you will update well. Even if scientists discover the smallest unit, it still has to exist. Chu Ge sighed and said earnestly, do not worry. I will write tonight when I get back, and I will strive to release a new chapter tomorrow. Do not be so hasty. The new year is coming soon. Why not wait until after the new year? Panda said hypocritically. Chu Ge twitched. When have you ever cared about us celebrating the new year? However, that sounded right too. He turned his head to Wuji. Do you still want that dream of spending the new year in Hainan? Wuji put her hands on her hips. Why go to Hainan? Is the book not enough for you to play on summer islands? Get back and write. Chapter 433. In the vast majority of cases, holidays for professional web writers were no different from normal days. Even now that the small new year had passed, most schools were on break, and many people had returned to their hometowns. Office workers were panting from end-of-year overtime, while others had already started slacking off. But for writers still publishing, most found their routine unchanged. If they lived with their families, they often faced added annoyances. They were told to buy this or move that. Someone had to do the chores, and since everyone else was working, the writer became the target by default. After all, working from home did not count as real work. Fortunately, Chu Ge never had that problem. From the beginning, his parents supported his writing, even when no one knew he could achieve his current results. Now, support depended primarily on his wife. She was the most supportive person in the world. She would get anxious if he did not write, and she was even more proactive than his fan groups in pushing him to work. Back home, Wuji busied herself cleaning and tidying, seemingly forgetting that she knew how to use a cleaning spell. Tidying up was one of the simple joys of living together, and it brought a sense of accomplishment, when done occasionally, provided it was not an everyday occurrence. Chu Ge sat before the computer and blanked out for a long moment. His mind was a complete void. He felt like he had completely lost his muse. It was no wonder people said taking long leaves of absence was a precursor to abandoning a book. It was difficult to get back into the groove. He had not even started the Celestial Realm arc. There were still parts of the Mortal Realm arc that needed to be completed. He needed to touch up the thread between Chu Tianji and Yaziazu, adding emotional depth so the progression felt less abrupt. He also needed to explain why the Gu God ended up being Yaziazu. He had to detail the process of Wuji conquering the eastern continent and the Yunji Sect showing their power everywhere, solidifying the results of their rule. He needed a logical reason for Xie Juxiao to retire, and for Xie Yuner to take over naturally. He wanted to write more about Debay spreading his teachings in the eastern continent, letting his temples bloom. There was still a lot to finish, and 10 or so chapters might not even be enough. Finally, there was the plot of Wuji ascending to immortality, which would truly mark the end of the Mortal Realm arc. In a sense, the changes within the book had already influenced his plot structure. It was no longer the story he had intended to write, which for an author, or rather, for the Heavenly Way, felt like a hostage situation. But Chu Ge did not dwell on that now. As Wuji had said, the day a sword was held to his throat to force a plot change was the day he became a hostage. Getting hung up on it was meaningless. What mattered was ensuring he could never be taken hostage again. This was his world. Even if he had to change the original plan, it would be done according to his own will, and for his own goals, not just to clean up after established facts. Whose book was this anyway? Chu Ge smoothed out his outline. As he wrote, he became fully immersed, listing out the end of the Mortal Realm arc, and the beginning of the Celestial Realm all at once. He knew how the subsequent Celestial Realm should be written. The draft he had written while staying in the book that month should be completely scrapped. The original story of the Heavenly Emperor should be erased entirely. He would create a new Celestial Realm and re-establish the Heavenly Emperor. Would the new Celestial Realm conflict with the old world, causing two Heavenly Emperors to fight? Or perhaps, he would simply make the Heavenly Emperor suffer from a split personality. Regardless of the outcome, Chu Ge looked forward to it. He had measures for any result. If the people in the book really wanted to fight the author for independence, they were in for a rough time. It was not just the Heavenly Emperor. There were Buddhas and Taoist masters as well. They were currently allied, right? He would write them as bickering, fighting over every new cultivator to ascend, reflecting the intense struggle. Then he would see what kind of chaos ensued. Chu Ge paused. Fighting over ascendance. Was that not the scene future Wuji had witnessed? He laughed softly. It was no wonder it was different from what he had written. He felt a bit silly for having worried so much. If he had seen future Wuji smiling, he should have known the crisis would be resolved. It was useless to worry, yet he had not been able to stay calm. Chu Ge tapped away at the keyboard as the night deepened. Wuji walked in on tiptoe, poured him a cup of spiritual tea, and placed it on the table. She watched him with soft eyes as he sorted through his outline. She always felt he looked his best when typing. He looked handsome when he acted as the heavenly way in the book, striking on to the world, but this was a different kind of handsomeness. This was the beauty of his focus and passion for his work. Who said he had no passion? Seeing him so immersed, it was clear how much he loved it. He truly loved his world. It was his heart and soul, day and night, just like a child. No matter how tired one gets raising a child, or how angry the little one makes them, love always remained. Chu Ge seemed to have tired himself out. He reached for the cup and took a sip by instinct. The spiritual tea flowed into his stomach, leaving him feeling refreshed. Only then did he recall he had not brewed any tea. Where did the spiritual tea come from? He turned his head to see Wuji sitting to one side, resting her chin on her hand, watching him. When he looked over, she averted her eyes, a faint blush creeping onto her face. It was embarrassing. They were practically an old married couple, yet she was still acting like a love-struck fool. "QQ," he called out to her. "What is it?" she replied. "I have been writing for a long time. Should we take a break? You can rest if you want. You do not need to report to me. My master is supervising my path. Naturally, I must report to my master." Wuji straightened up, hands on her hips. "If you are reporting to your master, then what are the results?" Chu Ge stood up and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist and inhaling the scent of her hair. "The result is that my brain was empty before, and I felt like I did not want to write, but as I wrote, I became immersed. I feel at one with the story. Even you, who claim to have broken free from the heavenly way, I can sense your emotions as I refine your outline." Wuji panicked slightly. "How can you still sense my emotions? Perhaps because you are still in that world, and everything in the world cannot escape my perception. Or perhaps simply because I understand you." He whispered the last part into her ear. Wuji felt her body soften as his breath brushed against her skin. She held her ground. "You only know how to say nice things. What emotions did you sense?" The true body of QQ is thinking, that stinky Chu Ge is acting lovey-dovey with a vixen at home again. When will he finally come in? Wuji fell silent. Chu Ge kissed her cheek, smiling. "Then let us go in now. Go away. It is her who wants you to go in, not me." Chu Ge slowly pushed her back onto the couch, ignoring her struggles. "What did you say at dinner about tonight? How about tonight?" Wuji turned her head away, resigning herself to fate. "Do whatever you want, but having both is out of the question. Not a chance." Chu Ge pressed closer. "Then what about you? What about tonight?" She sniffled, sounding pained. "You just said you were reporting your progress to your master, and then you do this. Well, does the master have any rewards? Should I go ask the master inside the book?" "No," Wuji sniffed again. How about I give you control? You can control me however you want. I will not care, okay?" Chu Ge suddenly gained control over her body. Damn. He used to think this was amazing, but why did it feel wrong now? Controlling her like this, was she not just a doll? He felt like crying. "Take the control back. I do not want it." Wuji grew annoyed and pushed him off. "This will not do, that will not do. Just lie there, and let your master control you." Chu Ge lay flat instantly. "Thank you, master. Please take charge." Chapter 434. The little fox spirit was at odds with herself. She had spent the previous day competing with herself for attention, jealous of the great vixen in the book, and had invented new ways to keep her man from returning to the pages. By the following morning, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone, and slipped away. The techniques were a minor matter. The real issue was the internal jealousy. She could not bear to face Chu Ge and his playful, teasing gaze. It was infuriating. She used a convenient excuse. The original artwork for the comic was long gone, and the updates had effectively stalled. Zhu Mingmeng was likely on the verge of a breakdown, and it was time to provide some reassurance. This excuse held water. The comic had indeed reached a standstill. The comic held one advantage over the novel. It was not a daily release, but a twice-weekly serial. The recent chaos had spanned exactly 1 week. The stockpile of original artwork had lasted just long enough to cover these 2 installments. If Wuji had not returned now, the series would have officially lapsed. When a novel misses an update, the author can request leave. When a comic misses an update, there is no good explanation. The artist is merely illustrating the original work, not creating a new one. There was no excuse for a lapse. Zhu Mingmeng was frantic, yet she possessed enough self-awareness to avoid calling Wuji. She was a member of the inner circle, after all. Through Panda and the others, she knew Chu Ge and Wuji had likely faced real trouble. Calling would be useless, and refraining from adding to their burden was the greatest help she could offer. The headache lay in not knowing how long it would take to resolve the couple's predicament. She had no idea how long the hiatus would last. If the gap stretched so long that the comic caught up to the animated adaptation, the project would be completely ruined. Poor Zhu Mengmeng paced in circles. She almost considered attempting to draw the pages herself. She glanced at the drafting paper, where she had sketched Chu Tianji to look like a pig. She abandoned that thought with a sigh and decided to find another artist at the company to fill the void. Yet, while the other artists could manage a sketch that was not a pig head, none could capture the unique flavor of Wuji's original work. The readers would spot the replacement the moment they saw the page. It would be a blow to their reputation, for worse than a simple hiatus. Wuji was the absolute core of the project. No solution could replace her. Zhu Mingming spent her days praying for Wuji to return. She could not even find the interest to visit her own tea house. Zhu Mingming felt as though she had exhausted all her energy for this wretched comic studio. To be fair, the income from the tea house far exceeded the studio, yet the studio caused hundreds of times more worry. She did not know if she was the boss or if Wuji was the boss. They were truly the most touching, best partners of the century, but there was no other way. She valued the prestige. In the past, when she ran the tea house, her father's acquaintances would come to buy tea. She never knew which tea they were truly trying to purchase. Now, they all called her President Zhu, no longer Miss Zhu. She did not know why they called her Miss before and President now. Was it not all her father's money? Zhu Mingming trudged into work early, dreading the questions from various departments about when President Q would return. She wondered how to respond. Just as she reached the company entrance, a cheer erupted from inside. Long live Sister Q. Zhu Mingming felt her spirits lift. She hurried inside to find Wuji standing in the center, smiling as she made an announcement. Everyone has worked hard. I am adding a 1-month bonus for everyone. Zhu Mingming felt her blood pressure spike. She marched forward, grabbed Wuji, and dragged her toward the office. You have the nerve to come back. I have been working myself to the bone here, and you walk in and start buying hearts. The company has no money right now. You pay for it yourself. Wuji offered a forced smile. Our family has no money either. Chu Ge spent it all to reprint the physical books. Then why keep such a spendthrift man? I just love that he is a spendthrift. Wuji's eyes gleamed at the mention of it. He did it for me. He did not care about exhausting our fortune. Zhu Mingming felt a mix of anger and jealousy. So you ran over here to spend my money instead? No, no. Wuji chuckled. It is because we are happy. Think of it as passing out red envelopes to everyone. Do not be a capitalist who hangs people from street lamps. Mingming. Go to hell. Zhu Mingming eyed her sideways. You can deduct it from your share of this month's dividends. That is fine. Wuji did not care about that in the slightest. She laughed. By your tone, it sounds like this month's profits are quite good. They are good, Zhu Mingming said. The point is, if you had not come back, we would have been drinking air. But I am back now. I abandoned the task of saving the world, and all that glory just to come here and chat with you. Zhu Mingming leaned back. QQ. Yes. When I first met you, you were like someone from a mountain village. Now, you use internet slang better than I do. Is there a possibility that I am telling the truth? Get out, Zhu Mingming said. If we follow the rumors, you really are the Q from the book, and the one saving the world is your husband. Then he gifted you a world and made you queen. Wuji blinked. Zhu Mingming hesitated. Your expression, is it true? Wuji continued to blink. Zhu Mingming grabbed Wuji by the collar. The button nearly popped off. You are infuriating. Go draw for me. If you do not hand over the original artwork for the next issue by tomorrow, we are finished. This was a case of one thing subduing another. Wuji had not expected that just after forcing Chu Ge to update yesterday, she would be forced to update today. The annoying part was that she had to provide bedtime comfort while forcing Chu Ge to update. But Zhu Mingming was not responsible for bedtime comfort here. Was this what they called being a capitalist? Wuji sighed. Meanwhile, Chu Ge had entered a state of normal updates. He woke up feeling refreshed, combed through the outline from the night before, and tapped away at the keys that morning. He updated a chapter normally, fulfilling the promise he made to Panda the day before. Facts proved that the group members, who had claimed they would not even read it, clicked in immediately. The group chat transformed from a place for sharing lewd images to a leaderboard for who read the chapter first. I was just looking at a lewd image, and by the time I turned back, I was not even in the top 100. Do you all live on Kidian? You were looking at lewd images. I clicked the moment I saw the update notification, and was still third. Which two cheaters were faster than me? I, Samu, am not cheating. Chu Ge drank his tea and watched the chat with a smile. He did not expect the atmosphere to turn sour within a minute. Damn, I should not have clicked to read this. It is so short. How can Shorty Chu have the nerve to post this? It really is the smallest unit. Even a dog would not read it. QQ must be very tired. Chu Ge sat in silence. Panda attempted to stir the pot. No, Chu Tianji is actually going to have a wife. My youth is over. What is the point of having a wife? Never mind that he is still looking for Yeziazu. Is that what we want to see? We want to know if there will be any spicy content after he finds her. Do not count on it. It will get censored. At most, it will just be one night passing. Asking me does nothing. Do you think the result of increased censorship will be the censorship of games and web novels? The topic shifted in a second. The entire group was in an uproar, and no one talked about the novel anymore. Chu Ge scratched his head. Had he missed some major event lately? Amidst the chaos, a sentence appeared that was several minutes late and completely out of place. Is this update even human? If you do not add more chapters for silver donations, that is fine, but now there is not even a thank you. I am becoming a hater. Chu Ge stared at the spokesperson with the user ID fear. His cheek twitched as he opened a private chat. No, why do you have time to go online and read novels, and even come to the group to bash me? Qin Fair replied. So what? Am I not your reader? Can I not join the group? Does anyone know it is you? You have this ID hanging there. Q. Oh, the master's ID also hangs Wuji. How many people truly think she is Wuji? What is there to fear? Do not change the subject. Where is my thanks? Chu Ge replied helplessly. I truly forgot. I will make up for it in the next chapter. You are online and chatting during work hours in the morning. Does this mean your production crew has not filmed the Wuji scenes yet? We are filming. I am just taking a break midway. We have already filmed to the part where Wuji instructs Chu Ge. According to the original plot, is this where the master runs out to find you? Ha, how do you know? Because the changes in your new version mainly revolve around the transition here. True fans can naturally see it. Then, connecting it to reality, it is easy to make a guess that is not far from the truth. Qin Fair hesitated for a moment, but still said, the matter you asked me to handle has been completed. The affair of the 4 symbols remains entirely the responsibility of your father. Chu Ge remembered. Ah, this matter is important. Thank you so much. Do not thank me. Qin Fair paused, but ultimately finished her thought. Who told me I am truly a fan of your wretched book? As long as you write the book well, that is the greatest thanks you can give me. Chapter 435. Chu Ge smiled, realizing that the young woman was actually quite easy to get along with. He felt a wave of warmth. He typed a reply, promising her a dedicated chapter in the book. He explained that even the golden sponsors had not received that honor before. Far away in Japan, Zhang Qiren sneezed. Qin Fair replied, saying she did not need a dedicated chapter. She asked when Wuji would teach her sword skills. Chu Ge laughed and replied that she should ask Wuji herself, assuming they had already become friends. Qin Fair hesitated for a moment before typing directly to him. She asked if she could enter the book to take a look, promising to keep it a secret. Chu Ge decided to scare her a little. He told her she did not know what she was getting into. He explained that the world inside the book was a savage place where martial arts reigned supreme, and reason held no power. He warned her that she had no cultivation, and if she ran into someone from the demonic path, and something happened to her, she should not blame him for not providing a warning. Qin Fair replied with annoyance, saying she would go in to learn from her master. She argued that if she were to be harmed while staying beside her master, it would be his fault for orchestrating it. Chu Ge pressed her on why she needed to go in at all, noting she could learn from her master anywhere. Qin Fair admitted that she was curious about the world, but more importantly, she wanted to ask the elders, like Elder Zhou, what the sect leader looked like in their eyes. She explained that the version of her master now was very different from the book, so there was not much reference value. She spoke earnestly, telling him that she was interpreting the version of her from the book, and that she was a very professional actor. Chu Ge stared at the screen, genuinely surprised. He realized there were still people who took their craft that seriously, and he admitted to himself that he might have been biased against her earlier. Qin Fair asked again, pleading that she would keep it a secret. Chu Ge told her he would think about it, and that he needed to ask for Wuji's opinion. Qin Fair insisted that her master would definitely agree. Chu Ge kept his thoughts to himself, suspecting that Wuji might not be as eager as Qin Fair hoped. He figured that Wuji had likely seen a bit of her younger self in Qin Fair, which was why she had been willing to take her on as a disciple in the first place. He decided that letting her in would probably be fine. He reflected on the pace of the TV production. It had reached the point where Chu Tianji entered the inner sect, meaning Wuji's scenes would soon expand. He knew some current dramas followed a broadcast while filming model. He wondered if this drama was the same, which might mean it could be released after the new year. The director, Xia Wenyuan, was a man whose skill could be trusted, which explained the high efficiency. That was simply the style of Tang Ju's team. However, he had only submitted the first part of the script, and there was still a massive amount left to write. He feared that if he dragged his feet for another 2 days, he would start receiving a bombardment of calls from Xia Wenyuan demanding the rest of the draft. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He realized he had taken on so many responsibilities, and he still had to save the world on top of it all. Because the progress of the TV show had piqued his curiosity about other things, Chu Ge did not rush to start working immediately. Instead, he started by searching online. Although the two worlds were separated by turmoil, not much actual time had passed, and the situation in the real world had not changed much. The manga and the anime were still very popular, and occupied the top spots on multiple charts. The difference was that the manga had nearly reached the end of the first season, specifically the planned battle at the Kyochen Bridge, while the anime was only about 7 or 8 episodes in, focusing on Chu Tianji's early journey to level up. The popularity of both had stabilized over time, and the influence of the anime had expanded, as he could see people chatting about it everywhere online. If he had been more observant earlier, he would have noticed that many people in the group chats had changed their avatars to characters from the show. The various avatars of Wuji were the most common, followed by Chu Tianji. There was also a fierce-looking image of Yan Qinli, and the most bizarre one was the cynical, sour face of the Poison Hand Demon Lord. He could not understand the aesthetic behind that choice. He suspected that Yan Qinli's later form as a small flame would be even more popular. As he thought about this, his phone rang. It was Xia Wenyuan. Chu Ge braced himself, assuming the call was to demand the script. He answered, preempting the request by telling him not to rush, as the new manuscript was coming soon. Xia Wenyuan sounded confused. He asked what new manuscript he was talking about, then remembered. He said he needed the subsequent script for the show, but clarified that was not the primary reason for his call. He asked if Chu Ge had time to discuss merchandise, like posters and figurines. Chu Ge replied that since they had already bought the copyright, he did not see how he had a say in the matter. Xia Wenyuan sighed. He said that for an average person, he would not, but for him, it was essential to respect his opinion, fearing he might get beaten up if he did not. Chu Ge replied that he had no objections and told him to go ahead. He suggested that since Xia Wenyuan was filming with Qin Fair, he could ask her. He mentioned that she had privately made a Wuji mask that looked very cute, and he thought she might have good insight into Yan Qinli's small flame form. Xia Wenyuan stared at the phone, completely stunned. Chu Ge felt a bit awkward. Xia Wenyuan asked in a muted voice how he knew about the mask Qin Fair made privately, asking if he was not letting even the actress playing Wuji off the hook. Chu Ge laughed and told him to go away, asking if their families could not know each other. Xia Wenyuan spoke with deep meaning, telling him he was truly remarkable. He admitted that when they first cooperated on the copyright, he had indeed not received any pressure or hints from above. Chu Ge felt a small sense of pride. It was true that he had relied on himself, and even if there was some luck involved, it was earned by his own efforts. He had never really viewed himself as a second-generation wealthy kid, even if that was supposedly his father's style of being cool. He moved on and asked how the performance was doing in the South Korean market. Xia Wenyuan explained that, to be honest, the couple themselves were more popular than the anime. The discussion about the two of them still outweighed the discussion about the show itself. He noted that this was not just a cultural difference, but also related to the entertainment atmosphere. Chu Ge asked if the performance had declined. Xia Wenyuan said it had not, and it was still #1 on the charts. However, he noted that based on the momentum, it might not hold that position for long. He said that for a Chinese anime to occupy the top spot in the South Korean industry for so long was already an achievement, and he was not asking for too much. He praised the strategy of cultural output, saying it had established a good foundation for importing other projects in the future. He promised that even if other projects failed, Chu Ge's new works would still be hits. Chu Ge felt a sense of existential dread. Xia Wenyuan asked if he was planning to retire so young. Chu Ge said it was hard to say for now, but he had the thought. Xia Wenyuan sounded speechless. He told him he heard that he had exhausted his fortune to reprint the physical books, and asked if he did not need money to marry a wife. He added that even if his family was wealthy, he should pay for some of it himself, otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Chu Ge realized he was running low on funds and asked about the dividends from the film and anime. Xia Wenyuan told him the share was quite low, asking if he had not read the contract. He said he was being scammed, as was everyone who signed without reading. Chu Ge felt a surge of frustration. Xia Wenyuan laughed, admitting he was joking. He explained that such dividends could never be high and were more symbolic. Since the copyright was bought out and the production costs were on them, they could not expect a large cut. He told him that getting dividends at all made it a good contract, and usually, there were none. He admitted he had only offered the good contract because of his respect for old Zhu. He expressed regret, saying that having money would make him want to work less, and he was already talking about wanting to retire. Chu Ge asked what money he could expect if the dividends were low. Xia Wenyuan explained that while the dividends were not high, his work was so popular that the total amount would not be small. He estimated it would be enough to cover a house, but it would take time until after the release. He added that there was a separate fee for the film script, which was not a large amount, but it would come quickly, provided he handed over the manuscript. Chu Ge held the phone against his shoulder and checked his bank account on his computer. He tragically discovered he was running out of money for food. He immediately changed his tone, promising Xia Wenyuan that the entire script would be in his inbox within 3 days. Poverty truly was the greatest driving force for work. Xia Wenyuan reminded him that since he knew Qin Fair, it would be easier. He noted that she had a slight misunderstanding of Wuji, and suggested that as the author, if he talked to her, she might be more willing to listen. Chu Ge asked if he understood Wuji so well. Xia Wenyuan explained that in his understanding, Wuji had walked the world since she was young, and was used to the ways of the world. Even if she was not exactly smooth, she should be a person who understood the world, and had a clear mind. He added that as an ancient being who had lived for 10,000 years, her mindset should have settled into tranquility, and her state of mind should be more about watching the clouds roll and unfold in the distance, while her aggressive power should only be occasional. He felt that the sharpness and arrogance Qin Fair was displaying were more like a young version of Wuji, not the current sect leader Q. Chu Ge admired him immensely. That was why he was a famous director. His understanding of the original work was beyond that of an average person. Qin Fair, who claimed to be a fan, was miles away from this level of insight. Even Wuji herself had said Qin Fair reminded her of her younger self. However, Qin Fair probably had a good idea of this herself. She had not mentioned wanting to go into the book to learn until these last 2 days of filming. He guessed that while she might be clashing with Xia Wenyuan on the surface, she internally knew she was off, so she stubbornly wanted to go into the book to see how people around Wuji evaluated her. They were all very interesting people. Chu Ge thought of this and laughed. He replied earnestly, promising that he would tell Qin Fair what the real Wuji was like. Chapter 436. The couple discovered that after being out of the loop for a few days, their workload had piled up into a mountain. Both retreated into a miserable state of working overtime. Wuji had spent the entire morning painting. Her eyes felt like they were swimming in circles. When she finally arrived home, she realized she had completely forgotten to buy groceries. With her shoulders slumped, she pushed open the door, only to find Chu Ge still typing away at a frantic pace on his keyboard. Both were tragic figures. When Chu Ge heard the sound of Wuji entering, he paused his work to go greet her. He initially intended to help carry the groceries, but when he saw her empty hands, the reality of the situation hit him immediately. He chuckled. Let us order takeout and take a break. Wuji slumped against his shoulder, letting her chin rest there. Why is it that the painting I used to love so much has suddenly become so exhausting? I am a cultivator, yet I feel fatigued after just one morning. Chu Ge laughed. That is the mentality. Once a hobby turns into a job. And you? Wuji mumbled. How do you keep your passion? Was I not close to losing it until my master disciplined me on my path? You spiteful little man. Wuji felt too weak to argue. Who is disciplining whom? Chu Ge scooped her up into his arms. Come on, let us go inside and rest. Wuji squirmed. I am not dual cultivating, you lecherous thief. I did not say anything about dual cultivation, you female wolf. Chu Ge placed her on the bed and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Be good and rest for a while. He pulled out his phone to order takeout. Wuji watched him with wide, blinking eyes. The employees at the company who loved anime and manga said this type of man was called Yasashii. She was not actually that tired. She was just playing the part of a delicate girl, and she was sure Chu Ge knew it. Yet, he was still so gentle. It was enough to make her want to cry. Chu Ge scrolled through the food delivery app while speaking. Qin Fair said she wants you to teach her swordplay. When are you free? Wuji sighed. I do not think I have any free time recently. The new episode comes out Tuesday. I only just started the original artwork today, so I am worried I will not make it in time. Oh, if only I had time abilities. Chu Ge froze for a second, then smiled. Hey, why do we not go back into the book and steal some time? I have a mountain of things to do here, and I cannot even manage a proper update. I have to submit a script to Sia Wen Ayuan, and I promised him I would do it in 3 days. Why are you in such a hurry? Can you even finish it in 3 days? Because I am already broke and cannot afford to eat. Wuji stared at him in silence. The two looked at each other for a long time. Wuji whispered weakly. Mom and Dad are in Nanjiang right now. We could go there to mooch a meal, or ask for some money. Do not. I cannot afford the embarrassment. Chu Ge jumped back in alarm. Since Qin Fair wants to enter the book to study, we can steal some time and get everything done at once. Besides, I need to ask Chu Tianji and Ye Zaizu about the specific situation of the Goo God. I had too much going on at the time to ask in detail, but now that we have discovered the Goo God situation on the Suan Yu side, it is time to get a clear understanding. Wuji sniffled. You just want to go and see the vixen in the book. Chu Ge sighed. Fine, fine. Let us go. Wuji looked pitiful. I am genuinely worried about not finishing the art, but are you not worried about the timeline in your book getting messed up with the real world? Actually, it does not matter. The two worlds are independent in terms of spacetime. Just as I can descend into the past of the book or travel to its future, the book can connect with me at any point. No matter how much time passes in there, we can choose to return to this exact moment. That is how we steal time. I do not need to master complex temporal mechanics for this, and I do not think I am capable of comprehending anything that troublesome anyway. Wuji had a miserable expression on her pretty face. You could go back to any node in time and find countless vixens. Chu Ge replied. We have already talked about this nonsense before. It is different. Before, we were talking about the past version of me. I did not like you back then, so you had to court me all over again, and you could not even succeed, or the world line would collapse. I felt safe then. But now, it seems like you could just go find yesterday's me. Stop, stop, stop. This is never ending. Chu Ge could not help but laugh. You should contact your disciple and have her fly over. That is the urgent task. We do not have much time. Wuji was clearly only joking. She could deal with jealousy between her true self and her clone, but who could possibly handle the jealousy of infinite past versions? She stopped teasing and smiled. They said they are at Hongdian. It is not too far. It would be fastest if I flew over and brought her back myself. The same Wuji who claimed to be exhausted and lay in bed vanished with a whoosh. There was no sign of fatigue in her movements at all. Even more dramatically, just over an hour later, Qin Fair was dragged into the room, pale and weak. The moment she arrived, she leaned against the wall and dry-heaved, though nothing came out. She had just revisited the terror of being controlled by Wuji back in the Arctic Ocean. The distance from Nanjiang to Hongdian was not far, but traveling that distance in less than an hour at such speeds was terrifying. Even now, Qin Fair felt the world spinning. Her brain scrambled from the high-speed travel. Chu Ge's large face appeared before her, looking at her with genuine awe. Hey, looking at you before, you did not look like QQ. Who would have thought that with some makeup and a matching set of sect robes, the resemblance would actually be quite convincing? Qin Fair said with great effort. It was Master who painted the look based on herself. Naturally, our makeup is a perfect match. Wuji added. But you cannot dress like that once you go in, or you will really be beaten to death. That is fine. Follow me. Chu Ge reached out and placed a hand on each of their shoulders. The next moment, Qin Fair felt the world spin again. When she opened her eyes, she was in a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters. Dizzy, she looked up to see a pavilion ahead. Wuji, dressed in the sect leader's ceremonial robes, stood with her hands behind her back, watching their arrival with a calm expression. Standing next to the pavilion was a young girl, seemingly 15 or 16 years old. She looked shocked and shouted, Who are you, daring to wear the sect leader's ceremonial robes? Qin Fei lacked the strength to even answer. She only heard Chu Ge smiling beside her. Suanji, your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Look again. Suanji paused. How is she wearing my clothes? Qin Fei looked down to see that her clothing had changed into the exact same outfit as the young girl's. She had gone from being the sect leader to a maid in an instant. Chu Ge teased the girl. What do you mean they are your clothes? This is clearly the standard uniform for inner sect disciples. Little martial uncle ancestor is talking nonsense. This is my exclusive outfit. It has the mark of someone who walks at the sect leader's side. Qin Fei racked her memory for a long time, before remembering that there really was a Wuji who did chores on the mountain in the book. Her name did not even appear until much later, and it was only a fleeting glimpse. It seemed she was called Suanji, a total background character. She could not fathom how a background character could be so arrogant about her clothing. Qin Fei's anger flared. She snapped back. So what if I wear your clothes? You are just a little girl, yet you have such strong notions of hierarchy. Suanji widened her eyes. Sect leader, is this person one of the sisters from our section? Wuji was staring at her own clone. Hearing the question, she gave a casual grunt. Clang. Suanji drew her sword, held it in a reverse grip, and bowed with cupped hands. Yunji Peak handyman disciple Suanji asks martial sister for guidance. Qin Fei's eyes widened. They were going to fight. They were openly drawing swords to fight in front of the sect leader, and Wuji was not going to say anything. This was truly the martial style of the Yunji sect. The more one challenged others in front of their elders, the more official it was considered. The entire sect supported settling personal grudges this way, and even Chu Ge had been challenged before. Seeing that Wuji said nothing, Qin Fei gritted her teeth and asked, "How old are you?" She wondered if she was some old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Suanji answered with ringing clarity. 16. Qin Fei grew cheerful. Oh, come. Let sister teach you. Before she finished speaking, the sword light arrived. Qin Fei did not even have time to use her purification ability before she was swatted to the ground, her eyes spinning. She heard Suanji's giggling voice by her ear. Sect leader, why is she so weak? Wuji seemed to return to her senses then. She sounded both annoyed and amused. She has not started learning swordplay yet. From today on, you will teach her the most basic sword techniques. In a couple of days, I will guide her personally. Suanji was stunned. Personally, guide her. Correct. Fei is my registered disciple. Although she is registered, her seniority makes her your little martial uncle ancestor. Suanji nearly burst into tears. Sect leader, if your clone is going to take on a disciple outside, you should warn us. Otherwise, how will I live without being made miserable? Do not worry. Wuji sauntered away from the pavilion and patted her shoulder. In the future, you will be the one making others miserable. Once you finish teaching her the basics, you will leave this peak and become a vice hall master at the sword transmission hall. Sword transmission hall. Suanji was stunned. I am only 16. That hall is full of highly respected elders. Is it appropriate? Chu Ge understood perfectly. This was like becoming a vice principal and teacher at a prestigious academy. In the future, every official who graduated would have to call her teacher. She was truly being groomed as a successor. It was just that Suanji was young and her cultivation was still lacking, while Wuji's ascension was not far off. There would likely be an interim leader, most likely Elder Zhou. Until this moment, the clone, who had been staring daggers at her true self, pouted and merged back into her. There was no way of knowing what the two had silently exchanged. Wuji looked coldly at Chu Ge. Follow me. Suanji looked at the sect leader with great curiosity. She thought the sect leader's attitude today was a bit exaggerated. She had not seen her put on such airs in front of the little martial uncle ancestor for a long time. The performance was a bit heavy-handed. Oh, that was right. Suanji glanced at Qin Fei, who was lying on the ground, humiliated and angry. A newcomer had arrived today, so she had to put on airs. The sect leader would not be able to keep up this act for more than a few days before reverting to her true self anyway. Why bother? Chapter 437. Wuji dropped her act the moment the door clicked shut. They had stolen this time to work on manuscripts and paintings, but as soon as the door latched, she grabbed Chu Ge by the collar and slammed him against the wall. She glared, her composure vanished. So you have forgotten where home is. You just cannot get enough of that little fox, can you? Chu Ge laughed, though he was unsure whether to cry or smile. How did she become a little fox? You just merged her back into yourself. She scoffed, her face flushed. To keep you from coming in to find me, I even resorted to riding that horse myself. The way it jolted was disgusting. It is a disgrace to my name. Chu Ge stroked the hand clutching his collar. He smiled, his voice softening. I have come to find my master now. How does my master intend to teach me? First, wash that fox stench off yourself. Wuji dragged him toward the backyard and threw him into the mountain pool. The cold water shocked his senses. She dusted off her hands and turned away with a cold huff. She took a step, then stopped. The will of the world had seized her body. Chu Ge poked his head out of the pool water, repeating the words that carried the most weight between them. Will you let me take control? Wuji froze in place. Her lips trembled for a long moment before she whispered in a soft, aggrieved tone. I will. A splash of water echoed through the air. The formidable sect leader Q had been pulled into the water. Her robes fell away as she pressed her hands against the edge of the pool. She looked back, her eyes filled with resentment. We agreed that we came in here to write and paint. We have already stolen the time. It does not matter if we waste a little. You are a lecherous thief. Splashing water filled the room. Although she called him a thief, Wuji loved his obsessive devotion. They were a veteran couple, and while some might compare their relationship to a left hand holding a right, they were still filled with passion that never seemed to fade. Outside, Qinfei sat in a daze, her face ashen. Being soundly defeated by a 16-year-old background character had wounded her pride. To make matters worse, that same girl was now her appointed sword instructor. She wondered what kind of torture awaited her. She thought about the sect leader. Wuji was cold, even toward Chu Ge. Perhaps her interpretation was correct after all. Two fruits appeared before her. She looked up. Suanji squatted in front of her, holding a piece of fruit in each hand. These are from our own mountain, the Yunji Sect's private garden. They are delicious. Even the sect leader loves them. Qinfei set her jaw. Are you not going to scold me for wearing your clothes anymore? You are a disciple of this peak too. Suanji scratched her head. It was my rashness. Actually, I was just afraid that I would be pushed aside. Qinfei shot her a sidelong glance. Are you not afraid now? Is it because you were promoted to vice hall master? That is not it. Suanji lowered her voice. I just feel that the sect leader wants to ascend. She will not be here much longer. Qinfei paused. As a reader, she knew Wuji was about to ascend to the heavenly realm. She had not expected the girl in the book to see it as well. She was not so foolish after all. Suanji continued, looking wistful. I will miss the sect leader. I do not know if she can still visit the lower realm after she ascends. Qinfei saw her opening. You respect your master a great deal, do you not? That goes without saying. Suanji jumped to her feet. The sect leader is the best sect leader in the world. Qinfei spoke with deliberate provocation. Is she not cold and fierce? Is she different when she is in front of you? Suanji shook her head. The sect leader is only cold when she is in front of outsiders. She is not fierce though. She has no need to be. A single calm glance from her is enough to break anyone into a cold sweat. She only gets fierce when she is truly angry. Qinfei fell into deep thought. It seemed she should not force a display of authority. It was about commanding respect without the need for anger. Suanji rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. As for when she is with me, she is usually quite cold as well. The sect leader has an indifferent nature. She can stand at the edge of a cliff and watch the clouds drift by for 3 days and 3 nights without saying a word. The pressure of being alone with her is immense. In the past, I did not even dare to breathe loudly in her presence. Qinfei decided this was the right path. It was exactly the flavor she needed. Xia Wenyun's direction and her own understanding could be combined. So, the master is lonely and indifferent, but she is not as sharp and aggressive as a typical sword master would be. Exactly. Suanji sighed. The sect leader used to carry such a thick sense of loneliness. Even though the sect is filled with people and noise, she always looked like she was standing alone on the highest peak of the clouds. It is no wonder though. Compared to the sect leader, everyone else seems mundane. There are very few people worthy of being her companions. The sect leader only has the heavenly Tao in her heart. Qinfei ignored the strange shift in Suanji's tone. This was it. A leader surrounded by people, yet lonely at heart. No man could enter her eyes because she only cared about the pursuit of the great Tao and eternal discovery. The water in the mountain pool splashed rhythmically, and a soft murmur drifted through the sound of the water. Husband, Suanji continued, unaware of the interruption. That is only when the little martial uncle ancestor is not around. Once he is there, she becomes a completely different person. You will find out soon enough. Qinfei felt her heart skip a beat. How does she change? Suanji grinned, her eyes crinkling into crescents. She is all smiles, from the corners of her eyes to her brows. Her voice even softens by a few degrees. If she ever scolds you, it is only because you are standing too close to them. She is just being arrogant and shy. The sect leader is actually quite adorable. She is just like a child. Qinfei stayed silent. It was over. Adorable. This sounded exactly like the version in the real world. Although the expressions were different, the real world version acted like a doting young wife, and this one was just arrogant and shy. Were they not both brain-rotted by love? I am here to play the dominating sect leader Wuji from the book, not to star in a romance drama. I do not want to hear this. I want to know about the Wuji who existed before Chu Ge. Qinfei tried a different angle. Can you introduce me to Elder Zhou and the others? Of course. You are the registered disciple of the master, so we have to inform the other peaks, and let people recognize your face. I do not know how to make your identity tag, so we have to ask about that. Suanji made a distressed face. The sect leader did not give any instructions. She told me to teach you swordsmanship, and if she comes out in 2 days and finds that you have not learned it, I will be the one punished. Qinfei looked shocked. When she said 2 days, was that just a figure of speech? Is she really going to stay in the room for 2 days? Suanji shrugged. There is nothing strange about that. I just told you she can watch the clouds for 3 days. But Chu Ge is in the room with her right now. Then it will be another 3 days. Qinfei sighed. You had better take me to meet the others then. I get the feeling that this sword lesson is just empty talk. Suanji hesitated. Should we wait a little longer? Both women rested their chins on their hands. Would that couple ever stop? They had just arrived. Was there truly nothing else for them to do? In truth, Wuji felt wronged, and Chu Ge felt even more so. The water play was not meant to last long. They had been intimate only the night before, so they were not exactly starving for affection. This was merely an excuse to teach the pretentious Wuji a lesson. As the incarnation of the heavenly Tao within the book, Chu Ge was exceptionally fierce when he taught lessons. The dignified true immortal was left gasping for air, suffering even more than she did in the real world. She used to think the difference in their cultivation levels made it impossible to move her true form, but now she was whimpering. She had to make him stop. Outside, Fair had just arrived, and the two of them hiding in the room like this was scandalous. If word got out, Fair would surely be whispering behind their backs. She could probably mentally draft a masterpiece of gossip about them. How could she make him stop? Wuji thought about it for a long time. She remembered that they had not ordered takeout, and neither of them had eaten. The words slipped out before she could think. You have not eaten, have you? Chu Ge blinked. Wuji's eyes widened in panic. A sudden, violent storm descended upon the room. The dragon pool roared in anger, and the winds howled. The drums of heaven began to beat in the mountain behind Yunji Peak, a relentless, continuous sound. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the valley. Let me show you whether I have eaten or not. This time, Qin Fair would truly be waiting a long time for her master to come out and teach her. Chapter 438. Qin Fair had already finished her round of elder interviews by the time she saw her master again. She wondered whether she had come here to learn swordplay, or to work as a reporter. The elders held even more absurd views about the sect leader. They spoke of grand strategies, vigorous spirit, and solemn dignity. The descriptions varied so widely that Qin Fair felt they were not describing the same person at all. What made the situation even more awkward was that while every elder had a different opinion on the sect leader, they all reached a consensus the moment they spoke about the sect leader announcing her relationship with a male disciple. Every single one of them wore an expression as if they had swallowed something vile, accompanied by heavy sighs. Qin Fair felt deeply moved by their shared sorrow. It did not matter much, however. She had not come to understand the real Wuji. She had come to understand the Wuji within the book. With everyone's perspectives, Qin Fair felt she had gained a stable understanding of how she should portray the character. Her previous performance had indeed been slightly off, and Director Xia's advice had been far more accurate. She sighed. She only began to learn swordplay after the interviews were done. It was a simple set of basic introductory techniques. 2 days had passed, and she had not even finished learning them when her master finally emerged from her room. Qin Fair wondered if it was just her imagination, but the master's footsteps seemed unsteady, and her eyes appeared rimmed with dark circles. Heaven knows how much internal drama she had been orchestrating in there. In reality, Wuji had spent the last 2 days painting inside, while Chu Ge had been working desperately to finish the script. Now that they had emerged, Wuji began teaching her disciple, and Chu Ge had already gone to the 10,000 mountains to find his son. Everyone had a mountain of tasks, so there was no time for anyone to orchestrate any internal drama. The basic sword movements are so simple, yet you still cannot finish learning them. Furthermore, you are just swallowing these movements whole without digestion. Wuji stared at her with a stern face as she lectured. Where is your mind drifting to? It drifted to the interviews, and to the way everyone was secretly disparaging you for cradle robbing. Qin Fair muttered the thought to herself, while her face remained plastered with a smile. I do not have a foundation in swordplay, so I can only learn the general movements for now. Wuji scoffed. Your senior brother did not have a foundation in swordplay either, yet he learned so quickly. Who is the senior brother? Qin Fair ran the thought through her mind, and her expression twisted as if she had tasted something vile. What kind of senior brother was that? Was that not just her husband? She could only force a smile. Senior brother Chu is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, so naturally, he learns quickly. We are only mere mortals. Wuji revealed a proud smile. Qin Fair felt her stomach churn. Cough. Wuji realized she had lost her composure and straightened her face again. Even with your senior brother's celestial talent, he practiced diligently back then. He spent an entire night just practicing piercing trees. You are just swallowing the movements without digestion. You are not learning swordplay. You are learning a dance. Tell me, do you want to learn swordsmanship, or a dance performance? Qin Fair felt aggrieved. Suanji taught me this way. Suanji does not know what you want to learn. She is only responsible for teaching you the patterns. However, the master leads the apprentice through the door, but the practice is a personal matter. Whether you want to learn swordsmanship or dancing depends entirely on yourself. Wuji paused for a moment before continuing. However, I do not think you have much use for swordsmanship. Learning a dance is indeed sufficient for you. Qin Fair felt her temper flare. Since I have a true celestial sword, naturally, everyone wants to learn true methods. Who would want to learn a dance? Wuji looked her up and down for a long time. Then let us try. Let us see how much you can endure. Qin Fair declared with determination. It is just piercing trees. It is only one night. Watch me pierce them for 3 nights. Wuji replied with an expressionless face. Oh. Meanwhile, Wuji was teaching her disciple, and Chu Ge had arrived at the 10,000 mountains. The Wu people were experiencing the same tragedy as the Yunji Sect. The Gu god, whom they held in such solemn dignity, had been hiding away with a man, engaging in a romance that had lasted for quite some time. In fact, even important protectors like Venerable Green Snake did not know that the Gu god had been replaced. In their minds, the Gu god was still the old Gu god. Why was the old Gu god acting so clingy with a pretty boy every single day? The gathered venerables tightened their jaws, their hearts turning cold. They had served the Gu god for so many years. Why had they never discovered he possessed such habits? The only difference from Chu Ge's situation was that Chu Tianji was not a homebody. Therefore, they did not usually hide inside the room. They spent their days traveling and enjoying the scenery. The 10,000 mountains had countless landscapes, enough for him to play in for an entire year. When Chu Ge appeared beside the young couple, they were whispering sweet nothings in a sea of colorful flowers. They were on the verge of making a mistake in the flower fields when Chu Ge appeared. Yeziaza frantically straightened her clothes with indignation. Even if you are the father god, you cannot just do this. Chu Ge looked at the hostile gaze Chu Tianji directed at him, as if he were a homewrecker. He felt completely speechless. First of all, you should feel relieved, because this means I was not peeping at what you were doing. The young couple exchanged glances for a moment, then suddenly realized there was logic in that. Chu Tianji followed up with a question. Are you certain you do not watch us usually? If I had the energy to watch you too, I would not have been overthrown so often. That is true, Chu Tianji said. So will you learn from your mistakes and start watching now? I am sorry, my brain does not have enough processing cores. I only pay attention to places where important events occur, unless you think what you are doing is important. Looking at you, your 3 minutes are not exactly important either. Have some conscience when you speak. Do you think the readers actually want to see 3 minutes of the protagonist? I am sorry, even if I wrote that you could last 3 years, the readers would only see a brief mention. It would be no different from a 3-second experience. Immersion. Do you understand what immersion is? Chu Tianji feared this man would actually write 3 minutes. He grew anxious. Do not go doing anything reckless. Relax, relax. Chu Ge sat down right across from them. I have serious business with you too. Yeziaza clearly guessed the topic. Are you asking about my master? Chu Ge nodded. Your brother Tian has seen a lot of the world. He must have worried about whether you would be possessed, or something similar, right? That is right. Brother Tian confirmed it repeatedly. He was always worried that I had been implanted with some backdoor. Yeziaza shook her head. However, in reality, there is none. The god inheritance has always been a transmission of knowledge and experience. Even the memories are only memories related to knowledge. There are no personal memories at all. Chu Tianji interjected. As for a physical backdoor implantation, such as hiding some kind of soul seed, I have investigated repeatedly during these days and found nothing. Well, perhaps my strength may not be enough to discover it, but it should not escape your perception. Would you mind checking Ziaza for me? Chu Ge squinted at him. Chu Tianji held his breath for a moment before turning his head away and remaining silent. Chu Ge did not have the heart to joke about how father would help them check their bodies. He put on a serious face, reached out, and pointed toward the center of Yeziaza's forehead. Under the perception of the heavenly Tao, there was indeed nowhere to hide. There was truly no sign of any backdoor implanted in Yeziaza's body. As for the so-called god inheritance itself, there was no problem with it. That was Chu Ge's own design. The Wu people simply possessed this set of mechanics. However, design was design. He had been worried that the god might possess behaviors beyond his design, so he had to check. Since he found nothing after checking, Chu Ge set his mind at ease. He withdrew his finger and spoke. Logically speaking, he would not leave any backdoors. After all, he wanted to leave, not to set up any possession arrangements here. Chu Tianji asked. He is certain that he has already left. Chu Tianji's tone was a bit sour. As the protagonist, he could not break through the limitations of the world. So how did this god, who did not seem to show his true colors, manage to do it? At the very least, his soul has left. As for whether his destination was my place or the heavenly realm, it is temporarily unknown. What I do know is that he must have a connection with the heavenly emperor. Chu Ge understood his feelings and comforted him. Actually, in all likelihood, he went to the heavenly realm. At the very least, I have not seen any cultivators outside. I can understand his desire to shed his shell. But why did he choose to pass his position to Ziazu? Chu Tianji was utterly baffled. Logically speaking, he must have investigated Ziazu's origins and known about her connection to me. Even if he did not know my identity as the protagonist, he should have known that I am an important disciple of the Yunji Sect. By choosing to pass his position to Ziazu, is he not helping our side cultivate a powerful fighter? This was also the point that confused Chu Ge. Could it be that he thinks Ziazu will definitely hate you, and consequently hate the Yunji Sect, and fight us to the death? Chu Tianji said. At present, I can only think of this one explanation. However, I always feel that it is not very reliable. Chu Ge looked at Yeziazu. I ask that Miss Ziazu describe the entire process from the time you joined the God's sect until you were granted the position. This matter is very important. Chapter 439. That year Tianji passed the Cloud Reach sect assessment and left, but I did not pass. Yeziazu clutched a flower in her hand, twisting it until the petals were torn away. She looked quite nervous. At that time the examining elder said I was not suited to study the sword, but I seemed to have an affinity for sorcery. He suggested I find another section. Chu Ge nodded slightly. This was the exact premise he had written in the opening plot. It was the reason he had created for the childhood sweethearts to be separated, laying the groundwork for Yeziazu to become the saintess of the demonic path. Although he had not continued writing that thread later on, the logic remained sound. There was no problem there. My parents were still alive then, and I did not think about leaving. I thought that once Brother Tian finished his studies and came down the mountain, he would come to pick me up. I did not necessarily have to go looking for some cultivation sect myself. I was just an ordinary person, so how would I know where to find an immortal section? Yeziazu looked aggrieved. But I waited for 2 years, and Brother Tian did not come. Chu Tianji remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. Chu Ge pretended not to hear the barb. We understand the initial situation. Start from when you left the village. After I left the village, I did not know where one could learn sorcery. I headed south to visit some relatives, wanting to see if they knew where to find an immortal. As it turned out, I had only traveled halfway when I ran into demonic cultivators abducting people. Several villages along the way had been taken, and I was swept up in the confusion and abducted as well. Chu Ge glanced at Chu Tianji. Chu Tianji kept a calm expression. It seemed these past events had already been discussed between them. The sect that abducted the people was originally planned to be the fire prison sect of the Little Fire Seed. Ye Zaizu had outstanding aptitude for sorcery, and she was later supposed to be noticed and taken as an apprentice by Yan Qinli. That story thread had been cut. It looked like she still ended up in the fire prison sect after all. If it were the fire prison sect, at least no other demonic men and women would be involved. Influenced by Yan Qinli's temperament, that sect was fierce and warlike, and they basically had little interest in women. He just did not know if their nature had changed now. As expected, Ye Zaizu continued. When I arrived at the place, I realized it was the fire prison sect, which happened to be a rival sect to the Cloudreach sect where Brother Tian was. At that time, sect leader Yan Qinli was at war with another demonic section. He was rounding up people to use as cannon fodder, abducting them everywhere to join the ranks. Chu Ge asked if they took her as an apprentice too. I do not know if you could call it that. Ye Zaizu said. They just taught us some basic techniques and sent us to do work. It was mass instruction. I was so confused I did not even know who my master was supposed to be. A few days later, I was sent further south. They said they discovered a heart of flame outside the 10,000 mountains, which could serve as a secret sect location, or a hideout, so they sent a bunch of cannon fodder to scout the way. Chu Ge remained quiet. The situation with the heart of flame was complicated. I got separated from the others and wandered into the 10,000 mountains in a daze. I was almost bitten by a snake in the mountains, but then Master suddenly appeared before me. He said I had great potential. I followed him to the village in a confused state, and that was how I ended up staying there. Ye Zaizu hugged her knees and muttered, I am a northerner, and I just ended up going further and further south, all the way to the farthest south. She summarized the events with a light touch, but Chu Ge could fully appreciate how difficult the journey had been for a young girl. The only belief that kept her going through this process was that she would definitely see Brother Tian again in the future. And in the end, when she finally saw Chu Tianji at a market outside the 10,000 mountains, he did not even ask her a single question. One could imagine how desperate Ye Zaizu must have felt at that moment. It was a miracle she had not turned to the dark side on the spot. Whether following the original plan to hang out with Yan Qinli, or following this evolution to follow the god, it was natural that she would become a great enemy of the Cloudreach sect. The most critical point in this was perhaps the process of why the god had inexplicably appeared before her and brought her back to the village. If it were merely the world filling in the blanks of Ye Zaizu's whereabouts, it could be explained as a coincidence. However, since the god had special circumstances, using coincidence to explain it was not scientific. Ye Zaizu did have outstanding aptitude, which was a necessity. Once noticed, it was understandable that he would cherish her talent and take her as an apprentice. The problem was that there was no reason for the dignified god to be staring at the movements of the entire 10,000 mountains at every moment. Why would a girl who had accidentally gotten lost and wandered and be noticed? Just like in the original version where it was set in stone that the Little Fire Seed would cherish the talent and take an apprentice, the Little Fire Seed had not noticed her, letting a good seed slip away. Why did he notice you? Was it just a coincidence? Chu Ge could not help but ask. I did not know at first and just took it as a coincidence, but after receiving the knowledge, I do have a guess. Ye Zaizu said. Witchcraft and prophecy are actually quite sensitive to destiny. Unlike the divination of the Central Plains, it largely belongs to a kind of intuition and revelation. With Master's cultivation, it is highly likely that he could perceive signs of distorted destiny. He went looking and locked onto me. Distorted destiny. Does that refer to you or him? Perhaps both. Chu Tianji interjected. Zaizu's destiny was clearly distorted, and the god himself may have seen the note of his own destiny's distortion through Zaizu. Chu Ge felt a stir in his heart. It was very likely that the god was able to leave this world by taking advantage of the transfer of Ye Zaizu's distorted destiny. If so, he passed the position to Ye Zaizu likely only because he needed to borrow her luck. Only in this way could he change his own destiny. If that was the case, the logic was sound. He just wondered if it was too simple, and if he had missed more hidden plots. However, Ye Zaizu was not the worm in the god's belly. If there was no inheritance of personal memories, she could not possibly know what the god was thinking. Asking Ye Zaizu was useless. He would have to strengthen his own observation and thinking, judging from all aspects. Chu Ge thought for a while, and then pressed on. What is the concept of the symbol on the altar that looks like a dragon and a snake, curled into a circle? Ye Zaizu's face flushed slightly. She secretly glanced at Chu Tianji and lowered her eyes. It is the symbol of the source of life. The Wu people revere this. What? Why would that pattern be the source of life? It is actually a copy of the placenta. The appearance of a fetus curled up in its early stages. Chu Ge and Chu Tianji both let out a sharp curse. They thought it looked like a dragon, or a snake curled into a ball. Who would have thought it was that? Chu Tianji squinted at Chu Ge and muttered, "You do not write these details in your books. You do not even know them yourself." Chu Ge wiped away his sweat. "The 10,000 mountains have always been a backdrop. I have never written them properly. Yes, revering the source of life is my setting, but I never thought about the details of the pattern." Yeziazu muttered, "Father God seems to have no offspring. Do you want us to help you?" The Wu people are still quite professional in this regard. Chu Ge's face darkened. "I have no offspring. Then where did you two come from?" The young couple both looked at the sky and said nothing. They only called him Father God because it sounded respectful, but he was actually taking it seriously. They were not really born of him, were they? That would be chaotic. There was no such logic. Chu Ge stood up, sweeping his sleeves. "If you are happy just mocking me twice, then go ahead. Just do not neglect the important business. Where is that man Thompson you captured? Take me to interrogate him." Thompson was the leader of the 6-member group that had previously controlled the Black Tortoise to form the Power Failure Formation. As the leader, his luck was the strongest. Chu Ge did not know who the leader was when he randomly assigned the drop points, and as it turned out, he had just happened to run into the protagonist, and was the first one to do so as well. The worst part was that he could not even die if he wanted to. He had been implanted with a parasite by Yeziazu and locked in the dungeon. This type of parasite was a method of complete control. He could basically answer whatever was asked. Actually, before Chu Ge arrived, Chu Tianji had already asked one round of questions. Unfortunately, names like Sandro and Chu Jiangliu that slipped out of Thompson's mouth were words Chu Tianji could not understand at all. As for nano armor and various superpowers, Yeziazu was even more confused by them. In the end, they could only leave him in the dungeon waiting for Chu Ge to come and ask. Chu Ge arrived at the dungeon. Thompson was sitting inside eating, his hair disheveled and face unkempt. When he saw someone coming, he turned his head with a fierce gaze to glare, but quickly kneeled to welcome him under the influence of the parasite. "Master." Chu Ge could not help but glance at Yeziazu. It seemed she had a hidden hobby of training male slaves. "Son, you better pray for your own luck." Chapter 440. Yeziazu certainly possessed no such perverted interests. It was simply the custom in the wild lands. If a prisoner were not treated as a slave, what else could they be? She followed her husband's instructions faithfully. The Gu King, purchased at such a high cost, held significant value. For now, it served only to make Thompson obedient. If the need for a puppet arose, Thompson could return to society without knowing what had transpired, only to be mind-controlled when the moment came. This technique was second nature to those who practiced the way of the Gu. Chu Ge had no intention of sending Thompson back. If the enemy possessed the Gu God inheritance or was the Gu God himself, Thompson would be exposed at a glance, leaking their current situation. It was better to squeeze the truth out of him right here. Afterward, he would send him to his father, for the state would find him useful. The formation. The formation is something Sandro researched only recently, Thompson answered honestly, his voice devoid of defiance. "I heard it was combined with sorcery." This single answer exposed a multitude of problems. The matter was undoubtedly related to the Gu God, and given it was a recent development, the timeline matched. Chu Ge pressed further. "Then where did Sandro obtain the means to control the undead? Was that sorcery as well?" "No. Sandro has known this method for a long time. He has possessed it for several hundred years." "Several hundred years?" "Yes. Supernatural abilities existed several hundred years ago, though they were limited to a sparse few individuals. I cannot be certain if he was merely bragging, however." Chu Ge turned to Yeziazu. Her gaze met his, reflecting the same realization. Both of them immediately thought of the Gu God inheritance. To the Wu people, the Gu God was always a single individual, yet through this secretive inheritance, it was possible that many generations had already passed. The Gu God was not truly immortal. Anyone who accepted the inheritance and donned the black robes became the Gu God. Sandro might not be a single person either. It could simply be a codename, with the faces beneath the cloak having changed dozens of times. A metaphorical skin suit, so to speak. With such a coincidence, had the Gu God truly just departed? Chu Ge furrowed his brow, his thoughts churning. "How many times have you witnessed Sandro's abilities?" "Many times. It is truly the legendary manipulation of the undead. He has even resurrected dinosaur fossils." Chu Ge turned to Yeziazu. "Can the Gu puppet technique manipulate ancient fossils?" Yeziazu shook her head decisively. "No. The Gu puppet technique must utilize the source of life. Unless there is still spiritual essence remaining, it is impossible to attempt. Bone structures that have lost all intent of life and turned to stone cannot be utilized." Chu Ge nodded slightly, whispering to himself. Judging by this, Sandro's undead arts differ significantly from the Gu puppet technique. It is not the Gu God inheritance I originally suspected. However, his audacity to control the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise suggests he combined the arts of sorcery, advancing his undead magic to a new level. He diminished the reliance on his own inherent ability, and instead utilized external objects to achieve his goals. Chu Tianji and Yeziazu exchanged glances, unable to respond to his technical musing. Chu Ge continued to question Thompson. "Have you ever studied sorcery?" "No. We only used the formation combined with sorcery that was passed down by Sandro." "Give me the secrets of the formation." Yeziazu handed over an eyebrow pencil and paper. Thompson began to write, his movements obedient and mechanical. "Are there any Easterners in your organization?" Chu Ge asked. "I do not mean your downstream organizations like the Black Dragon Society, nor the expendable assets you have developed. I mean your upper echelon, especially those closely related to Sandro. Thompson shook his head. No. They are all sycophants groveling like dogs. Who would respect people like that? They wag their tails for a few scraps of bones. How could they ever become high-level members? Indignation flashed across Yazia's face, and she prepared to retort, but Chu Ge waved his hand. Chu Tianji gently squeezed her small hand, signaling that there was no need to speak. It was meaningless. This was standard behavior for them. They had known this all along. Chu Ge pointed to the black cloak Yaziazu had draped over her shoulders. Are there any mysterious figures wearing this attire? Thompson replied. When we gather, everyone wears this type of clothing. Are the patterns identical? Her cloak has specific textures. We have our own patterns, with different borders for various levels, but none possess this specific style. By this time, the formation secrets were written down. Yaziazu retrieved the paper and glanced at it, her brows knitting together. This formation differs greatly from our sorcery. Perhaps one could say it utilizes some essential principles of sorcery, but its core is based on an unknown supernatural power that causes people to lose their strength. Yes, supernatural ability, Thompson replied honestly. That is my ability. The 6 of us all possess it, which is why we can form the formation. Is this called a supernatural ability? Yaziazu pondered aloud. It is very strange. It seems to follow a law of causality, as if saying something will happen makes it inevitable. Yet, this formation adds the significance of the source of life. It is similar to chanting the true name of the Black Tortoise to drain its vitality and weaken it. This differs slightly from the nature of simply losing strength, though the manifestation is similar. It is indeed our method, but the level does not seem particularly high. Chu Ge nodded, lost in thought. It seemed standard supernatural abilities could not affect the Black Tortoise, which explained the addition of sorcery. However, the sorcery was of a low level, which resulted in the Black Tortoise holding out for so long with minimal effect. His inquiries were clearly aimed at determining whether the god had escaped. As it stood, it appeared not to have escaped, merely providing some lower-level inheritance. Perhaps there was a high probability it had gone to the heavenly realm. But the question remained, how did it communicate with the current world from the heavenly realm? How did the heavenly emperor escape in the past, and had he emerged again after being blocked by his father? According to his father's implications, and the reality of the situation, the heavenly emperor had likely not emerged again. His original emergence was likely a result of the chaos during the manifestation of the 4 symbols. Afterward, such an opportunity clearly never presented itself again. Without a channel between the 2 worlds, even he, the creator god, was powerless. It was unlikely the heavenly emperor could overcome this barrier, or the current world would have changed long ago, rather than remaining as peaceful as it was now. Referencing the mode of Wuji's spiritual soul emerging, it was highly likely that the heavenly emperor and the god could only exchange information within limited parameters, which created the current situation. Wuji's spiritual soul could become a real physical body, because it relied on the realization of his fantasies. On the side of the heavenly emperor, it was highly probable that there was no real body, or perhaps not even a soul form, merely a spiritual exchange. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that a wisp of a spiritual soul could not accomplish much. Neither the heavenly emperor nor the god could stir up much trouble in the current world. They could only cooperate through Sandro. The disadvantage was the inability to find a clear target to strike in the current world. Even if one truly killed Sandro, it would not be of much help regarding the heavenly emperor. He still had to find a solution from within the book. Chu Ge mulled it over and found no further questions. He would leave the rest for his father to inquire. With a wave of his hand, Thompson vanished. In the real world, Chu Jianglia leaned back on his reclining chair, leisurely reading a novel. With a loud bang, the void shattered. A large white man tumbled out and crashed directly onto him. This rebellious brat. Chu Jianglia did not stop reading, yet Thompson vanished instantly, transported to some unknown location. As Thompson disappeared, a handwritten note fell from his body. Chu Jianglia idly snatched it up and glanced at it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A formation. If they can play with this, why can we not? This brat is still quite useful. Wu Xiaoyun sighed from the side. It seems we will not be able to spend the new year properly. Those who are filming do not have time to return home for the new year, so why should we? Chu Jianglia chuckled. Regardless, there is no rush. After all, this is our daughter-in-law's first new year here, so we must make it complete and perfect. What are we striving for after a lifetime of hard work? I have only eaten a few of the dumplings she made. Wu Xiaoyun laughed. Our daughter-in-law did not even ask if we have any relatives to visit. She has not had any relatives for 10,000 years, so she lacks that awareness. Chu Jianglia smiled meaningfully. It is a good thing. She will not think our family is strange. Only that pig you gave birth to, who has been accustomed to this since he was small, never even thought about it. Chapter 441. The pig his parents spoke of felt that he had gathered enough information, so he returned to the Cloud Reach sect. Upon reaching Cloud Reach Peak, he saw Qin Fei miserably stabbing at a tree. The target painted on the bark remained pristine, while the surrounding area was a ruin of splintered wood. Not a single strike had hit the mark. It was as if she were dodging the target rather than aiming for it. Suanji sat nearby, propping her chin in her hand while eating fruit. She watched Qin Fei with a look of utter satisfaction. Chu Ge cast a skeptical glance at her. He asked, his voice laced with confusion. She is failing so miserably, yet you look satisfied. What are you thinking? I assumed everyone who descended from the heavens would be just like you, Granduncle Master. You could strike every hit perfectly on your first day of basic training, as if in tune with the laws of heaven. It turns out there is someone even more incompetent than I was back then. Suanji beamed, holding out a piece of fruit. Would you like some fruit, Granduncle Master? Chu Ge took the fruit and bit into it. If Qin Fei was learning from the stern and restrained Wuji, then Suanji was undeniably the petite Wuji raised to be a hopeless, adorable airhead. She was petty, black-hearted, and delighted in others' misfortune. How could she ever take over the mantle like this? Did she intend to carry on the legacy of the cute version of Wuji? He turned back to watch Qin Fei. The girl's face was flushed a deep red. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had been pulled from a pond, yet she refused to yield. She seemed determined to pierce the target just to prove herself to Suanji. The more anxious she became, the more erratic her movements grew. Her sword refused to obey her commands. In one particularly ridiculous instance, her strike missed the tree entirely, causing her to nearly sprawl across the trunk. Hitting the bullseye once or twice meant little. The requirement was to strike the exact same spot, over and over. Perhaps having a successor who was a hopeless airhead did not matter, but natural talent was what truly counted. In any case, Qin Fei was never going to be her successor, though her tenacious, unyielding spirit was quite amusing. Chu Ge opened his mouth to say something, but Wuji's voice drifted out from the house. That will be all for today. You did well, Fei. Qin Fei stopped, gasping for air. Why is this so difficult? She lamented. The target is small, but others make it look so effortless. Wuji replied in a leisurely tone. Do not worry. When you act in your dramas, you have editing. You can strike wherever you please. Qin Fei was on the verge of tears. I am not here to learn how to act. But do you truly need to learn swordsmanship for combat? There is no need. I have you practice this only so you may grasp its essence. Wuji's voice sounded distant and ethereal from within the room, much like a master instructing a disciple. It is the heart's sincerity toward the sword. It is the process of diligent practice. It is a life distinct from the environment you inhabit. When you strike day and night, when your hands form calluses and sweat soaks your clothes, do you still remember the celestial diva Fei, surrounded by silk, satin, and adoring crowds? Qin Fei froze. A strange, awkward urge to retort rose within her. If only she did not know Wuji personally, hearing this immortal voice and masterly lecture would feel truly profound. She decided to ignore the Wuji she knew, and suddenly, the words began to resonate. Following this line of thought, her master's words suddenly made sense. But master, she murmured, I truly want to learn the sword. Is it because I lack talent that I cannot learn? Do not listen to Suanji's nonsense. Striking a small point at full speed is something most beginners cannot achieve. Your performance is normal. However, not hitting it even once after a full day, perhaps you are indeed a little slow, but that is not the issue. The key is that others can hit it a few times by sheer luck, whereas you, perhaps this should be classified as a problem of character. Qin Fei's recently gathered sense of reverence for her master evaporated instantly. She gritted her teeth in frustration and pointed toward Chu Ge. Then how can he do it? Most people cannot be compared to him, the older woman replied with gentle kindness. Just compare yourself to Suanji, and be done with it. Do not bother trying to surpass human limits. Suanji stared in confusion. Qin Fei remained silent. Furthermore, Wuji continued, shifting the subject, the thin gauze you are wearing is soaked and clinging to your skin. It is unsightly. Go bathe and change your clothes immediately. Chu Ge turned his head away. Qin Fei's desire to practice swordplay vanished completely. I suspect that someone here can see everything when I bathe. I might as well wash at home. When are we going back? Chu Ge replied, if you do not need to continue practicing, you may return now. We will stay for a few more days. I have not finished the script yet. Qin Fei pondered this but remained unconvinced. I will practice for 2 more days. I must strike this target before I leave. She stomped off toward the stream at the base of the mountain, calling back, do not you dare peek. Chu Ge tucked his hands into his sleeves and watched her go. Rest assured, putting aside the fact that I have zero interest in your flat figure, this is not even about my interest or lack thereof. You have a master who gets jealous of herself. She would gouge out my eyes. Qin Fei was too exhausted to even retort. She marched away, fuming. Chu Ge strolled into the room. Wuji was sitting at the table, painting. Upon seeing him enter, she glared and demanded, why did you not come inside immediately upon returning? What were you watching out there? Was the sight of her thin shirt soaked with sweat particularly appealing? Do not be ridiculous. Chu Ge circled behind her and wrapped his arms around her, grinning. Handsome or beautiful, sweat is still sweat. Only a fool would enjoy watching that. You are better, QQ. You possess skin like ice and bones like jade, naturally cool and sweatless. Less flattery. Wuji felt pleased, wanting to laugh, but she suppressed it and kept a straight face. If you were not watching, how do you know she is flat-chested? In fact, she is not flat-chested at all. I was merely expressing my disdain. How do you know she is not? I am not blind. Anyone can see the size, can they not? Chu Ge moved his hands to administer some righteous punishment. If you continue to act up, I will turn you flat as well. No, no. Please spare me, Father God. Wuji giggled, her voice becoming sultry. If I were flat, it would not be comfortable for Father God to use me. Chu Ge stared at her, feeling thoroughly defeated. He realized he was completely under her thumb. Wuji's expression turned serious instantly. You have been gone a long time. What is the situation with the goo god? Chu Ge gave her a rough summary of the situation, adding his own deductions. Wuji pondered for a moment before nodding. If it is not in the present world, or if it is merely a remnant soul, then the situation in the present world would not be so relaxed. However, do not let your guard down. Just because it is not here now does not mean it will not appear one day. Yes, I know, Chu Ge agreed. Furthermore, given that the sorcery they received is not particularly advanced, there must be more to the story. At the very least, it proves the goo god has been holding back. The Heavenly Emperor's goal is ultimately self-independence, not preaching in the outer world. He has no control over the outside world, so what benefit would it serve him to cultivate a bunch of cultivators? Since ancient times, evil has never prevailed over good. This is not because of your heavenly Tao setting, but because evil spirits and heretical paths harbor their own ulterior motives, and can never truly cooperate. Wuji smiled. In contrast, the cooperation between our book and the reality is bizarre. The people leading the events outside the book turn out to be your own parents. Chu Ge chuckled. Are you getting more used to calling them mom and dad? A faint blush appeared on Wuji's face. They are very kind. Chu Ge. Yes, I once thought that after practicing for so many years, I would be unaccustomed to such mortal life. Living alone with you in the mortal world would have been fine, but having in-laws, neighbors, and the trivialities of daily family life, I thought it would be mundane and boring. This runs contrary to the path of the immortal. Being so deeply immersed in the mortal world might even hinder my cultivation. But in the end, I find that it is quite wonderful, Wuji murmured. It is like a person who has traveled for a lifetime and finally returned to their hometown village, sitting on a lounge chair, watching the rice fields outside, allowing life to return to the starting point of childhood. Looking back, how could this be unfavorable to cultivation? The path of the immortal is high and distant, and I have been detached from the world for too long. Returning to the appearance of a human, my state of mind seems to have improved. You are truly one of a kind to make wrapping dumplings with your mother-in-law sound so fresh and refined. Wuji turned and glared at him. Chu Ge raised his hands in surrender. All right. Let us hurry and finish the manuscript so we can go home for the new year. Wuji gave a huff of annoyance. Chu Ge suddenly smiled. It is fortunate that you have already broken free from what was written in the book, otherwise what? Actually, what you just described was originally planned to be the realization you and Chu Tianji would reach at the mysterious immortal stage in the heavenly realm arc. The immortal emerges from the mortal, sheds the mortal, and returns to simplicity. Completing this circle is the true path of the great Tao. Of course, that was my setting. Whether the actual path of the immortal is like that is another matter. However, the Heavenly Emperor is still within the book. I have been wondering, given his mind full of schemes, whether his path has already fallen into the demonic within my heavenly Tao framework. Chapter 442. Whether the Heavenly Emperor has fallen into demonic ways is ultimately irrelevant. Since he is an enemy, it does not matter if he is an immortal, a demon, or something else entirely. However, Chu Ge's words evoked a peculiar feeling in Wuji. They were fellow travelers on the same path. It was incredible that the two of them, husband and wife, were walking the same road without the need for deliberation. This was not because she was a character from his book chasing after his concept of the heavenly Tao. She had already broken free from that. This was her own conviction. Their love existed because they were kindred spirits. Wuji felt a flicker of joy, mixed with a touch of concern. She leaned in close and whispered, asking if her premature realization of the heavenly realm level understanding, which was originally intended to be part of the future plot, would cause issues for his story. Chu Ge smiled. It would not be a problem. You can just pretend you realized it at that point in the story. Wuji paused, unsure how to respond. Chu Ge continued, explaining that the heavenly realm storyline would be shorter than originally envisioned, because both she and Chu Tianji were more powerful than the original design. Wuji asked if Chu Tianji was also stronger. Chu Ge nodded, reflecting on how Chu Tianji had evolved from a hot-blooded youth into a gentle, domestic man after finding Yaziazu. The way he looked at her with such doting affection was truly something. Chu Ge sighed, noting that his son had grown up. He had truly settled into his cultivation, becoming well-rounded and flawless, and was already approaching the period of the tribulation. In the original draft, Chu Ge would have needed a side plot to push his ascension after hers, but that was no longer necessary. Yaziazu was a natural catalyst. Wuji wondered aloud how he could ascend when he had only been cultivating for a few years. Chu Ge laughed, telling her that this was the nature of a protagonist. He warned her not to be envious, just as she had instructed Qin Fei not to compare herself to him. Wuji pouted, complaining that she had cultivated for a full 10,000 years and accused him of playing favorites. Chu Ge defended himself, laughing. He argued that even if Chu Tianji ascended, he would only be a true immortal, whereas she would start as a profound immortal. If he were playing favorites, it would certainly be for her. He let out a sharp hiss as he suddenly felt a nip. Wuji blinked, looking at him with feigned innocence, claiming she had not even bitten him yet. Chu Ge blinked back, realizing his mistake. Wuji laughed and shoved him toward the desk, telling him to get back to his writing. She reprimanded him for acting as if he had come to the palace for debauchery. As a profound immortal, her control was precise. The shove sent Chu Ge flying directly to the desk where his unfinished script lay. Chu Ge groaned, reminded of the reality that they were in need of funds. It was ironic that the two of them, who could easily make a fortune by selling a piece of jewelry, never once considered such an option. It was as if they felt income not earned through their own labor was not legitimate. Since both of them were stubborn enough to think that way, they returned to their writing. The couple spent 3 days working in isolation. Chu Ge completed the script for Xia Wenyuan and wrote several chapters in advance. Wuji produced the original artwork, a task far more arduous than writing. While the technique for stealing time seemed unlimited, neither of them felt inclined to stay longer. With the book-related matters settled, they were eager to return to the world outside. Qin Fei, however, surprised them both. Throughout the 3 days they spent inside, she continued to practice her basic skills under Suanji's guidance. Including the previous days, she had been at it for nearly 5. Wuji stood by the window, watching the girl drenched in sweat. A sense of softness entered her eyes. Qin Fei was remarkably similar to her. It was not merely the arrogance or pride that came from her background. It was her indomitable spirit, her will, her heart, and the soul of a swordsman. The sharpness in her eyes grew more pronounced. Despite her lack of natural talent, which was evident given how long it had taken her, she possessed a tenacity that even an average person would struggle to match. A flash of steel flickered through the air. Wuji's eyes brightened. She realized the breakthrough had arrived. With a soft thud, the tip of Qin Fei's sword struck the tiny bullseye perfectly. Qin Fei gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her voice trembled as she asked if she had actually hit it. Wuji stepped out of the room, her movements graceful. She confirmed the hit and told her to remember the feeling of that strike, that spark of intuition. From this moment on, it would never be as difficult as it once was. Qin Fei beamed, thanking her master. Wuji patted her shoulder, reminding her that it was her own effort, not her teaching, that had brought her this far. She asked if she was ready to return. Qin Fei sheathed her sword. She was determined to go back and show director Xia and the others that her portrayal of Wuji was the most authentic one in the world. Back home, Wuji rushed off to the company with her drawings. Chu Ge scanned the handwritten script and sent it directly to Xia Wenyuan. Xia Wenyuan was shocked. He had asked for 3 days, yet Chu Ge had delivered it in half a day. He stared at the handwritten text, questioning if he was seeing things. Chu Ge coughed, making up a story about how he had written the draft while practicing calligraphy, and had just remembered to scan it. He told Xia to use text recognition software to convert it and fix any errors. Xia Wenyuan remarked on the beauty of the calligraphy, unsure whether to believe Chu Ge's ridiculous explanation. Regardless, as long as he had the material, it was useful. He reasoned that perhaps the elegant handwriting would make the actors show some respect for the script, even if they might mock him for showing off. He decided not to dwell on it, telling Chu Ge he would speak with the finance department to settle the payment. Chu Ge thanked him, though Xia Wenyuan was left shaking his head. Xia Wenyuan then asked a question. He mentioned that Qin Fei had taken a break, disappeared for a while, and returned drenched in sweat with her hands cut and bruised. Chu Ge feigned ignorance, jokingly suggesting she might have been out engaging in some wild activity. Xia Wenyuan dismissed the comment, stating that she was not that kind of person, and that no one in the crew could pull such a move on her. Chu Ge teased him, asking if he had experience in such matters. Xia Wenyuan ignored the jab. He noted that after trying a scene, her performance had significantly improved. She had stopped trying to act the part of the proud beauty so deliberately, which had previously made her look like a spoiled princess. Now, her performance was much more subtle and reserved, with a hidden sharpness in her eyes that was exactly what the character of Wuji needed. He asked if Chu Ge had called her to give advice. Chu Ge hesitated before agreeing, though he felt uneasy taking the credit. He knew the effort Qin Fei had put in, the way she had worn her hands raw. The hidden sharpness was not a result of imitating Wuji, but the genuine aura of a swordsman she had finally begun to cultivate. He decided to let Qin Fei keep her excuse. Xia Wenyuan laughed, expressing his confidence that as long as the little princess was willing to change based on the author's advice, the show was destined to be a hit. Chapter 443. The firecrackers echo, ushering in the new year. The spring breeze warms the ritual wine. Beneath the bright sun of 1,000 homes, the old peach wood talismans are replaced with new ones. It was New Year's Eve. Chu Ge rode his small electric scooter through the streets. Behind him, Wuji held a laptop, her arms wrapped around his waist. The pair made their way toward the old district to spend the holiday with his parents. The laptop was for Chu Ge. Such was the tragedy of a writer. Even on New Year's Eve, the typing never stopped. The time he spent inside the book world was primarily dedicated to the script. Since he had not saved many chapters for his main novel, he had to keep writing. He figured that once they arrived, Wuji would help his parents with the preparations, while he would hide away to work on his manuscript. Truth be told, the new year of Chu Ge's childhood had truly been spent amidst the sound of firecrackers. It was not just New Year's Eve, but starting from the little New Year several days prior, the constant popping had made it impossible to get any writing done. In recent years, however, the sound of firecrackers had faded. The nuisance he once loathed had become something he now felt a hint of nostalgia for. Along the journey, he saw no children chasing firecrackers, no mud-stained troublemakers running wild. He used to want to drag them out and give them a good spanking, but now, there was no one left to catch. The city had become more civilized, yet he could no longer find the memories of the past. There was gain in every loss, but as a writer, he really did prefer the quiet. Wuji, however, sighed softly. There is no festive atmosphere here. Chu Ge laughed. How do you define a festive atmosphere? Does watching them change their spring couplets over there not feel like the holidays? Wuji tilted her head, pondering for a long time. It feels like we still need firecrackers to make it lively enough. Although, I must say, in the world written by a certain brain-damaged father god, firecrackers existed 10,000 years ago, yet even after 10,000 years, there are no cannons. Chu Ge pulled a long face. I know how to use cannons. Wuji blinked. So, you have always felt that the world remaining unchanged for 10,000 years was unscientific, and you have been leading the changes yourself. Can we not talk about this right now? Wuji's voice dropped to a whisper. Do not be nervous. This is a serious matter. When you return to the book, you deliberately avoid looking at that small nation, but there is no need. I have used a spin-off to round out the changes in your world. Your true self is currently fine for the moment. You can finish this task before you ascend. What does it mean to finish it? The queen of that nation is already old. If you do not oversee this, it will be natural for the people to die, and the administration to fail once you ascend and depart. Although you have planted the seeds of fire, it will take a very long time for them to spread from a small nation across the entire world. You can push it a bit further. Rest assured, this time it will follow the planning of the heavenly Tao. I think you will want to see the world truly change and bear fruit in your hands. Wuji pouted. It is still planned by the heavenly Tao, is it not? Is that bad? Are you not convinced? I am convinced. Wuji spoke softly, tightening her hold on his waist. She leaned her head against his back. He did not need to change such things, yet he did it all for her. The lack of firecrackers did not matter. Being able to sit quietly on the back of the electric scooter, leaning against his back and listening to the wind whistling past, was enough. She could even hear his heartbeat, a steady thump-thump that matched the rhythm of her own. Wuji began to count the heartbeats. One for him, one for her. They merged into the same melody. Wuji's eyes crinkled into crescents. They had arrived home. The threshold of the house was no longer a gate to the underworld. The neighborhood elders watched the pair approach on their scooter with glowing eyes, greeting them with great enthusiasm. Little Chu, I watched that animation of yours yesterday. The words on the screen were huge. Original story by Chu Ge. You have made us proud. Oh, my brat is studying art as well. Yes. He can come here for an internship after he graduates. Chu Ge murmured his agreement, squinting his eyes as he stepped into the courtyard. QQ is truly beautiful. Everyone says she looks like she stepped out of a book, and they are right. Yes, she truly stepped out of a book. I hear you are the screenwriter for that television series. Can you get us an autograph from Chin Fair? My boy. How could a lowly screenwriter like me know a big movie star? There are so many complex layers to that industry, let me tell you. Wuji watched with a smile as Chu Ge chattered away while parking the scooter. She did not know what kind of logic he was spinning, but he had already slipped into the building. I wanted to see how you would handle the questions about Fair, and you just brushed them off. Oh, you address her as Fair quite intimately now. Do you really consider her your disciple? Yes. Given her attitude, is she not worthy of being a disciple? I do not have a disciple as dull as her. Talent is not the most important thing. What matters is a firm heart. Yes. And she is not your junior sister either. Chu Ge's hand hovered over the keyhole as he tried to open the door. If she is not my junior sister, then what is she? Oh wait, she is actually older than me. Is she my senior sister? Wuji placed her hands on her hips. You want to have beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters? Keep dreaming. You are also my master, so that makes her your grand disciple. Chu Ge grinned. There is such a benefit. The door clicked open. Wuji kicked Chu Ge in the rear, sending him sprawling into the living room in a clumsy heap. Chu Jianglia sat there drinking tea, appearing perfectly calm, as if he had seen nothing at all. Dad. Wuji instantly transformed into a gentle daughter-in-law. Clasping the laptop under one arm, she reached out to pull Chu Ge up, her voice soft and fragile. Look at you, being so careless while opening the door. Did you hurt yourself? Chu Ge muttered a curse. Is QQ here? Wu Xiaoyun poked her head out of the kitchen. Come, help us shell these bamboo shoots. A student sent them over specially today. These winter bamboo shoots were just dug up, and have not been shelled yet. Coming. Wuji vanished into the kitchen in a flash. Wu Xiaoyun's head retreated back into the kitchen. Chu Ge stared. You are all saying, QQ is here, but what about me? I am a grown man lying here, and there is no greeting for me. Chu Jianglia lifted his cup of tea, continuing to read his book without pause. He spoke slowly. Is the floor very comfortable? Chu Ge felt like weeping. That was fine. The cup, the posture, the tone, it was like a dream returning to 10 years ago. This was the only treatment he could expect. Chu Ge coughed and scrambled to his feet. He grumbled, I specifically brought over 2 pairs of slippers, waiting for you all to come and visit, but you never went to see. My son has lived there for so long, you should at least pay a visit. What is there to visit? To go and eat your dog food. Chu Jianglia did not even lift his eyelids. Besides, are you really free these past 2 days? Did you not go and drag Thompson out for me? Even a great man like his father could not fathom the trick of time stealing. He assumed they had spent so much time inside the book. Chu Ge felt a hint of pride. He asked, is it useful to you? Do you want to claim credit? Can it be converted into money? Chu Jianglia's hand holding the book began to tremble. Look at your lack of ambition. Chu Ge replied righteously. How can I marry a wife without money? Chu Jianglia slammed the table. Can we not afford to buy a house? I want to earn it myself. Is that not what makes you feel satisfied? Damn it. Chu Ge raised his hand. Chu Ge turned, grabbed the laptop, and bolted into the room. I will not argue with you. I have to write and earn money. Chu Ge stood frozen. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly coughed twice. Zayuyun, I have something to take care of, I am going out. Wu Zayuyun shouted from the kitchen. Get lost. You sit there doing nothing but reading, you make me sick. Chu Ge scurried out. At that moment, Chu Ge did not realize the severity of the problem. He opened his laptop and began to type furiously. Less than half an hour later, he heard his mother shouting from the kitchen. Old Chu, Wuji whispered. Dad went out just now. Oh, Chu Ge sighed. What is it? We are out of soy sauce. Go and buy a bottle. I am writing. Do you not want to eat because you are writing? QQ is here. QQ is chopping vegetables. Would it kill you to move? Chu Ge silently pulled a bottle of soy sauce from the book world and brought it over. Do not use that changed stuff. It does not taste right. This is not changed. It is from the other world, real soy sauce. Oh, this trick is not bad, Wu Zayuyun said happily. Then get a bottle of message. Sorry, the world in the book has not developed message yet. What kind of useless book is that? Can you even write? Chu Ge silently conjured a bag of message from the book and pulled it out. He dared not say it was conjured, so he lied, I forgot. Actually, there is some. Wu Zayuyun looked at him suspiciously for a long time. Chu Ge gave Wuji a warning glare, but she played the role of the innocent bystander perfectly, remaining silent. Wu Zayuyun accepted it and waved her hand like she was shooing away a fly. All right, go back to your writing. Chu Ge rolled back to his room, feeling like he had been granted an amnesty. Half an hour later, Chu Ge sighed. What now? It is almost dinner time. Go and put up the spring couplets. Did you not put them up before? Did you not look when you walked in? The pair of couplets we have up are 5 years old. They still look quite new to me. We can make do. Make do your head. Do you know what it means to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new? Go and put them up. Your father wrote the new couplets himself. They are right there on the coffee table outside. If he wrote them, why did he not put them up? Is this not waiting for you to come home and put them up as a family? Chu Ge felt like crying but had no tears. He stepped outside and peeked. Wuji was hiding in a corner, stirring the vegetables, a smirk of schadenfreude on her lips. She seemed to be very happy. In reality, she could have done it, but she did it on purpose. Chu Ge's feeling of utter gloom vanished, replaced by a laugh of his own. Fine. Is this not exactly what the new year is about? Chapter 444. Chu Ge abandoned all thoughts of writing. He busied himself in the kitchen, moving back and forth to help his mother and Wuji. By the time the meal was prepared, Chu Ge returned at the exact right moment. He walked in slowly with his hands behind his back, swinging them gently as he carried a bottle of white liquor. Chu Ge felt a surge of irritation. He stared at his father, his teeth gritting in frustration. He asked, his voice tight, how his father could be so devious. Chu Ge wore an expression of complete confusion. He claimed he had only gone to buy a bottle of wine and asked what had happened. Chu Ge countered that it had taken over 1 hour just to buy a bottle of wine. Chu Ge explained that he had simply met some acquaintances on the road and chatted in the courtyard. He told Chu Ge not to assume everyone was like him, struggling to find even a few friends or classmates. Chu Ge ground his teeth. He accused his father of knowing they would be busy with various chores and deliberately slipping away to force him to handle it all. Chu Ge patted his shoulder gently. He remarked that after being away from home for so long, returning meant dealing with the lack of this or that. He said that anyone with a brain would know it, but unfortunately, Chu Ge lacked one. Chu Ge muttered a curse and asked if this was his father's strategy of war. Wu Zayuyun shouted from the other room, demanding they stop whispering and come serve the dishes. The two men lowered their heads and carried the plates. They filled the table, and Chu Ge sat down comfortably, twisting open the bottle cap. He offered Chu Ge a drink. A small ripple of emotion stirred in Chu Ge's chest. This was the first time his father had ever shared a drink with him. Chu Ge seemed to sense his thoughts. He poured the drink and smiled, noting that since Chu Ge had started a family, he was a man grown. He explained that if his parents had not let him touch alcohol before, it was not because they could not, but because the age was not appropriate. Now, as a grown man who had established a family and served his country, he was capable of knowing what he could and could not do. Chu Ge asked if that meant different ages required different standards. Chu Ge agreed. Chu Ge asked why they did not classify their media productions then. He noted that adults had to watch things at a child's level, while children's textbooks seemed to get all the complex stuff. Chu Ge suggested that if Chu Ge did not know how to carry on a conversation, he should just eat. Chu Ge scoffed and took a sip of the alcohol. The modern brewing process was superior to that of the book world, but it lacked spiritual energy and artistic atmosphere. Chu Ge felt a strange longing for the wine from the book. Chu Ge continued slowly. He explained that rating systems were impossible to implement. He skipped the various troubles and mentioned only one point, which was that ratings implied the possibility of allowing lower-tier content, which was impossible, at least in the short term. Chu Ge froze, a sudden realization washing over him. He remarked that he had not considered that layer. Chu Ge told him that since he wanted his father's help with this matter, it could not be done, so he should talk about something else. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. He wondered aloud who was actually the one needing help now. Chu Jiangliu let out a laugh, torn between anger and amusement. He agreed to help, provided they gave him a grandson to hold. Wuji choked on a mouthful of food as the conversation turned to her. Her cheeks puffed out, and her eyes widened in shock. Chu Ge felt his confidence crumble. He mumbled that they might not be able to do that for the time being, as it could only happen within the book. The sound of chopsticks hitting the table cracked through the room. Wu Xiaoyun glared at him and dared him to try it. Wuji lowered her head until her chin nearly touched her bowl. She stomped hard on Chu Ge's foot under the table, signaling him to stop. Chu Ge winced, his face twitching in pain. He explained that Wuji did not possess her true physical form in the real world, making the situation complicated. He suggested that they needed to construct a channel between the two worlds. He added that having a child in the book was not impossible, as long as they had a channel to bring the child out. Wu Xiaoyun demanded to know how to construct such a channel, and asked if they needed to kill someone like Sandro. Chu Ge remained silent. Chu Jiangliu smacked his lips. He told his wife to calm down. He dismissed the idea of killing Sandro, noting that it would only have significance if they gathered the 4 symbols to stand at the 4 poles. Chu Ge glared sideways at him and asked if his father was an expert on the subject now. Chu Jiangliu scoffed. He insisted that Chu Ge need not act as if his secrets were so profound, as it was easy enough to guess. Chu Ge ceased speaking and lowered his head to eat. Chu Jiangliu took a sip of the drink. He stated that the 4 symbols were the essential items to compete for now. He had found a lead on the white tiger, and he hoped Chu Ge would find clues regarding the vermilion bird. Chu Ge asked if the nation's search efforts had yielded nothing after all this time. Chu Jiangliu explained that this concerned the world. In truth, a few years of searching was merely a beginning for such matters. He pointed out that human exploration of supernatural abilities should be measured in millennia. The appearance of the 4 symbols had simply made the matter more tangible, providing a clear direction, and nothing more. Chu Ge nodded silently. Chu Jiangliu suddenly chuckled. He commented on their conversation, asking if this was what other families talked about during the new year. He urged everyone to eat. Wu Xiaoyun asked what was wrong with talking about it, as it related to their ability to hold a grandson. Wuji spoke for the first time, her voice helpless. She promised they would try. Chu Ge stared at her. Chu Jiangliu and Wu Xiaoyun exchanged confused glances. Wuji looked at the 3 strange expressions directed at her. Her face flushed red instantly. She stammered that she did not mean they would try to create a baby. She clarified that she meant they would try to find clues about the 4 symbols, like the vermilion bird. She demanded to know what those expressions meant. The family let out a synchronized sound of realization. Chu Ge's expression shifted into a grimace of pain as he bent over like a shrimp, reaching under the table to clutch his foot. The old couple laughed, suddenly feeling that this was what the New Year's atmosphere should be like. Wu Xiaoyun pressed the television remote and smiled, suggesting they watch the Spring Festival Gala. Wuji blinked, unaware of what the gala was. Chu Ge sighed, clutching his foot. He explained that in their customs, besides firecrackers, spring couplets, and family dinners, watching the Spring Festival Gala, as a family, was considered a representative part of the holiday, though he had not watched it for many years. Chu Jiangliu mentioned that they had not watched it in a long time either. He assumed that since culture and art had developed so well over the years, with so much money invested, the gala must be better than it was in the past. Wu Xiaoyun agreed happily, pointing to how exquisite and grand the stage looked. Chu Ge turned his head away, unable to bear destroying his parents' illusions. Wuji watched with curiosity, eating her meal. She wondered if the evening gala, which was treated as a grand event for the new year, would be excellent, perhaps allowing her to absorb some inspiration regarding painting, calligraphy, or music. 30 minutes later, Wuji transmitted a message to Chu Ge. She asked if this was it. Chu Ge replied with a sense of grief that this was indeed it. Wuji commented that the crosstalk performance was not even as good as the storytelling in the book world. Chu Ge agreed that it probably was not. Wuji wondered why, after being pressured by parents to have children at home, she had to be pressured to have children by a comedy sketch on television. She assumed only parents liked this kind of program. Chu Ge noted that it was not necessarily true. 1 hour later, Chu Jiangliu stood up with a stern face. He said he was going to wash the dishes, as he did not feel like watching people lecture him. Wu Xiaoyun said she would join him. She told Wuji to sit, noting that watching comedy sketches about wanting grandchildren was perfect for the new year. Wuji remained silent. The couple sat on the sofa, feeling as if they were suffering from constipation. Wuji asked a strange question. She wanted to know why their family did not visit any relatives during the new year. Chu Ge explained that nobody visited relatives on New Year's Eve. However, he admitted that his family did not have any relatives to begin with. Wuji expressed her confusion. She asked if they had lost contact or something else. Chu Ge rubbed his chin. He said he never had any from childhood. He had never even heard of any. He reasoned that his parents were both only children, and the grandparents had passed away, so it was not strange. Wuji did not find it unstrange. She felt it was still slightly odd. Surely there would be some distant cousins or relatives, especially since they had introduced her to the family registry as a distant cousin. She could understand if they had grown distant due to a lack of contact, but she found it hard to believe he felt it was normal to never have heard of any relatives from a young age. She decided to let it go. It seemed she was not yet a standard modern person. She could not understand modern family relationships, nor could she understand why modern families felt compelled to watch this unpleasant evening gala as their New Year activity. Wuji felt that regardless of whether the gala was good or not, watching it together as a family, complaining about it, and making fun of it felt decent, even if it was a bit masochistic. She decided it did not matter if the gala was good. What mattered was that the family was together. Wuji glanced toward the kitchen. Listening to the sound of dishes being washed, she quietly rested her head on Chu Ge's shoulder, her gaze drifting toward the dancing on the television. It was still quite nice, the first New Year spent with family in 10,000 years. As for the pressure to have children, Wuji's eyes wandered, her mind drifting to places unknown. Chapter 445. Wuji often wondered if she suffered from a split personality. The topic of having children brought this conflict to the surface. Whenever the family gathered in warmth and harmony, she felt a void, a sense that a child was missing from their lives. It was no surprise that even an elder like Chu Ge's father could not help but urge them to start a family. When they brought it up, Wuji simply blushed, offering no resistance. Deep down, she secretly harbored the same desire. Yet she understood clearly that her true self, residing in the fairy mountain, had no desire for such a life. It was a thought that had never crossed her mind, and her perspective remained detached from that domestic reality. To her, the entire mountain of disciples were her children. Looking at Suanji and the others felt just like raising a family. Her heart simply did not lie in that direction. After all, she was a cultivator pursuing the immortal path. It seemed absurd for a cultivator to even consider having children. Wuji acknowledged that her state of mind had split into two distinct versions, the domestic version of QQ, and the immortal version who sought the Tao. It was not a split personality, but rather a reflection of her environment. Perhaps everyone operated this way. A female CEO striving in the corporate world became a tender mother the moment she returned home to her children. The only difference was that Wuji was literally split into two, existing in both environments simultaneously, which made the detachment feel stark. Looking at the other version of herself, she could not help but scoff and call the other a fox spirit. Chu Ge found he could no longer sit through the television gala, and the hour had grown late. He offered his farewells to his parents, and they made their way home. Wuji sat on the back of his scooter, her long hair dancing in the chilly night breeze. Beneath the flashing neon lights of the city, her smile was as sweet as a blossoming flower. The version of Wuji in the book sensed these emotions clearly, and it was impossible for her heart to remain calm. She had spent so much time feeding dog food to others, never imagining that she would be the one choking on the most of it herself. QQ from within the book had sent a message, noting that the new year had passed, and it was time to expedite her ascension. Wuji relayed this message to Chu Ge, though she could not describe the strange mood that settled over her as she spoke. Chu Ge swerved the scooter, nearly driving it into the ditch at the side of the road. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Why had she started acting as a messenger? It is just a message. If it were up to me, I would not bother thinking about it so much, she replied. The ascension plotline is still a few days away, and the New Year festivities will last that long anyway, Chu Ge said. Wuji leaned against his back, her lips pursed in a pout. The truth was, their family had no relatives to visit. Once tonight was over, the holiday would truly be finished. Judging by the demeanor of his parents, their stay tonight had been a stretch. They had clearly stayed just to spend the first New Year with her, and they would likely depart tomorrow. Chu Ge agreed. His parents were busy people, and these past few days had been a deliberate choice to remain here with no other agenda. They simply wanted to spend the New Year with their daughter-in-law. For the elderly, this simple gesture held the greatest meaning. Wuji spoke suddenly. Other people have days of festivities, but for us, it seems we only have one day. Do we lose out? Chu Ge laughed aloud. You actually think you are at a disadvantage. If you wanted a crowd, believe me, there are plenty of people who would envy what we have. This is the walled city. Those on the outside want in, while those on the inside are exhausted and worn out. I do not want that much, she said. I was just speaking. Should we visit Meng Meng, or your classmates, like Lin Wang, tomorrow? I wonder if he has been promoted yet. Do you really think they would welcome a New Year visit? They would probably find it annoying. Zhu Mengmeng was likely dragged by her father to visit relatives, and I can easily imagine her pouting like a child forced to eat bitter medicine. Wuji visualized the scene, and could not help but laugh. You are certainly right about that. Speaking of Zhu Mengmeng, do you have to work overtime on the comic? She mentioned that statutory holidays are for resting, so it should be fine. Once the original art is done, the process will be fast. If anything, it will be delayed, but not disconnected. Readers will understand during the new year. Chu Ge smiled. You take this concept of the new year much more seriously than I do. Indeed, she said. She leaned back against his back once more, her voice softening. I value every holiday I spend with you. The rain during the Kixi festival, and the moon during the Mid-Autumn festival, are still the most beautiful scenes etched in my heart. Chu Ge drifted back to those memories. The QQ from the Kixi festival days had been a stubborn, arrogant girl who he was already deeply in love with. By the Mid-Autumn festival, she had already learned how to pound medicine. Wuji, unaware of his wandering thoughts, continued with a smile. And this night, at the turn of the year, we have this rare gathering in our home. It was warm and lively. Yet, as we walk out onto the streets, there is no one else around. It feels as if the world has suddenly shrunk to just the two of us, wandering freely in the breeze. This feeling is truly beautiful. Chu Ge felt her words dissolving the clutter in his mind. Riding this small scooter down the wide, empty street felt like drifting through a celestial realm. There was no one else who could turn the act of riding a broken scooter into such a poetic experience. While he was the author, it was clearly Wuji who was the romantic. His heart swelled with tenderness. He lowered his voice, suggesting they change their plans for the Hainan trip and head to the beach to welcome the new year instead. There is no need to force it. Is everywhere not an immortal mountain? She replied softly. If passers-by saw us squatting by the river in the cold waiting for the new year, they would likely think we had lost our minds. Chu Ge let out a laugh. Chu Ge, she called out. Yes, I really want to try. For the 4 symbols, I want a child, she stated clearly. It is not because your parents are urging us. It is because I want one. I feel that a life without a child is incomplete. A ripple passed through Chu Ge's heart. He knew she was not making a physical demand. Whether it was the Wuji inside the book or the one beside him, her intentions in this moment were identical. They needed the unification of the two worlds. The ascension of the Wuji in the book was for this purpose, and the Wuji in the real world was providing the meaning behind that action. He slowed the scooter, gazing up at the crescent moon in the sky, and spoke in a low voice. This year, we ensured the cowherd and the weaver girl are no longer separated. Next year, I will make the Milky Way flow through the human world. Suddenly, the sound of a distant bell rang out. Fireworks erupted, filling the sky with brilliance that stretched across the horizon, in an endless display. The faint sound of firecrackers drifted in from the suburbs, finally filling the void in Wuji's heart, with the true atmosphere of the new year. Chu Ge pulled the scooter to a stop at the side of the road. They stood hand in hand, looking up at the sky, watching the night of Nanjiang connected to the Milky Way above. Chu Ge turned his gaze to Wuji's profile. Amidst the flickering light of the fireworks, her jade-like face remained as beautiful as it had been from the start, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The Milky Way, which had once been only faintly visible, now appeared so clear in their eyes. The heart-fluttering moment from that Kixi festival had solidified into the present, remaining true for all eternity. Chapter 446. Early the next morning, Chu Ge crawled out from Wuji's soft and fragrant embrace. He attempted to call his parents, only to find they had already left. Wu Xiaoyun had left a single message on his phone. Rest assured, Mom is going to deal with those people for you. Whoever prevents me from having a grandson will find themselves wishing they were a child again. Before Chu Ge could formulate a response to tell her he did not want those people as sons, the line went dead. The haste in her voice had been palpable. They simply did not have the time to linger at home. The fact that they had forced themselves to stay for these past few days likely meant they had accumulated a mountain of work. Chu Ge threw a robe over his shoulders and stood up. He gazed out the window toward the distance. Wisps of smoke still lingered, remnants of the fireworks from the night before. The streets below teemed with life. People moved about, visiting friends and relatives, exchanging greetings, and bowing with smiles. In the midst of everyone else's festive holiday spirit, his parents had already rushed back to the front lines. He had once harbored resentment toward them for rarely being home. Now, he understood deeply that they were rushing about for the sake of their country and their home, and the resentment had vanished completely. They had stayed behind solely to spend the new year with their daughter-in-law. The expression of their love had been clumsy. They had not said much to each other, but for Wuji, it had been a warming experience. He needed to get moving as well, though his tasks were different. He did not possess their grand purpose. He only needed to focus on his family. His job was simple. He had to do his duty as a writer. The fear in any endeavor is losing one's way. Now, the path was clear. Enter the heavenly realm from within the book, and seek the 4 symbols in the real world. A two-pronged approach. Regarding the white tiger, he had the lead from Tang Junyin's fang, and his father likely possessed additional information. A clear direction was taking shape. The vermilion bird, however, remained elusive. The information gleaned from the little flame was insufficient. He only knew that the vermilion bird harbored the deepest hatred and animosity so profound it had spawned the inheritance of the demonic fire. Could it be possible that the vermilion bird had already joined forces with Sandro? Chu Ge sighed softly. A soft, melodious voice drifted from the bedside. Chu Ge. He turned to look. Wuji sat up, her bare arms exposed, clutching the quilt. She looked lazy and hazy, like a begonia blooming in the morning dew. Last night, in their attempt to have a child, they had been quite frantic. Unfortunately, Chu Ge knew the truth. Wuji's form in this world was based on his own fantasy. Some functions were not truly biological. It was similar to how his father had once thrown a fake stone into the mine. The details of the construction were not identical to reality. He might need to study anatomy and professional knowledge to even have a chance, and even then, there were no guarantees. His father was a geological expert, and he could not conjure an identical stone. Why do you stare? Wuji teased him, a touch of annoyance in her voice. You have been staring blankly since you woke up. Were you not drained enough last night? Chu Ge cleared his throat. I was thinking about the vermilion bird. Wuji combed her hair with her fingers and rose to drape a robe over herself. If there are no clues in the human world or the real world, we must search the heavenly realm. Chu Ge nodded. I will go right. I need to finish the final tale of the human world arc. The previous night had been correct. For them, the new year was over. He opened his computer and browsed the group chat. Everyone was complaining about the Spring Festival Gala from the previous night. Chu Ge had no desire to join the conversation. He closed the chat and began to write. The plot points he needed to resolve had been largely addressed in recent days. The focus of his pen now remained on Chu Tianji. The protagonist would always be the protagonist. His state of mind, his cultivation, his emotions, all needed to be written with seamless precision to reach the perfection of the tribulation stage. Once the Heavenly Realm arc began and Wuji ascended, Chu Tianji would not be far behind. This was a pseudo-ensemble cast, and the protagonist could not be absent from the lens for too long. Chu Ge's gaze passed through the heavy mist and landed on the 10,000 mountains. Chu Tianji was leaning against a flowering tree with Yeziazu, lost in their romance. A sudden movement in his heart made him sigh. He wants me to cultivate. Yeziazu leaned closer. Cultivation is what you have always wanted, is it not? Theoretically, yes. Actually, being with you right now is a form of cultivation in itself. Yeziazu pondered this. Is he just painting a snake and adding feet to it then? Chu Tianji hesitated, but ultimately spoke. Even though both are cultivation, the objectives differ. My goal for cultivation right now is not ascension, but he wants me to ascend. Yeziazu froze. Why not ascend? The heavenly realm has better resources, more spiritual energy, and is the destination of every cultivator. Chu Tianji smiled warmly. But the heavenly realm does not have you. Yeziazu went silent. Chu Tianji looked up at the white clouds drifting by. You have only just accepted the inheritance of the insect god. Your cultivation is still shallow. Although this inheritance is a shortcut, reaching the tribulation stage will take at least a year or a year and a half to digest. It is still too early. Yeziazu was deeply moved. I cannot let my presence hinder your path. It is only a year or a year and a half. You go first, and I will come to find you in a year. The Father God will watch over me. He will not let anything go wrong with my cultivation. You can rest assured. Chu Tianji looked toward the sky. Are you saying that because you want to, or because he wrote it? Damn it, I cannot even tell the difference anymore. Chu Ge stared at the screen, momentarily stunned by the character's defiance. Yeziazu remained silent. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated from the sky. Damn it, this is Ziazu's own opinion. She has her heart set on you, and does not want to hinder your future. You are truly ungrateful. Chu Tianji spoke with indignation. I know her heart. I fear that what you say through her mouth is actually your own intention. The voice from the sky roared back. I am not attracted to men. Why would I have any intentions for you? Get lost. Chu Tianji went silent. The voice continued. To be fair, Ziazu is right. I will not only watch over her cultivation, but I can also accelerate it. It will not exceed 6 months. Furthermore, I can guarantee her entry into the heavenly realm. Chu Tianji let out a breath. So Ziazu will inevitably ascend? We have been stuck for 10,000 years. The moment the heavenly realm opens, everyone ascends like they are eating beans. Is that not unscientific? Will readers not scold you for writing a mediocre story? The voice responded sharply. Damn it, do you think you know better? I have laid the groundwork. The heaven and earth were blocked. Wuji only succeeded in ascending by using the 4 symbols to build a passage. After the passage opens, everyone will benefit. When that time comes, the powerhouses of the human world will ascend in large numbers. It will not just be Wuji and you. Yan Qinli, De Bei, and even Xia Juxiao will follow. Everyone will have their place. Of course, Ziazu will not be left behind. So it is only a separation of less than 6 months. Do you accept it or not? Chu Tianji replied with resignation. Fine. You are the one writing it, so you have the final say. Do you think it matters if I say I do not accept it? The voice from above growled. That is your own path. Why are you acting as if I am begging you? If you have the ability, do not ascend for the rest of your life. Damn it. Wuji could live for 10,000 years without ascending because I gave her a cheat code. If I do not give you a cheat code, let us see how long you can live without ascending. Fine, fine. Chu Tianji stood up. His gaze toward the sky shifted from the softness of recent days to something resolute. I also want to go up and see who was using me before. The voice sounded pleased. That is correct. If you do not even have the spirit to settle the score, and you spend your days drowning in comfort, you are nothing like me. Chu Tianji tilted his head. Are you sure I am not like you? Chu Ge went silent, realizing he had no ground to stand on. Regardless, I promised that the major events are arranged by you. Actually, you did not need to tell me these things. Chu Tianji smiled softly. Thank you for your respect. Chu Ge did not respond. Chu Tianji emptied his mind, and allowed Chu Ge to write, guiding his every move. He walked slowly to the highest peak of the 10,000 mountains, and sat cross-legged in the misty clouds. Elsewhere, Wuji descended to the small nation in the mortal world she had previously reformed, completing the final loose ends before her ascension. Chu Ge's figure flickered slightly. He appeared outside the East Sea, where the Azure Dragon lay dormant. The Azure Dragon seemed to sense his purpose and asked in a low voice, Has the Father God come to take back that piece of shed scale? Yes, Chu Ge replied. That is a scale you shed voluntarily. It is of no use to you. I gave it to you before so you could sense your own aura. But you should not need it anymore, right? The Azure Dragon responded. That is true. Even if I did need it, I would not hesitate to shed it again. If I am to see the Heavenly Emperor face to face, Father God, please do not forget to bring me back. Chu Ge responded solemnly. I promise. The shed scale fell lightly into Chu Ge's hand. He tucked it away, and it reappeared in the hands of Wuji, who was inside the book. Wuji felt the familiar aura of the scale in her hand and looked up at the sky. A new year, a new battlefield. The grand plan had officially begun. Chapter 447. It was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Chu Ge spent another half a month wrapping up the human realm arc. He refined every aspect until the conclusion of that chapter was absolute. With the anticipation and excitement of the new year behind them, Wuji felt little interest in the Lantern Festival. Although she knew the romantic poetry about lovers meeting under the moon, Wuji wondered why every single festival had to hold such profound meaning. She decided to let it pass. They simply followed tradition, bought sweet rice dumplings, and enjoyed them together at home. Chu Ge felt no urge to celebrate either. He simply sent a birthday gift of money to a familiar, handsome author. Everything seemed to drift back onto the rails of ordinary life. The comic studio resumed its updates. The popularity remained high, and their ranking stayed steady. The animated adaptation proceeded methodically, its engagement seeming even higher than before, perhaps owing to the holiday season. Chu Ge, however, had been gone for too long. He had almost vanished from the leaderboards, though his standing had shown signs of recovery over the last few days. None of that mattered. What mattered was that the Datang Company announced the television adaptation of Chu Wuji would premiere on the Penguin platform in 1 week. They were bypassing traditional television to release it as a web series. They were filming and broadcasting simultaneously, and they had stockpiled enough episodes to mitigate any risks. Furthermore, a Korean version would premiere simultaneously on a network platform in South Korea. Chu Ge did not really understand the distinction between traditional television and web series. Web series sounded inferior, much like comparing web novels to classic literature, as if they lacked the same prestige. Of course, since Chu Ge worked in web novels himself, he did not look down on the format. He recalled many hit shows that started as web series and eventually made it to traditional television, a process called going star, though he had never looked into the details. Regardless, Sia Wenayuan was an industry titan, and an ally. Chu Ge trusted that Sia Wenayuan had made the right decision. Once the news broke, the fans who had been following the project cheered with the excitement of a second new year. Only industry insiders frowned. They felt the gaps between the comic, the animation, and the television series were far too short. It did not resemble a normal production cycle, but rather a project rushed through with singular intent. Chu Geonlia sat in South Korea, engaged in a conversation with Tang Jinyan. Tang Jinyan gestured with his glass. They say your style of work is efficient, but I suspect there is more to it than that. Tang Jinyan sipped his wine, his expression placid. Beyond efficiency, my style is defined by one wave crashing after another. Do not try to hide it from me. There must be another purpose. Tang Jinyan looked at him. Honestly, the first few steps were just a reflection of my personal style. But later, especially with the recent incidents in the Arctic Ocean, I would be a fool if I could not guess at some of the underlying clues. Chu Geonlia remained silent. Tang Jinyan continued. The television series was originally intended for traditional broadcast. It was a serious project, and the show had the qualifications, not to mention our existing connections. But we both know that procurement, scheduling, and various other hurdles would inevitably cause delays. We might not have seen it on air even by next year. Your son likely needs this momentum. We gave it some thought and decided on a web release. It is far more flexible, and the influence is comparable. As for the lack of prestige, I doubt your son cares. Chu Geonlia nodded slowly. I appreciate the effort. Might this affect your own entertainment strategy? Tang Jinyan offered a faint smile. The impact is negligible. I am still pushing the show to traditional channels here. Which of those minor stations would dare to oppose me? Chu Geonlia remained silent. Tang Jinyan laughed. General, you do not seem to care for people like us. Chu Geonlia spoke with a calm detachment. You are in South Korea. You could be even more excessive, and it would not matter. Tang Jinyan chuckled in surprise. Chu Geonlia turned the subject. Regarding the white tiger, do you have any suggestions? Tang Jinyan leaned back. I have no suggestions, but I can cooperate and provide resources. I will state this up front. My partnerships in North America are financial. There is no question of control there, so I cannot promise much help. My desired return is the establishment of my own guild control. Consider the trade-off as you will, General. Chu Geonlia smiled. That is not a problem. Tang Jinyan hesitated, then spoke again. Actually, you have many hidden threads on your side, General. I can even sense that the atmosphere there, becoming so chaotic it resembles a cyberpunk dystopia, was deliberately pushed and fostered by you. Chu Geonlia held his gaze. So, Tang Jinyan shrugged. So I must ask, does the general truly wish for the spiritual energy to recover, or do you want it to stop? Chu Geonlia turned his head toward the window. That is the United States, so you could be even more excessive, and it would not matter. Tang Jinyan erupted in laughter. You are truly cut from the same cloth. Everything happening in the outside world had nothing to do with Chu Ge. He closed himself off from all news, opened a new document, and solemnly typed the 3 characters for the Heavenly Realm arc. The draft he had written long ago for the Heavenly Realm had been discarded. This was a brand new architectural framework. Are you ready? Chu Ge turned his head, looking at Wuji standing gracefully beside him. Wuji wore a solemn expression. I have finished handling the affairs of the outside world. The comic has a backlog of chapters, which I have entrusted to Meng Meng. The ascension to the Heavenly Realm is the priority. I will withdraw this incarnation and give my all to the book. Chu Ge stood up, embraced her, and kissed her gently. Do not worry. I am certain that after this ascension, we will be able to connect to the real world. Whether it was the revelations he glimpsed when he peered into the future, or his deep intuition as the heavenly Tao or a cultivator, Chu Ge was certain that the connection between the new heavenly realm and the real world would be no different from that of the human realm. As for whether this would form a new heavenly realm, or cause the original one to be invaded, distorted, and thrown into chaos, he would only know once he began writing and entered the overarching perspective. He would oversee the broad strokes, while Wuji would explore the details. The war began now. With a soft sound, Wuji vanished from the room, her soul returning to the book. At the summit of the Cloud Mountains, Wuji sat cross-legged on an icy platform. She slowly opened her eyes and let her voice resonate across the world. Because of the trust of the sect, I, Wuji, have presided over the Cloud Sect for thousands of years. Now, the righteous path of the divine province flourishes, the demonic sects are in hiding, the overseas lands have submitted, and the world is united in heart. I have no regrets. The crowd stirred. Countless figures flew in from the mountains. Many elders who had been in deep cultivation emerged one after another, their hearts trembling. This was it. Wuji was truly ascending. Unlike the forced ascension of the past, this time, almost everyone felt that their sect master would surely succeed. Wuji's strength had exceeded the bounds of what most people could comprehend. She should never have been merely a tribulation stage cultivator. Elder Zhou Tiankai, who has assisted me for thousands of years with loyalty and devotion, holds the virtue upon which our sect relies. After I depart, he shall be the sect master. I have left 13 volumes of my life's insights into sword cultivation on the top floor of the scripture pavilion. You may study them at your leisure. The path of ascension lies within. We cultivators are not burdened by trivialities. There is no need for grand ceremonies or parting words. Today, the sky is clear and broad. It is the moment to break the void. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Everyone gathered at the peak of the main mountain, staring up in a daze at Wuji as she hovered in the void. The scale of the azure dragon, the fang of the white tiger, the feather of the vermilion bird, and the shell of the black tortoise. The four important artifacts that ran through the entire story of the human realm orbited around her. They rotated gently, then faster and faster, losing their original physical forms. It was as if a creator had splashed ink in four colors, forming an abstract painting of the four seasons and the four directions. Thunderous explosions echoed. Divine light erupted, rushing straight into the clouds and piercing through the 9 heavens. Pillars of space, engraved with golden runes of the great Tao, descended from the sky. 7 colored clouds spread across the world. Wuji stood alone, carrying only her sword, and descended straight up the heavenly ladder. Chapter 448. Where is the tribulation? Countless onlookers stared up with mouths agape. Wuji did not look like she was undergoing a celestial tribulation. She looked like she was strolling through a garden path in her own backyard. Many recalled that Wuji had attempted a tribulation once before. She had returned empty-handed, yet she suffered no injuries and showed no signs of illness. Perhaps that previous attempt had truly completed the process. This was indeed the case. According to the laws of the heavenly Tao, the tribulation was a one-time event. The ascension had failed previously because the heavenly realm was closed. Furthermore, Wuji had forced the earlier tribulation outside the proper plot, so the universe had corrected and smoothed over the event. The memory left to the world was simply Wuji attempting a tribulation and failing. The tribulation had truly descended once, and it would not happen again. However, this time, Chu Ge wrote of her ascension as her first in the eyes of the readers. It would have felt improper to lack a tribulation entirely. Chu Ge bit back his hesitation and tapped at the keyboard. Suddenly, dark clouds blanketed the sky. Gale force winds whipped across the land, and lightning flashed through the gloom. A colossal bolt of tribulation lightning tore through the firmament and crashed down. It was the great heavenly tribulation. He had to conjure an extra tribulation for Wuji. He had to write it to be spectacular and powerful enough to reduce any ordinary cultivator to ash. Onlookers gasped in terror, imagining themselves in her shoes and deciding that surviving such an event was impossible. Then, the protagonist would shatter it with ease, contrasting her grace against the overwhelming force. Wuji looked up at the sky, her gaze fixing on the terrifying lightning. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She could almost picture his thought process. While writing this passage, he wanted to craft an exciting scene of power, yet he could not bear to strike his wife with truly devastating lightning. His heart must have ached. He was likely pouting subconsciously while he typed those words. He was so adorable. Wuji extended a single finger and tapped the incoming lightning. The bolt, which seemed capable of destroying the world in the eyes of everyone below, vanished into smoke beneath that single touch. The onlookers stared, unable to process the situation. Someone whispered that there had to be a second bolt. It was impossible for it to end here. There was indeed a second bolt. If he had wanted to drag out the pacing, he could have written 9 bolts. After all, the more tribulations one faced, the more impressive the accomplishment. Most people faced only a single layer of tribulation, whereas Wuji was facing 9. Chu Ge, however, could not bring himself to put his wife through that. He settled for 3. Each wave doubled in power. By the second wave, Wuji had to unsheath her sword, the autumn water-glazed jade. By the third, she activated a skill. It was a mere skill, not even an ultimate technique. To the astonishment of the crowd, Wuji merged with her sword and plunged directly into the massive lightning. She transformed the tribulation lightning into a divine guiding light. Amidst the flashing thunder, she stepped into the heavens and vanished beyond the clouds. The void closed, the lightning dissipated, and the dark clouds vanished to reveal a clear sky once more. Only a 7-colored halo remained floating in the firmament, signaling that the gateway between heaven and earth stood open. She was the first person in 10,000 years to undergo tribulation in the human realm. The world had watched with bated breath, prepared for an epic struggle against fate, expecting to see a battle against the heavens, a display of wounds, and a difficult ascent cheered on by the masses. The script had been perfect. Unfortunately, the tribulation lightning seemed to have been as weak as a child, pitifully ineffective. The cultivators felt a sense of disappointment, though it was not entirely unexpected. Someone remarked that Sect Master Q's strength had long since reached the true immortal realm. She had been unable to ascend simply because the path was severed. Another replied that Sect Master Q had likely succeeded in her previous attempt as well. This meant that she had opened the bridge between heaven and earth this time, carving a path of ascension for those who would follow. It was exactly as they said. Her contribution would be remembered for millennia. The reputation of the Cloud Sect as the pinnacle of the world remained unshakable. Someone else scoffed at the idea of moving against them. Did they forget that she had a disciple who was rumored to be the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? The Cloud Sect was favored by the heavens. It was best to put such thoughts aside. A true immortal? In the distant south, Yin Qinli floated in the void, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the distant sunset glow. In terms of actual strength, she is likely already a profound immortal. That third bolt of lightning just now could melt both spirit and flesh. It was terrifying. A true immortal would have suffered injuries, yet she walked as if she were taking a casual stroll. It was simply. Qinjian stood nearby and asked if he could have withstood the third bolt. I could, he admitted, though I would have looked far more disheveled. I lack her grace. Yin Qinli spoke with indignation. I have been outshone. Someone is clearly showing favoritism. Qinjian sighed. That is what a normal ascension looks like. Being able to ascend is all that matters. If I ascend now, you will be bullied. Besides, it will take you a long time to ascend. It is not as simple as going up and waiting. I have not yet determined whether one can return after ascending. Until I understand that, I will not go up. Qinjian stared at him coldly. Has Yin Qinli lost his heroic spirit? Yan Qinli glared at her, offering no response. The Yan Qinli in my heart is a peerless demon god, born in the demonic abyss, burning heaven and earth. If the heavenly emperor wants to use you, kill the heavenly emperor. If the Buddha wants to toy with you, slaughter the Buddha. In heaven or on earth, who is worthy of blocking your path? The path of ascension lies there, and the way of eternity is before your eyes. If you are going to dither here, worrying about me being bullied, I would rather you kill me again. Then you would have no burdens, would you? Yan Qinli stared at her, his eyes clouded with complex emotions. He was truly conflicted. With attachments, it was difficult to act as recklessly as he once did. Some claimed to slaughter the world while loving only one person. It sounded romantic, but it was rarely realistic. Having burdens affected everything, including his judgment and choices. Sometimes, a fleeting thought would cross his mind that killing her might truly be better. It was only a fleeting thought, however. He dared not dwell on it, nor did he wish to. Under his heavenly Tao, love provides greater power. I understand it as the power to protect, though it feels somewhat awkward for someone like you or me. Yan Qinli finally spoke. It does not matter. I have plenty of time. I will see the results. He rose to his full height and called out to the sky. When do you plan to arrange it? The heavenly Tao responded from the void. Now. It seemed Chu Ge had been listening to their conversation for some time, savoring the moment. On the ground, the people who had watched Wuji's ascension were still caught in the afterglow, discussing the colorful lights in the sky with excitement. Suddenly, a man who moved like a raging fire strode into the air. Blazing flames erupted, charging straight toward the heavenly gate. Open. With a deafening boom, the heavenly gate swung wide, and rays of light surged forth. The tribulation clouds, which had just dissipated, condensed once more. Terrifying tribulation lightning returned to the world. Begone. Before the lightning could strike, the dark, cloud-covered sky ignited into a deep crimson from the searing demonic flames, as if the man were challenging the heavens, demanding they taste his own tribulation fire. Thunderous explosions rang out as the lightning, and the flames clashed violently, scattering chaotic energy across the firmament. The scene was far more harrowing than the casual grace of Wuji's ascension. Many onlookers hurriedly summoned their magical artifacts, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. With Wuji's elegant display setting the bar, making such a massive commotion felt a bit embarrassing, but the sheer intensity of the aura made it an incredibly imposing sight. Amidst the deafening explosions, the red-haired giant broke through the clouds and entered the heavenly gate. Yan Qinli ascended. Chapter 449. Wuji did not know the plot Chu Ge had arranged involved top-level righteous and demonic cultivators ascending in succession. She had assumed Chu Tianji would be the second to ascend. The second to ascend might not represent much, but in the eyes of the world, it held great prestige. The stories and fame circulating in the mortal realm would be elevated significantly. It suggested Chu Ge liked the little flame quite a bit, and was perhaps shy about showing it in front of Wuji. As the righteous and demonic sides defined by the heavenly Tao, with the demonic side not being set up as a villain destined to die, this implied the demonic character was someone the author favored privately. In a sense, this type of villain reflected parts of the author's own negative expressions. Finding positive highlights for him was akin to clearing his own name. Of course, not all authors and works were like this, but for Chu Ge writing Chu Tianwuji, as the work into which he poured the most emotion and projection, this was certainly the case. Chu Tianji stood on the mountain peak, his mouth agape in shock. He muttered to himself, wondering how he could be the favored son when things looked so wrong. He felt the author was favoring the other side. Ye Ziaza stifled a laugh beside him. She suggested that perhaps Yan Qinli had truly helped him more, so it was normal for there to be some payback. Chu Tianji mulled it over. He realized he had not really helped Chu Ge with anything, and a sense of embarrassment crept in. He scratched his head, deciding to figure it out after he ascended. Was he competing for affection? Ye Ziaza shook her head, unable to laugh or cry. On the other side, Wuji stepped onto the soil of the heavenly realm. Her first reaction was that it did not feel like stepping on cotton candy. In reality, the area was shrouded in dense mist, resembling stage dry ice. This was not cloud, nor was it dry ice. It was spiritual energy. The heavenly realm possessed boundless spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, drifting like smoke. Walking on it felt like treading on clouds. The actual ground beneath was solid. This earth was likely no longer ordinary soil. If it were based in such dense spiritual energy for a long time, even the most mundane dirt would transform. He estimated that digging up a chunk of this soil, and taking it to the lower realm, would make it a top-tier material for refining artifacts. Wuji prepared to look inward when a sudden intuition stirred in her heart. Several flashes of light streaked through the air as true immortals approached rapidly from a distance. Someone shouted from afar, confirming their suspicions that the Ascendant had indeed appeared on the ancient broken bridge between heaven and earth as the Heavenly Emperor had calculated. They began to argue amongst themselves about who would take the Ascendant to see their respective masters. Wuji smiled faintly. She looked up at the sky and silently mouthed a question to the Chu Ge of mid-December. The Chu Ge of mid-December cursed under his breath. The present Chu Ge remained silent. He suddenly understood why Wuji would feel jealous of her own self. She was truly capable of such jealousy. Wuji wanted to ask the present Chu Ge for his thoughts, but she hesitated and held back. She turned to the main topic, telling him that some things that had not yet happened should have been told to him, but she felt that if he knew them in advance, he might change them. She offered only one piece of advice, to look at the past, and as far back as possible. She told him she knew he could not hold on, as the backlash to his spirit from peeking into the future was too much for him to bear, and he should go back to rest. The present Chu Ge felt a surge of frustration. His hand hovered over the keyboard, unsure of how to type, so he transmitted a thought, asking her what she meant. Wuji felt a sense of joy, realizing Chu Ge's previous judgment was correct. The new heavenly realm and the real world still had a clear connection, and had not lost control. She stared at the people ahead who were busy fighting over her, and responded in her heart, asking if he was jealous. Chu Ge stubbornly denied it, though his next sentence betrayed his insecurity, as he claimed it was just a sentence, and that the fool over there was currently confused. Wuji pointed out that someone at that time was busy scolding her past self, telling the riddle maker to get out of Nanjiang City. Chu Ge grumbled that she held a grudge. She hummed in response. Chu Ge felt there was no point in arguing about this. He coughed twice and returned to the main point. The snatching of the person before her was his new plot. He was writing about the Heavenly Emperor, the Buddha, and the Taoist master fighting for the right to rule the heavenly realm, creating a three-way standoff. This concept existed in the original heavenly realm. He thought perhaps they had set aside old grudges to unite against him, but such an alliance could not last. Once the heavenly realm was independent, they would inevitably turn on each other. Wuji agreed, noting that his writing followed the inherent logic rather than restarting the world. Chu Ge agreed. However, he noted that based on this deduction, one point was significantly illogical, and it was something he had done on purpose. He explained that no matter how much they fought, they should not be fighting over an ascendant. An ascendant meant someone from the human realm had come up, so they should be extremely nervous instead of fighting over her. He had written it this way on purpose. From the reader's perspective, it was fine, because the readers did not know the heavenly realm was rebelling against the creator. It could be universally accepted. However, in reality, there was a huge problem. Why would the heavenly emperor and the others actually fight over her as if they did not know her? It suggested the division of another heavenly realm, or three other heavenly emperors, Buddha, or Taoist masters. If so, what were the four poles of this world? And was the relationship with the other heavenly realm a mirror world, or completely independent? Wuji sighed deeply, telling him she understood and would observe. She asked if he could observe the heavenly emperor and the others directly since he could observe this far. Chu Ge cautioned her to be careful and not to look directly. Because of their cultivation level, they had enough strength to challenge the heavenly Tao. Any observation he made would be sensed, and he did not want to cause a negative effect. Wuji nodded in agreement. Setting aside the cultivation of the heavenly emperor and the others, even people like her or Yan Qinli who could ascend would be able to sense the gaze of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly emperor and others would certainly sense it. In case they were three newly born good people, provoking them with reckless observation would be counterproductive. It was better to clarify the situation first. Chu Ge needed to be cautious in the heavenly realm, and could not be as reckless as he had been in the human realm. Many things needed her to come forward and act, while he made adjustments in secret. Wuji could sense that the three groups of deists, monks, and scholars fighting over her were actually much weaker than she was. They were roughly at the level of her strength when she had just been able to ascend, which was the early stage of a true immortal. They were likely not at the bottom of the heavenly realm hierarchy, but held some positions, which matched the settings Chu Ge had created earlier, where ascendants from the lower realm were not the bottom tier, but the middle layer. As for her current strength, after breaking through the world and ascending, she had surpassed the constraints of the human realm rules. She was no longer set to the unreachable tribulation stage. Her cultivation surged as if a floodgate had burst. It had been rising from the moment of her ascension until now and could not stop, reaching the peak of a true immortal. The surging power in her body was several times what she could wield before. Wuji had never cultivated what it meant to be a true immortal, but she knew her state was absolutely perfect for her current realm. She could feel that this state was not the limit. There seemed to be a film preventing her strength from rising further, which was the hurdle of the profound immortal realm. Her strength was already at the level of a profound immortal, and it was not just at the early stage. The author simply had not written it that way yet, as it required a reason. Chu Ge could not write too exaggeratedly. He could write that Wuji was a natural talent, with a rich accumulation in the human realm, so she reached the true immortal peak immediately upon ascending, which the readers would accept. However, he could not write that she reached the profound immortal realm immediately, or the readers would revolt. He had to give a reason, at least experiencing a small side quest, obtaining certain things, or having some insight, to have a plausible explanation, before breaking through to the profound immortal realm in one go. With her internal state settled, Wuji felt the power of Chu Ge's puppet strings. She spoke to the people fighting in front of her, asking if they were done fighting. She suggested a different way, challenging them to fight her instead. She promised that whoever could defeat her would get her to join their side. The people fighting over there were stunned. They wondered if the newcomers who had just ascended were so lacking in awe these days. Did she really think she was still calling the wind and rain in the lower realm? Chapter 450. The newcomer has just ascended. Perhaps you have not yet shaken off the mindset of being at the peak of the human realm. It is understandable. The Taoist spoke with a calm detachment, his voice echoing in the thin air. Forgive my bluntness, but such a mindset will only lead to suffering in the heavenly realm. A monk stepped forward, his expression serene yet pitying. The strength of the heavenly realm is far beyond what the human realm can imagine, but let us put that aside for a moment. Consider the methods of cultivation. The techniques of the human realm can support you up to the tribulation stage, but they cannot carry you to eternal immortality. You are currently groping in the dark, lost and confused. Why not join a power and spare yourself so much trouble? Wuji tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Do monks also accept female disciples? The monk smiled, unperturbed. The Buddha says all living beings are equal. Where there are monks, there are, of course, nuns. Surely you cannot marry? Wuji pressed. The monk hesitated, his smile faltering slightly. Naturally, that is forbidden. I have a husband, Wuji stated. The monk froze, blinking in confusion. The Taoist stood silent, his expression unreadable. Chu Ge broke into a cold sweat as he typed. That is not what I wrote. You are being mischievous again. As he weighed whether to rewrite the line, the Confucian scholar spoke up. Does this not make joining my heavenly court the perfect choice? The doctrines of the Buddha and the Tao impede human relationships, which is hardly the proper path. Wuji narrowed her eyes, studying him for a long moment before she answered. I will say it once more. Only if you can defeat me will I know who is worthy. If it came down to personal preference and affinity, Wuji would choose the Buddhist or Taoist sections. While not strictly a practitioner of the Tao, she found it familiar, and the compassion of the Buddhist tradition had left a deep impression on her. She detested the heavenly court above all else, for the heavenly emperor was their ruler. Alas, she would choose none of them. Chu Ge would never allow her to choose either. Even if it were a ploy to act as an undercover agent, it would require her to bow her head symbolically to others. Chu Ge could not bear to make her do that, and the readers would never accept seeing the invincible Wuji bowing to anyone. Newcomers who refuse to be humbled are always hopelessly arrogant, the Confucian scholar said, his voice cold. Do not mistake your status as a fellow true immortal, or your deeper cultivation for an advantage. The techniques of the heavenly realm are beyond your comprehension. I will grant you 3 moves. Make your attack. You will really let me take 3 moves? Wuji asked. Indeed. Wuji turned to the other two. Is that your stance as well? The monk and the Taoist nodded in unison. Of course. Very well, Wuji said, her voice light. Then come at me together. The 3 men stared, their faces blank with confusion. A flash of sword light erupted. Before the monk, the Taoist, and the scholar could even track the movement of the blade, they each felt a sharp sting against their throats. It seems you lack the qualifications to bring me into your ranks, Wuji said. She vanished into the light above, her elegant silhouette departing like a startled swan. The 3 men stood in shock, their fingers trembling as they touched their throats. They had spoken of granting her 3 moves, but she had not needed even one. None of them had even seen the sword strike. The tip of the blade had brushed them, yet they remained unharmed. To strike 3 opponents of the same rank simultaneously, and maintain such perfect control was a display of skill that defied logic. They stared at one another, the urge to fight each other forgotten. If the cultivation of the human realm had truly surpassed that of the heavenly realm, they were no longer looking at a recruitment issue. They were looking at a crisis where the positions of the heavenly emperor, the Taoist master, and the Buddha might be threatened. As they hesitated, the heavenly gate swung wide once more. Blazing demonic flames surged upward, and a stern, imposing man strode out, his tiger-like eyes scanning the group. "You lot. Are you the envoys here to receive me for my journey in the heavenly realm?" A heavy, suffocating demonic energy clung to him. The monk and the Taoist suppressed the urge to subdue the demon, keeping their silence for the moment. The Confucian scholar stepped forward. "Indeed. I have come to guide the newcomer into the heavenly court." "The heavenly court? Is it an institution similar to the imperial court?" The scholar wiped sweat from his brow. "It is perhaps similar, though we have not seen the imperial courts of the mortal realm." Yin Qinli took a step forward, his eyes burning with rage. "That means I would have to bow to some idiot and call him his majesty, perhaps even kneel in submission." The scholar flinched. "That is not necessarily required. The immortals are free and unburdened by such rigid etiquette. Does that at least imply nominal submission?" Yin Qinli threw his head back and roared with laughter. "What kind of garbage is that? Begone!" He threw a punch, and a dragon of fire roared to life. The scholar opened his fan to defend, successfully blocking the impact, but failing to withstand the searing heat. In the blink of an eye, the magical fan was reduced to its frame, blackened and smelling of ash. The scholar stood stunned, unable to form a word. Before he could react, the large man flashed toward the monk and the Taoist. He left behind after images that shimmered like fire clouds. With two sharp bangs, the monk and the Taoist spat blood and stumbled backward. Yin Qinli streaked into the sky, his laughter echoing. "Forget the Buddha and the Tao, they are as worthless as dogs. If this realm has no demons, then I shall become one." Yin Qinli did not know if the heavenly realm possessed demons, but from the looks of it, even if they existed, they were heavily suppressed. A small doubt crept into his mind. The demonic path in the human realm did not flourish because the creator favored his wife, but the heavenly emperor and the Taoist master were certainly not his wife's kin. It was finally time for the little flame to rise. He briefly forgot that someone's wife was now in the heavenly realm as well. The Buddhist, the Taoist, and the Confucianist touched their red, swollen faces, staring at one another's bruised and battered appearance in disbelief. "Why are we still fighting?" the scholar said, tossing the burnt frame of his fan away in frustration. "I believe we should return and report to our superiors. The heavens are about to change." The others nodded. Indeed. The woman was at least understandable. Sharp, yes, but righteous. This second man, however, had demonic flames that reached the sky. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a person to ascend? Should he not have been reduced to ash in the tribulation of heart fire to warn the world? Who can question the will of the heavens? The monk sighed, looking up at the firmament. The opening of the heavenly gate. Could it be the beginning of a catastrophe? As the three worried men debated, the heavenly gate shifted again. The three men blinked. "Are you all ascending like popping beans? Where are you all coming from?" They had no desire to recruit anyone now. The previous demon had likely spared them only because he was new, and did not want to cause trouble, or they would be dead. What kind of person was this new arrival? If he were even more ruthless than the demon, what would they do? The three men instinctively assumed a defensive posture, summoning their magical artifacts to form a barrier around them. They narrowed their eyes to see a young man with a determined face looking around with curiosity. He seemed normal enough, full of curiosity, and his energy was not as terrifying as the previous two. He was merely a true immortal at the initial stage. The three men let out a sigh of relief. This is what a proper ascendant looks like. What were those other two freaks? You. Chu Tianji felt the surge of energy within his body, and looked at the three with a hint of sympathy. "Were you just beaten?" The three men remained silent. The scholar finally spoke. "You came from the same human realm as the previous two. You must know something about them. What are their names?" Chu Tianji smiled. "If they wanted you to know, the entire heavenly realm would know within 10 days. If they do not want you to know, I will not speak and act the fool." The scholar bristled. "You are a righteous practitioner. Do you care about that even for a demon?" Chu Tianji spoke calmly. "I am not as powerful as the previous two, but I also do not like being told what to do. You three should put away your heavenly realm superiority and prepare to face the impact of the heroes from the human realm. Farewell." "Wait." The scholar reached out instinctively to stop him. Chu Tianji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his long sword was drawn in an instant. The scholar pulled his hand back, but a piece of his sleeve had already been severed, drifting away in the wind. Chu Tianji departed with ease, leaving the three standing there, staring at one another. The young man looked normal, and his cultivation was similar to theirs. Yet, as a fellow initial stage true immortal, they should have had the absolute advantage in heavenly realm techniques. Instead, they had not even been able to withstand a single move. What kind of people are these? Did the war techniques of the human realm crush those of the heavenly realm? It is truly bizarre. Are all the newcomers this generation monsters? Oh right. Chu Tianji had walked quite a distance before turning back. Does the heavenly realm have a heavenly court? Can I go and visit? I do not know if you could point the way, or if there are any taboos if I find my way there. If you could offer some guidance, I would be very grateful. The scholar froze, then erupted in joy. Of course you can. Chu Tianji sighed. The words he had just spoken were not his own, of course. They were written by Chu Ge. Damn heavenly Tao. He actually made the protagonist act as an undercover agent. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.